more broadly have been very considered in what that platform actually means, not only for representation of Indigenous issues, but gender, bisexual communities is becoming a really big part of the conversation. So I think we should be really appreciative and understanding of what that actually means in terms of the prosperity of our game.
Nicely put, Jason, and just everyone out there, just relax, enjoy it for what it was. It was a war cry dance, it was a celebration, it was absolutely nothing more than that. Appreciate your time, Jason.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Jason Mifsud, the GM of People, Customer and Community at the AFL. Let's go around the grounds for the TAC, Jay-Z.
BT, it's the Lions with the jump over St Kilda at the Gabba. 3 straight goals, 18 to St Kilda, 1 behind.
For Ream Hot Water Heaters, this is the Sunday Rub Swatter, and we're looking forward to a big couple of hours. Spud's on his way.
Yeah, not far away, big Spud Regis.
And we're looking forward to that as the Sunday Rub continues on the other side of the break.
Eddie's Desk is Melbourne's premier live music venue, and next week it hosts not one but 2 great acts. Tuesday, Birds of Tokyo. Wednesday, Kingswood. Don't miss Birds of Tokyo in Kingswood, live from Eddie's Desk next week on Triple M's Hot Breakfast.
Woolworths. Wow, that's cheap. Prices are cheap, cheap and staying cheap right across the store.
It's that time of year again. It's Hard Yakka Workwear Centre's winter sale. So make sure you head to your local Hard Yakka Workwear Centre and pick up a ripper bargain. Get 25% off selected Hard Yakka jackets, jumpers and hoodies. And 25% off all women's Hard Yakka clothing and footwear. Plus, there's many more deals in store. You don't want to miss out on this. Hurry to your local Hard Yakka Workwear Centre today. Hard Yakka. Nothing's tougher.
To celebrate the release of Mad Max Fury Road in cinemas May 14th, Petters are giving you the chance to win a classic 73 HQ GTS Monaro, full of fury and mad as hell. Register your details at petters.com.au now.
Let's compare the volume of your headlights with the sound of a footy crowd. But if you replace the original light globes in your car with Nava Performance globes, they sound like this. And with easy-to-install Nava globes starting from $49.95, you get a lot of for your money. Find out more about Nava Performance globes at nava.com.au.
The new federal budget encourages small businesses to get moving. If your small business has an annual turnover less than $2 million, your company tax rate will be reduced by 1.5%. The budget also provides a 5% tax discount for small partnerships, sole traders and trusts up to $1,000. Because if small business prospers, so does our economy. Visit budget.gov.au. Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra. Spoken by Lee Perry.
Due to circumstances beyond their control, like breakdown of families and violence in the home, some young people find themselves with nowhere to go. The longer they're out there, the more certain their future becomes, and the harder it is to break the cycle of homelessness. Help the Salvation Army change a life before it becomes a lifetime. Call 13-SALVOS to donate to the Red Shield Appeal and help end homelessness now.
Save on Coles Australian peach slices, canned in natural juice, down to just $2.50 every day. That's 825 grams, just $2.50 each every day. Prices are down every day at Coles.
Tonight, the first ever 2-story reveal.
Stop it.
Who will be rewarded with a perfect score?
A 10.
House Rules. Tonight, 7 o'clock. Then, for nearly 20 years, Australia's Claremont serial killer has escaped the law.
He was equipped for abduction.
Yes. Now,
Police close to the investigation break their silence.
did they let a monster slip through their hands? Sunday night after House Rules. Tonight from 7 on 7.
The 2015 AFL season is proudly brought to you by Toyota. Toyota Footy. Oh, what a feeling.
The McDonald's McCafe. Triple M rocks football.
This is the Sunday Rub. For Ream Hot Water Heaters. If your hot water needs replacing, accept nothing less than Australia's best. Install a Ream.
Oh, yes, serene. It just comes out continuous. If you want it that way, you can have it in a storage environment if you want. But whichever way, it's nice. And for McDonald, Triple M rocks the Sunday rub. Hey, we've just spoken to Jason Mifsud, the GM of People, Customer and Community, the first AFL official to speak on the Adam Goods situation. Rowan White, our doc, will join us very shortly. Mitch Wallace, young Bulldog star out of the Calder Cannons Footy Factory. We'll talk with him. Tom Petrora will be with us from Stride Sports as well. Brent Harvey to come, and Tony Armstrong a little bit later on. But how dare we not have a look at last night? Now, just before we do, quickly around the grounds for the TAC, JZ.
Yeah, it's Brisbane. 4 straight goals at 24, leading St Kilda at the Gabba BT, 1 behind. So Brisbane with the explosive start.
Dream time at the G, almost 84,000 people. This game over the last 4 games has averaged in excess of 80. It is now firmly on the agenda as a destination point for all footy lovers. We had on top of that, and I think just slightly disappointing that the Fletcher game
got lost,
coincided with the dream time and got lost a little. I know he wouldn't have wanted more fanfare, but guess what? Sometimes you've got to give it to a guy even though he doesn't want it because he's such a great champion of the game.
Should he have played, BT? I know you don't want to compromise your team's chances of success, but is this one where the club should take a more holistic view and say, hey, let's sit this one out?
Funny you say that. And I mentioned last week on Tell Me Something I Don't Know that I thought he wouldn't play and they'd hold it off a week. That didn't happen, and so I was wrong on that. But I do know and believe there were internal discussions during the week from a footy admin point and a football
pure football
point. That is, so James Hird, the match committee, and Dustin Fletcher, they always wanted him to play, and that's the way it should be because it's about winning. You play your best team. He's in their best team, so you play your best team. Whereas the admin, I'm suggesting, perhaps saw the corporate value in allowing that game to be played next week because it probably would have filled Etihad Stadium.
Geelong.
We would have had another great event and it would have been absolutely fantastic. Didn't come to fruition. The right department won that battle in the footy department and Dustin Fletcher himself. So congratulations to them because, as I say, that's the way it should be. But it would have been nice to make a big event out of it. I don't think we celebrated it enough. It got lost.
Encina having a stubby after the game. That's okay, isn't it? I know he's injured and usually players don't get on the drink after they're
entitled to a stubby after 400 outings.
A hard-earned thirst needs a big cold beer. So well done, Fletcher. I'm with you, BT. I reckon it was slightly missed. I mean, Channel 7 did a great job. But the whole Dreamtime concept, maybe moving slightly onto that.
Don't get me started.
Well, it's underutilised, isn't it?
Well, look, you come here Anzac Day, and that's got a real
sharp focus.
Oh, gee, it's just
enormous,
it's just fantastic, and people come for that because they want to immerse themselves in what that is all about. People are now coming to Dreamtime because they want to do the same. They want to immerse themselves, get themselves educated on this issue, right? And I reckon they're being shortchanged. I reckon the pre-game stuff was ordinary. I think it needs to be sharpened up. It needs to be fixed. There needs to be more highlight on what it's about. I thought it just needs to be sharpened up.
I think you've said before, why don't we get 20 of the best Indigenous players to ever play? Use the spotlight.
Look, this is, and hopefully I'm going to go and talk to people at the AFL about this, but the way I see it, it's a great chance. It's at night, it's in the dark. Imagine this, the MCG around the centre square. It's in darkness. All of a sudden the voice of Craig Willis or someone else comes across the waves, and we have the introduction of the 20 greatest Indigenous players ever to represent our game. They're in total darkness around the edges of the square, all at different points. A pin spotlight after Craig Willis says, "Ladies and gentlemen, the greatest bomber Indigenous player of all time, Michael Long." Bang! The spotlight lights him up, and then you see a silhouette, a big, huge, giant silhouette of him running down the wing, and that's on the southern stand. They can do that these days, right? And then the light fades. Ladies and gentlemen.
This is an audition.
I think so. He's missed his calling.
Please welcome from the Richmond Football Club, Phil Egan. And this goes on, and you can have 20, 10, 5, I don't care how many you have, pin light, bang, and make it a really poignant moment. And the crowd's quiet, and get their respect. Last night I saw Troy Casadali, belting out a few songs. And
So how do you score it out of 10? Is that a 3 out of 10?
Yep.
Sounds a 3 out of 10.
Yep. And the thing about it, I want it to be better. I think it can be better. Hopefully I can go and have some discussions with maybe even Jason Mifsud. I might give him a ring during the week and go and put my idea forward.
I think you made a great point there, BT. Can we move the focus onto one field? Can we rule a line through Essendon now? I was hot on them early, and I saw them last night. Jobe Watson saw he lacking the spark. You know, the forward line, the Joe Danaher and Jakey Culler. Jakey Culler missed that shot from 20 metres out. Absolutely unbelievable.
No, we can't put a line through them.
I've done it.
They're 4 and 5. They've got Geelong and West Coast before the bye. They could win one of those games. They could win one of those games.
They could be 4 and 7.
Yeah, but they could also be a little bit better.
Who
than
have their wins been against this year?
Well, their wins this year have been against Hawthorn, Carlton, St Kilda and Brisbane. Yes, not great. Yes, the Hawthorn win by 2 points. But it doesn't matter. I reckon they are what they are. Last night going into that game, they were 4 and 4. I expect at the end of the year that they'll be in roughly the same position as what they were last night.
Well, where's this list at? I mean, they topped up with Cooney. You know, they lose Ryder, I know, but they've got Goddard. They've paid a big price for him. Where is this list at?
You can't dismiss the Paddy Ryder departure because that's having a direct impact on Tom Bellchambers' season so far.
Was he just going?
Absolutely. And Jakey Carlisle's been horribly out of form, and Joe Danaher kicked 6 goals last week against the Brisbane Lions.
Jake was good last night.
He was. They've got a lot of ageing talent, and they've got some good young talent coming through.
So what are you suggesting? The old story about, you know, they've gone after Adam Cooney and a few other old ageing players.
They had to.
3 weeks ago, we were lauding them, saying how brilliant they were.
Yeah, but
and now you are just angling in an article in the Herald Sun saying they're no good.
No, well, they've got
We're gone with old players.
They had to. What's coming in focus, BT, is the draft penalties has hurt them. They lost 3 top 40 picks because of the whole Asada crisis, and that has absolutely killed him. You take 3 absolute first and second round players, you inject them into that side, and that is a completely different mix. So Adrian Dodoro is doing his absolute best efforts. I'll tell you what will happen this year, BT. They'll go to the draft, Essendon.
Will they?
Yeah, they'll go to the draft, and they'll get...
Is that a directive from their list management group?
I think they have to.
Right.
I don't think they can go with the top up again. They've got to get good young kids. Zach Merritt's a star. Danaher's a star.
Every team goes to the draft, Jose. I'd be surprised.
Well, no, Essendon didn't 2 years ago. They topped up.
No, but last year they went to the draft, and how many picks did they have at the
draft?
Well,
they got Laverty and Langford, 17 and 19.
They had 2 picks.
That'll be their approach this year. They can forget about trading in more players.
So are they top? Are they top? You're saying no top 18?
They're not a finals team from what I've seen.
Right on the edge. They could finish anywhere between 8th and 12th.
Yep. I don't think they're top 8.
Let's talk about the Tigers. They have won 3 in a row, Jay.
Against who?
They have beaten Collingwood, Port and Essendon in this run. They play, and I'm going to watch this in Perth on Friday night, Fremantle in Perth on Friday night. I watched Fremantle this morning on the replay.
Unbelievable.
And they are bloody incredible. They are great to watch. Love watching them, and they are going to be really hard to beat. They're up and about early. That's the only thing I'll say. But can the Tigers beat them in Perth next week? And how good are the Tigers going at the moment? It was a deliberate, slow movement of the footy game last night, and we can say that might have been a little bit boring, and, gee, the Tigers didn't move the ball swiftly. But guess what? That's one of the rare times, Swatter, that I've seen Richmond play to a plan and stick to a plan.
They like the ballistic style of footy, Brian.
But they can play both.
Well, the thing that's been really important for them over the past 3 weeks is their ball use. They went down to Tasmania a month ago and coughed the ball. They butchered the ball against North Melbourne. What they've been doing is they've been more deliberate with their ball use. They've injected Corey Ellison in the mix. He's a great left footer, a third game, or a first round draft.
The other Ellis played a great game last night.
Oh, he was sensational.
Well, he has had 5 games averaging 30-plus possessions. He's now playing the best footy. When they got him from the Calder Cannons Footy Factory, from Ian Kite and the boys out there,
pick 15.
They always said that he was going to be a 200-game player for Richmond.
Yeah, safe
started him quietly in defence, moved him into the midfield, and now becoming a really good player. I've never seen a young player that's more professionally prepared than Brandon Ellis.
And he runs. But he's not winning the best and fairest. Neither is Trent Cotchin, not Troy Chaplin, not Dustin Martin either. It's Shane Edwards. Is he the most improved player in the competition? Last night, he's taking hangers. He's had an absolute superb start to the season. He's winning their best and fairest by an absolute streak at the moment, and he's leading them. He's become an absolute leader for the Richmond Football Club, but it's their ball use, and Jack Riewoldt is playing sensationally as well. Now, are we thinking they're back into the top 4?
They're 5
mix?
and 4 as it stands now.
Have you got them in your fight?
They're not in the top 4 for me, but they're in the top 8, definitely.
They play a Fremantle side, which is restricting sides to an average of 62 points a game, BT, in Fremantle. And they're not even a high tackling side. In fact, they're a low tackling side, Fremantle. It's the structure, it's the organisation. They absolutely strangle their opposition.
When you've got the pill, you don't have to worry about tackling. And they've got the pill a lot.
They do have the pill. Yeah, the midfield's on fire. And opposition teams, guys, they've conceded defeat on that 5.
Richmond's recent form going to Perth, though, hasn't been too bad. They've had some
that's
decent
true.
wins on the road in WA.
I think if they get within 40 points, it's a great effort.
40 points?
40 points for Fremantle. Yeah,
I think disappointed if you're a Richmond person.
Yeah.
That was the result?
Oh, I think Fremantle are going that well at the moment.
What if they're able to rule by playing the way they did last night? And slow, stop, start.
They'll have to maintain the footy. Yeah, they'll have to maintain the footy. That's exactly what they'll have to do.
Possession retention, and they give themselves I would think that Richmond will go over there with the understanding we're in good form. We've had 3 big wins. Not many people outside of our club will expect us to really challenge Freo. I think they'd go over there quietly confident.
Not even sure whether this is true, but are we looking at the first time in the history of our game that a player will have polled Brownlow votes in every game to date?
I reckon he's an absolute chance. I reckon he could be winning it.
Did he have 40 yesterday?
40 possessions. He went head-to-head with Paddy Dangerfield. Probably the most scintillating individual matchup we've seen. Paddy Dangerfield had 29 contested possessions. That is an equal all-time record. I think he equaled Josh Kennedy. But Fyfe, in a winning side, had to get the chocolates. He's just so dynamic. We have not seen a player of this calibre since Anthony Koutafeit. He does it in the air, does it on the ground. So strong, kicking goals. He's unbelievable.
I think he's more consistent than Kuta.
Of course,
So far,
certainly
in a
this
short
season.
Career.
One Crown bettors already paid out on him winning the Brownlow, and I think he could be 6, 8, 10 votes ahead.
That's just advertising ploys.
Already. Yeah, there's a bit of that, but he's streets ahead, is he not?
Yeah,
and opposition, Phil Walsh, who's one of the smartest coaches in the league, he's so strategic and calculated, doesn't even tag him.
Well, how do
we
you
give up
tag
on this
him,
bloke. Well, that's the thing, you can't.
I don't think a team in the competition has a player that can actually stop Nate Fyfe.
And the players love him. He's amazing to watch.
Take a break on Triple M football on the Sunday rub here. Collingwood and North Melbourne today. We're looking forward to this game at the MCG. What about the other one, Jay-Z, for the TAC?
Oh, it's all the Lions up at the Gabba there, BT. Brisbane 37 points to St Kilda. Only the 1 goal. They're on 9. So it's all Brisbane up north.
Turn the shower on for the rim, the hot water. Just getting in there with the missus. Swatter. A bit of lukewarm hot water and just...
And the last time you did that was what year?
This is Triple M football.
There's only one place for footy on your drive home.
Magnificent!
Triple M's Rush Hour.
That's footy.
With the legends of the past.
Hello, Chief. Jim Bob, Billy. Nice to see you, Duck. G'day, boys.
And the stars of today.
Jimmy Bartell. G'day, mate. Dyson Apple, welcome.
Yeah. Thank you, boys. Beauty.
With JB and Billy.
So, we're going to put point posts either side of the 2 big goal posts at Baldy Bridge, and it'll look magnificent.
We're not really doing this, are we?
Listen to this.
The Rush Hour.
They want the football!
For Buy Property Direct.
Weekdays from 3. Triple M.
Where's the motorcyclist?
Right here. Coming through. Look out!
It's not always easy to see them coming when you're waiting to turn right. They can be closer than they look. Always watch out for motorcycles.
Over $60 million in laptops, desktops, all-in-one computers and tablets must go. Harvey Norman's $60 million computer clearance. Android tablets from $48. Laptops from just $275. Intel Core laptops from just $494. All-in-one computers from $396. And quad-core desktops from just $348. Over $60 million worth of computers must go. Harvey Norman computer clearance. Do not miss out.
Go! Melbourne's Best Buys. Trend Micro Maximum Security can help you get the most complete multi-device protection so you can shop and bank online with confidence. Trend Micro Maximum Security for PC, Mac, Android and iOS. Trendmicro.com.au. Best Buys.
Coles is proud to support Australia's everyday master chefs by bringing you fresh Australian meat.
Coles Australian lamb whole leg roast, just $8 a kilo, just $8.
So to feed your family like a master chef, shop where a master chef shops. Coles.
Hey, it's Richo here. If you want to be a massage therapist, then get qualified with the best at Sage Institute of Massage. They'll go further for you, with career agents on the road every day, finding new opportunities for graduates. And Sage won't make you go out looking for your own work placements. They have their own massage clinics, so you'll get hands-on experience on campus. Vet fee help is available so you can study now, pay later. So make the first step into a rewarding massage career. Call Sage today on 1300 889 889.
It's on again. The Aussie Disposal's up to 50% off winter sale. Save up to 50% on everything you need to keep you warm and dry this winter. Early bird end of financial year workwear deals on sale now. And every purchase goes into the draw to win a $5,000 Mount Buller snow holiday. For terms and conditions, visit aussiedisposals.com.au. Aussie Disposal's up to 50% off sale on now.
Aussie Disposal for your outdoor adventure.
Radio's Love Thing has got car salespeople all revved up.
It's a love thing.
A new study reveals people are 7 times more likely to buy cars they've heard advertised on radio. And what better place to talk to them about car repairs, loans and insurance than when they're behind the wheel, singing along to their favourite radio station.
It's a love thing.
Hey, don't do that. Don't sing. That's awful.
Search radio, It's a Love Thing, or, just sing out to your media department. What was wrong with it?
The McDonald's McCafe.
Triple M rocks football. This is the Sunday Rub.
Marine hot water heaters. If your hot water needs replacing, accept nothing less than Australia's best. Install a Ream.
Sunday Rub, Collingwood North, G, 3:20 start today. Let's go around the grounds for the TAC.
Brisbane by 22 points, BT 6-1-37, leading St Kilda up there at the Gabba 2-3-15, approaching quarter time.
Are we ever going to see Gary Ablett play this year? What the hell is going on? I am told... No, you tell me what you know first, Joseph.
Well, the issue has escalated. Is my assessment over the past week, because the Gold Coast coaching staff have been wanting to know from Gary when he'll be ready.
Yes.
Now also the players want to know. They have sought clarification.
Hang on. The players have sought clarification on where G. Ablett's injury is.
And the coaches would like to know where he's at.
Absolutely.
How does that work? They all live under the same roof?
Well,
is he not training with them?
Gary's doing his rehab program,
Where?
isn't he? At the Gold Coast, under the same sheds on the same fields. I know it's interesting, but it has got to the point where Gary Ablett's teammates are wanting to know from their captain, hey, buddy, when are you going to run out with us?
Have other players, to your knowledge, played with the same rehab situation that Gary's got going now?
Scotty Pendlebury had an identical operation, didn't he?
Very, very similar. Very similar operation. He'd be leading Collingwood's best and fairest.
I find it extraordinary that the playing group would be wanting clarification from a teammate. I mean, shouldn't the club just know that? Shouldn't the players know? He's back in a week or 2 weeks.
If I'm Gary Ablett and I'm down in the gym and I'm buttering up next to Sam Day, and Day goes, how you going, Abbas? And I say, mate, I'm looking forward to it. I reckon I'm a week away. Isn't that the way players talk?
Well, they should be. And this is the leadership question that's been asked of Gary Ablett this year.
Unless he's not doing his recovery with the rest of the group.
And he'd be doing his own program. Yep.
But I would have thought that you would be doing your recovery as part of the group, to be a part of the team. Even though you're not playing, you're still part of the group.
Well, they've got Sydney and Fremantle, fellas, over the next 2 weeks before the bye. Now, their teammates and the coaching staff, the whole club is pretty keen to see Gary Ablett in at least 1 or 2 of those next games. I bet you we don't see him until they play Carlton.
What? Because he won't want to...
After the bye.
Won't want to get whacked by the good boys.
Maybe he's not right. I mean, if he come out against Sydney and Fremantle, what do you think's going to happen?
Well, they're going to get whacked.
He's going to get whacked.
Yeah,
it's going to be a physical bruising encounter.
If he's not right, he's not right.
Well, how close... But is there a player's ever 100% Schwatter? Did you ever play 100%? BT, did you ever play 100%? No. Never. I wouldn't...
First game of the year and that's it.
There's always something. And that is the question of Gary Ablett. Can he play with a little niggle when he's not 100% right? Yeah, it's still a bit sore.
And there are some players in the league that will not play Schwatter.
Absolutely.
Unless they're 100. Yep. There are others that will try at 50. There are a lot that get away at playing at 80.
Yep.
But there are some that I reckon on average, there'd be one at each club that will not play unless they're 120%.
Yep.
Well, I could name a few if you want.
Ablett's rehabilitation didn't go to plan in the first 2 months. He didn't do as much as he could have because he didn't know that he was meant to be as aggressive with his rehab. Scotty Pendlebury was. We need to see him in the next 2 weeks, boys.
Doc Ryan White, he has been all over this, even though I let him into the factory. Doc's trying to claim a bit of that. He's on the line now for Triple M football. Doc, welcome to you.
G'day, BT.
Well, what is? Have you heard the latest when it comes to Gary Ablett? And remind us of the type of surgery that he had.
Yeah, you're right, BT. Look, I think the discussion that in the preamble is right on the money here. He had that surgery back in July. He's had a couple of procedures since. And as we know, in the first couple of weeks, he caused himself a lot of discomfort in a few of those tackles and contacts. I've got to say, the less you hear about an injured player from a club, the more pessimistic you're going to be. Now, Gold Coast don't even have him on the injury list at the moment, so I'm not sure what that means.
Yeah. That's extraordinary.
The other thing is, BT, I mean, we talked about this after round 2, and we said it was going to be 2 to 3 months.
Yeah.
And I think as each week passes, this might sound ridiculous, but as each week passes, the less likely he's going to play.
Wow.
Now, and exactly as you also said, that after a shoulder reconstruction, no one is 100%. You do have limitations. And I think one of the things Gary's got to understand is that he is not going to be the same as he was prior to July last year. And once he gets over that psychological hurdle, maybe he'll be out on the field sooner than we anticipate.
So, Doc, he needs to accept that it's just going to be a bit sore forever, doesn't he?
You're right, Jose. He's going to have restricted movement. It's going to smart on those particular tackles that really stretch the ligaments and the capsule, as we call it. And it will not be as it was a year ago.
Jobe Watson, last night, have we got a concern there?
Yeah, BT. Look, this is an interesting one. I've been in touch with medical sources down at Essendon, and in fact, they didn't even include him on some of their injuries. But when brought up, they said, oh, yes, well, we're cautiously optimistic. Now, I'm not sure what that means. That generally means a week or two in my mind when we used to talk about caution optimism. But remember, Jobe had that problem with that quadricep injury last year. He missed a couple of months. I don't think it's that issue. I think in the second quarter he copped a knock to the knee, and I think he's probably either got some jarring or some bone bruising. Now, that can be sore. It doesn't necessarily stop you from running out of game. But I think with scans in the next 24 hours, we'll know more, and the club will announce exactly what's going on with the next 24 hours. Cautiously optimistic, BT.
Yeah, that's a really nice phrase. Fletcher, did he have an ice pack under the windsheet at top last night or not?
He did. He's got a mild left adductor strain. A shame in the third quarter, subbed out as we know. And look, although not a terrible injury, when you're in your fourth decade, that's at least 2 to 3 weeks, BT. So we may not see Fletcher for another couple of weeks, unfortunately.
2 to 3. Now, he's had issues with his groins, hasn't he, Doc? Is that related? I mean, this is not a new thing for Dustin.
No, it's not a new thing. And testament to that is when he put his hand up, he knew what was happening. He knew he had to come off, and he knew he couldn't push through this. So you're right, Jose. He's missed a few weeks in the last couple of years with similar soft tissue type things with his groin. So same again. This will be 2 to 3 for Fletcher.
Nice work, Doc. Appreciate the time, Dr. Ryan White, joining us on Triple M Football. One more, Jay-Z?
Yeah, and to add to that, BT, the situation with Carlton at the moment, Judd, Gibbs, Murphy all didn't play last weekend.
Yep.
I think Judd and Murphy will play this weekend against Adelaide. I think Gibbs is still going to be 2-3 away with a sore back, but I think Menzel and Yaron could also miss. So the Blues are going to be absolutely depleted, even if Judd Murphy do come back against Adelaide this weekend.
Dr. R has just heard from Dr. Jay-Z. Cop that, Dr. R. Dr. Ryan White joining us there. Jay-Z filling us in with the Carlton injuries. Plenty more to come. TAC around the ground.
It's quarter time at the Gabba, and it's all the Lions are up by 28 points over St Kilda. 7-1-43 the Lions to St Kilda 2-3-15. Daniel Rich has kicked 2 goals. Rewalt 2 goals for the Saints. And Dane Beams, we're going to talk about him. He's had 12 disposals and a hot start, BT.
Dogs fans, get excited. Your team is 5-4 at the moment. And on the other side of the break, one of the young guns, Mitchie Wallace.
Yeah, for Ream Hot Water Heaters, this is the Sunday Rub for McDonald's. Triple M rocks football.
Melbourne.
We love Melbourne.
There's only one. One game. One show.
What a show. What can I say?
Triple M's Hot Breakfast.
Massive football stories around.
Go Pies!
Here come the Tigers.
Das.
Time to talk some footy.
Melbourne. There's only one game.
I like football.
And only one show.
I just want to play football.
Triple M's Hot Breakfast. Melbourne's #1 FM breakfast show. Weekdays from 6.
Woolworths. Wow, that's cheap. Prices are cheap, cheap and staying cheap right across the store.
Today's AFL Game Changer, brought to you by CrownBet. Introducing CrownBet's head-to-head bonus special. Place a head-to-head bet on any AFL match this round, and if your team leads by 12 points or more at any time, but loses, get a match bonus bet up to $50. Just back any team, and if they lead by 12 points or more at any time but lose the match, you can get straight back in the game. Join today at crownbet.com.au. CrownBet. The game just changed.
Terms and conditions apply. Gamble responsibly.
Over $60 million in laptops, desktops, all-in-one computers and tablets must go. Harvey Norman's $60 million computer clearance. Android tablets from $48. Laptops from just $275. Intel Core laptops from just $494. All-in-one computers from $396. And quad-core desktops from just $348. Over $60 million worth of computers must go. Harvey Norman computer clearance. Do not miss out.
If you're a small business owner, you can now buy equipment up to $20,000 and deduct the full amount immediately.
So I can fully deduct a...
Yes.
Even a new...
Yes.
Well, we really need to replace our...
Whether it's a or claim the full tax deduction now on each and every item up to $20,000. Visit budget.gov.au. Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra. Spoken by Nick Andronicus, Lee Perry, Amy Hornet and Jake Downs.
Welcome. Would you like sales or accounts?
Sales.
You have selected accounts. To speak with an operator, say yes.
Yes.
Welcome. Would you like sales or accounts?
Sales.
Accounts menu.
Speak to someone who listens. At Red Z, we judge each small business loan on a case-by-case basis. So if you're looking to borrow, we're all ears. Visit redzed.com.au or call your broker today.
I'm getting sick and tired of my Bentley garage door. I think I need a service from Best Doors.
When your garage door needs a service for any reason, call the experts in service. Best Doors. When you call Best Doors to service your old, slow, noisy, rattling or just plain busted garage door, we promise to beat any competitor's service price. Guaranteed. See bestdoors.com.au.
It's on again. The Aussie Disposal's up to 50% off winter sale. Save up to 50% on everything you need to keep you warm and dry this winter. Early bird end of financial year workwear deals on sale now. And every purchase goes into the draw to win a $5,000 Mount Buller snow holiday. For terms and conditions, visit aussiedisposals.com.au. Aussie Disposal's up to 50% off sale on now.
Aussie Disposal for your outdoor adventure.
The McDonald's McCafe.
Triple M rocks football. This is the Sunday Run.
Marine hot water heaters. If your hot water needs replacing, accept nothing less than Australia's best. Install a Rheem.
Mitch was outstanding. You know, we really needed him to stand up. Today, he's such a talented GWS midfield, we really needed some leadership and we needed hardness. I think he ended up with about 18 or 19 contested possessions, you know, topped the charts for the game, and you know, he was quite outstanding, Mitch, and he was terrific up forward too. Some of his one-on-ones, he either won or he halved. You know, so he really showed us today that he can play there as well as midfield.
Dogs coach Luke Beveridge there talking about Mitch Wallace and his job that he did on, the leader for GWS in Ryan Griffin and former Bulldog teammate. Mitch Wallace joins us now, of course, and having another great season. Mitch, appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us on Triple M.
Yeah, afternoon, BT.
Another piece of work out of the Calder Cannons footy factory, mate, down there with Kitey. Do you ever get back down there and say hello to Kitey occasionally, Mitchie?
Yeah, we do.
You've got your brother down there, haven't you?
Yeah, under 18s last year, so I was in touch a bit, but they're not going as well this year, but hopefully come finals time that they make the 8 and have a crack at it.
Mitch, Jay Clark here. You're absolutely outstanding yesterday. Congratulations on that. And, in fact, your whole season. Now, you played on Ryan Griffin. It was such a focus for this game. And usually teams go two ways. They either get into the opposition player, the former teammate, and really antagonise him, or they say nothing and just totally ignore him. Now, it seemed like you guys went down that track with Ryan Griffin. Is that fair to say?
Fair to say. I think that the most important thing for us was to get a good start, and we really jumped them. I think we put them right on the back foot, and it took a while for them to respond, but I think we had the crowd on our side, which didn't make it that comfortable for Ryan either. But like I said, we just set the game up with our first quarter, and they're playing catch-up footy for the rest of the day, and we just kept them at bay. Could
you tell throughout the game that you were winning that match-up and that he seemed to be struggling a little bit, possibly with the occasion?
You can sense it. I know that he wasn't having a great day, but we still know how good GWS can be, and how many times they've kicked 5 or more goals in succession. So we have to keep on our game all day, and we did that. So we come around to win.
Just sensing a little here, Mitchie, that you might have just drained his brain. I think you might have got hold of his brain and just drained all the fluid out of it, mate. What happened?
Yeah, mate, he wasn't alone. I think we were on top in the midfield. Some key players for GWS that didn't have their best days, but that was due to the 22 contributors from our team, which I thought was a great even spread from all of us.
Forget about the cliches, Mitchie. This is Triple M you're on now, mate. Now, with Griffin, did this contest have a bit of extra feeling? There was a bit of extra spice to this one, wasn't it? Because of the history with Boyd or with Griffin. You guys were all disappointed he left, but there was clearly a bit of extra feeling with this one.
I'd have to say yes, there was. But I think the main thing for us was after a couple of disappointing weeks. I know we played pretty well against Fremantle, but we hadn't won. We lost 3 in a row. So the main focus for us was getting a win. And like I said after the game, we've had tough battles over the last 3 or 4 years against this club, and with the list demographic that we do have, we're going to have many more in the future. So. It was one to us yesterday, but the battles are going to continue throughout the year.
You're right.
Throughout the next few years.
The rivalry is absolutely on. Now, you've been belted in the contested ball over the past 3 weeks. That's where it's gone wrong for you guys. But I think you were plus 49, which is an all-time record contested ball differential win. So, in short, you went after the hard agate and you won it yesterday, didn't you, Mitch?
Yeah, definitely. And that was the focus going in, our source pressure and the numbers around the ball, when we just need to get our hands on the footy, because like you said, we were dominated in the last 3 weeks against our opposition, and that right from the first bounce, I think we had control, and they just couldn't get a yelp because of the aggression that we did show.
It was an interesting week for Big Minnow. He came back in and had an immediate impact when it looked as though he's going to be out potentially for 4 weeks earlier in the week, Mitch.
Yeah, it was a tough week for him, and credit to the players and the club who supported him right through it, and we got the result we wanted, so we could play. And he stepped up when he needed to. I reckon he had a great game. He didn't have too many touches, but his effect to shut down Mumford and give us first use as midfielders was outstanding, and he hit the scoreboard as well. So I'm wrapped for him. He's part of our best 22, and we need him up and running if we're going to have a really good crack at the end of this year.
Mitch, I think all of us at the end of last season were wondering where you sort of were at. Some people might have even marked your cards, thought you weren't going to make it. What has been the turnaround for you?
I think when Bevo came, he just tried to instill this belief in our playing group and belief in our own ability, and just through the training over pre-season, he really wanted to bring us to bring our strengths to the fore, and I think we have. And when we play our best footy is when we're playing, on instinct and bringing our strengths. So I think we've done that, and when we do that, I think we get the result we wanted. So last week we didn't have enough contributors, and this week I think we had 22 contributors who made us win.
Appreciate your time. Congratulations on the start. Keep it going.
Thank you very much, mate.
Mitch Wallace joining us on Triple M Football now. There's been a late change here, which you're all over, Jay-Z, and what is it in this game? Just
in the last 10 minutes, we got whispered that Andrew Swallow, the captain of North Melbourne, is a late change, is an out for the Kangaroos. In as another hard nut, Kane Turner. Andrew Swallow just didn't come up with that hand injury beat. See, the subs today, Jordan De Goey and Kane Turner for the Roos.
Swallow, you mentioned Minson in that interview with Mitchie Wallace there. I did. Why on earth did he, in the initial charge, plead guilty? He pled guilty. Then he got 4 weeks. I had a leading operator in the legal circles.
You're well connected.
QC style of operator. Tell me that he could not believe that he pleaded guilty ultimately got the 4.
Yeah.
And then legal people go with him to the next hearing and they get him off. It says that was wrong.
But he didn't actually speak in the first hearing, though.
Well, because he pled guilty.
No, he didn't. He did the second time around, put
And
his
got
case, and got off. I think we're happy with that ruling, aren't we?
Yep.
That he got off?
I'll tell you
BT?
what, Ian Hill went and represented him, I think, at the appeal, got him off. And, well done to him because he's one of the absolute best in the business. But he got off because he didn't do anything. The vision did not show him clearly touching the umpire.
You couldn't tell, really.
No.
Inconclusive.
Yeah.
And if it was a bee's dick style operation, wasn't it?
Well, how we got 4 weeks in the first place was extraordinary,
Yeah.
really. They stuffed that up, that first ruling, I think.
Let's go around the grounds to the TAC.
Hey, it's all Brisbane. In fact, there's been a comeback from St Kilda. They trail only by 4 points, BT. The Saints, 6 goals, 3-39, trailing Brisbane by 4 points, 7-1-43 up at the Gabba.
Ooh, someone's walked in, Swatter.
Who?
Someone's walked in.
Oh,
He's
Spud's
just,
there.
His aura's following him in. It's just, it doesn't look like Spud, but it is him. For Ream Hot Water Heaters, this is the Sunday Rub. Chris McKenzie joins us with another M Sport update thanks to the Master Builders Association of Victoria. Take it away, Chris.
Thank you, BT. The AFL has thrown its full support behind Swans veteran Adam Goodes after the mixed reaction to his war cry celebration during Friday night's win over the Blues. The league's community manager Jason Misford has told Triple M Footy the Indigenous round is the perfect time for the dual Brownlow medalist to show his passion.
But that concept was born in many respects out of my lounge room when we were thinking about how do we give our young flying boomerangs cultural expression when we travel internationally to places like PNG and Tonga and South Africa. And as we've seen with the haka's not a Maori war cry, it's a New Zealand war cry, and it's synonymous in world sport. So one of the things I'm thinking about today is how does that become symbolic in Australian football as opposed to polarising?
In tennis now, Novak Djokovic has praised Thanasi Kokkinakis as a player to watch after the Aussie put up a strong fight at his 6-4, 6-4, 6-4 loss to the French Open top seed.
Sometimes you don't feel like you're able to control what's happening out there because, he's hitting huge shots and, sometimes playing shots that no one else tries, so you're not expecting it.
That's, of course, Andy Murray there, who beat Nick Kyrgios in straight sets. The Aussie hoping an elbow injury that flared up during the defeat doesn't affect his Wimbledon build-up. Aussie golfer Stephen Bowditch will take a 2-shot lead into the final round of the Byron Nelson Championship tonight as he looks for just his second title on the US PGA Tour.
It was a good day. I played pretty solid today, drove it in the fairway most of the time. So, it's nice to be in this position heading into tomorrow. I can draw back on a little bit of experience I've had. I've been able to get over the line and you never know.
Compatriot Cameron Percy fired a third-round 68 on the shortened TPC Four Seasons course to be 4 shots back in a tie for 11th. And Chelsea boss Jose Mourinho has promised to play a full-strength side when the Premier League champs meet Sydney FC on Tuesday night. The squad flew into Australia this morning.
Zero in on your small business at Xero.com. Beautiful online accounting software. Start a free trial at Xero today. That's Xero with an X.
The Triple M Footy Gamecast showers now falling 15 degrees at the MCG thanks to Master Builders, unbeatable leaders of the building industry. For details, go to mbav.com.au. Coming up, Schwatter goes one-on-one with Boomer Harvey as we count down to the Kangaroos and Magpies for McDonald's. Triple M rocks football.
Billy Brownless and James Brayshaw. The Rush Hour, where sport...
No doubt. And I'm not saying this, I think the GWS have got enough talent to win a flag within 5 years. That's how good I think they are.
Meet stupid.
And then Geelong yesterday went down and I was doing a bit of coaching with the young fellas.
Yeah,
Tell you what, that might be my go. I've been looking for something, Jim. I didn't realise I could bring the young boys together like I did.
I reckon you would have been absolutely useless.
They got beaten.
Yeah.
The Rush Hour, back tomorrow from 3.
For Buy Property Direct.
Triple M.
If you want to be the best, you need to train with the best. It's Commando Steve here. I have no doubt that Sage Institute of Fitness is the best because they go further for you. They have career agents on the road every day talking to industry about what they need from their PTs. They're developing their diploma for the industry, so you'll become a personal trainer in demand. Study now, pay later with Vet Fee Help. It's the best qualification out there, so no excuses. Call Sage Institute of Fitness on 1300 664 664.
Some websites are just a copy.
of a copy of a copy of a copy. Cut out the copycat Me Too websites and talk to Sites and Stores. Our sites start from just $397 at online stores from just $797. And we design from scratch, so yours will be one of a kind. So why settle for vaguely familiar? Get boldly original with Sites and Stores. 1300 796 530. That's 1300 796 530. Or visit getarealquote.com.au.
In 2015, the Triple M Bendix Brakes Call team rocks football. Crown Bet, the game just changed. This footy season, if you're placing a bet, remember, always gamble responsibly. Holden, the Holden Colorado, with unbeaten 3.5-tonne towing. It's muddy beautiful. Bob Jane T-Marts, the tyre and wheel specialist. Bob Jane T-Marts, we won't be beaten on price. In 2015, Triple M rocks football.
My wife's got a gambling problem. Nobody realised just how bad it had gotten, including me. I don't want anyone to think differently about her. I'm not sure they'd understand. I'm not sure that I understand. There are times I wonder if it's something I've done. I really don't know how to handle it.
It's not just gamblers who need support. It's those around them. For support, advice and counselling, visit gamblershelp.com.au. Authorised by the Victorian Responsible Gambling Foundation, Melbourne. Spoken by F. McGree and M. High.
Anytime, anywhere, 1-3 Cabs will get you there. Anytime, anywhere, 1-3 Cabs will get you there.
1-3 Cabs, 1-3 Cabs, 1-3 Cabs, 1-3 Cabs.
1-3 Cabs will get you there.
Taxi Tracker helps you feel secure in a taxi. Download Taxi Tracker with your 1-3 Cabs app. Take photos of the cab licence, press send, and we've got you covered.
1-3 Cabs, 1-3 Cabs, 1-3 Cabs, 1-3 Cabs.
Anytime, anywhere, 1-3 Cabs will get you there. I'm getting sick and tired of my Bentley garage door. I think I need a service from Best Doors.
When your garage door needs a service for any reason, call the experts in service. Best Doors. When you call Best Doors to service your old, slow, noisy, rattling or just plain busted garage door, we promise to beat any competitor's service price. Guaranteed. See bestdoors.com.au.
Best Doors, Best Doors.
The McDonald's McCafe.
Triple M rocks football. This is the Sunday Rub.
Marine hot water heaters. If your hot water needs replacing, accept nothing less than Australia's best. Install the Ream.
We're at the G for the Sunday Rub, and we're loving it. Swat up. Jay-Z, myself, Brian Taylor here as well. Mark Howard to join us a little bit later on. Spoke to the Doc before. Doc Rowan White was also with us. Let's go around the grounds for the TAC, Jay-Z.
It's a comeback from St Kilda, BT. They only trail by 4 points to Brisbane, 44-40. Halfway through the second quarter. Spuds, mob going okay up there.
Yep. Swat has gone down to the North Melbourne rooms to have a chat with Harvey. We look forward to that in just a moment as we welcome Spud
Great to be here, Brian.
to the box at the G. Looking forward to this game, Spud?
Yeah, looking forward to the game, Brian. And look, I was having a beautiful lunch with Anita and got the late call up. And
down there at the Brighton pub, was it?
No, I've just found out she's gone shopping and bought a lounge suite worth about 3.5 large. So I'll tell you what,
So
it
you
want
will-
to be a good game.
You'll come out of today on the negative.
On the negative big time, Brian. So,
Very nice.
wowee.
Let's get down to Swatter. He has gone down to the North Melbourne rooms, involved in their preparation down there at the moment, Swatter. And just paint the picture. What are you seeing inside the rooms?
Well, Brian, I'd like to paint the picture, but 282 league games, back-to-back best and fairest when the King was at his peak, and I thought that I could just roll in here, but can you believe this? The Kangaroos doorman actually asked me for my ID and accreditation before I could walk back in the room.
Did you just have a little bit of a slight snarl with him?
A little bit.
Puppy dog eyes, Swatter?
No, not at all. Just reminded him who I was and how good I was back in the Kangaroos. But I managed to get my way into the room. We're very close towards serious time here.
You're in the dunny at the moment. You sound like you're in the cubicle, mate.
But when Brad Scott walks by and just gives you the glit in the eye, Spud, you just be very quiet, mind your P's and Q's. I can see Carl Delina over in the background.
You're a two-time BNF,
I
mate.
know I
Own
am,
it.
Brian.
Own it.
They need to remember who I am. I see Lee Tudor, who was a great drinking mate of ours back in the day when the Duck was doing his thing. They're all getting really geared up. So we got Shawnee Higgins over there. We got Drew Petrie in the background getting ready. Sam Gibson's walking up. But right now, boys, it is a pleasure to have the little man beside me here. He debuted in 1996, and I speak of Boomer Harvey. Welcome, Boomer.
Good. Thanks for having me, Swatter.
Just want to get your thoughts about today's game. Bit of form. I'll get the serious stuff out of the way shortly. But old man Fletch, 400 games last night. I mean, you're only 8 games away from that yourself. What do you think about Dustin Fletcher and what he's managed to achieve? Because you're not that far away from doing the same thing.
No, you're right. And I was lucky enough just to sit at home last night on the couch on a cold night with the heater on and watch a little bit of the footy and seeing how the whole thing unfolded. And it was good. I thought it was fantastic the way they honoured Fletch. I think he started 3 years before me, so I've caught him, which is pleasing as well. But he's been suspended probably 100 of those games, so yeah.
You been suspended?
Yeah, a little bit of late. Got a bit grumpy as I got older, sort of.
Yeah. Don't like the tags?
No one likes the tags, but mate, I'm from the northern suburbs, so if I get a little bit, I like to give a little bit back.
You're not from the northern suburbs.
Yeah, mate, Preston is the north.
You moved out to Yarramback, where big money people spend their donuts.
Preston, when I grew up, I was in Preston.
When was the last time you were back in Preston?
On Friday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Got lost?
No, building a couple of houses out there.
Hey, of course you are. Hey, a lot of attention gets put to Wayne Carey, and rightly so.
Yep.
Who were some of the other great players that you played with, Boomer, along the journey?
Yes,
like some real great players that used to play a lot through the middle of the ground.
Yeah, obviously Shannon Grant, Adam Simpson, Anthony Stevens, those names spring to mind pretty quickly.
Anthony Rocky.
Rocky, of course.
Hey, big game of footy today, but not going to help your cause with the skipper not coming up today.
Yeah, obviously his thumb from last week or his hand, whatever it is, it's still a little bit sore, and he couldn't quite tackle and grab the ball properly on Friday, so I think they just thought the best case scenario to give him another week, and next week he'll be 100%, but Brad doesn't like carrying blokes, in at 70 or 80%, and that's certainly what Andrew would have been at.
Form line's been a bit up and down. Last week was disappointing. Yeah. What can we expect as Kangaroo support? This is a massive game against another team that's in a similar position. Yeah,
and I mean, we're at the MCG today too, which is the home of football. We love being out here, and I guess the disappointment from last week, you got to hold that inside you, and nobody likes losing, but certainly not losing like that. I mean, they're a great team too. Fremantle Dockers, probably the best team in the competition at the minute. So we need to get back to our heart inside, Cunnington, Zeeble, Gibson, these type of guys, win the ball in close and give guys, Higgins, myself, these type of guys some spreading power, but we've got to win the ball in close, and that's what we've been speaking about during the week.
Do you think you can get an advantage given the height and the marking options that you've got inside forward 50?
Well, I thought yes, but now that it's raining outside, I've just been told it might not be a huge advantage, but I mean, we've got to give the forwards, Drew, Brownie and also Jared Waite, because if we can kick the ball in there 55 plus times, we give them a massive opportunity, but of late we're a little bit inconsistent in that area as well. We're getting it in 42, 43 times. There's just probably not enough opportunities to kick a winning score for us.
Pendlebury Swan, they're big name players for big occasions. Do you tag one of them, and if so, who may it be?
We'll find out in about 15 minutes when we go into the meeting, but I would like to think so. I think Pendlebury's the one you go to. Swan gets the ball no matter what, and Pendlebury's the really good ball user. So you want to shut him down.
We're just going to go upstairs. Jay-Z from the Herald Sun would like to ask you one question. Jay-Z.
Hey Boomer, you moved to half back. Can you tell us some background behind that? Why have you moved into the defensive half?
Well, I guess the last couple of pre-seasons I've actually trained there, but then we've had the personnel out in the park, and Lukey McDonald wasn't playing the other week, Jamie McMillan wasn't playing the other week. They wanted to play Sean Atley up on the wing, and of course we got Sean Higgins into the team who can play that half forward role. So, well, I actually said to Brad, I said, do I need to be worried? The next spot's out of the team, and he said certainly not. We've actually got some flexibility in there now to play you off half back and use the ball. So it's not I went down there, I tried to earn the respect from the boys, and I don't think I had too many goals kicked on me. So, but I think it was I think you'll see me more up forward this next couple of weeks.
Good luck today, Boomer. Spud Frawley here.
Thanks,
with Collingwood. Do your tag Scott Pendlebury? We know he's been in outstanding form.
Yeah.
Or do you go head to head?
It's a tricky one because, I think he's going to have 25 touches anyway, even if you do tag him. So do you try to hurt him offensively, play a Jack Zeeble on him who can get forward and kick a couple of goals himself? So, like I said, I think the coaches were still debating that on Friday, so we'll go in there now and we'll have the magnets on the board and we'll find out who's playing on him.
Boomer's got to go, boys. Sorry about that. So I really appreciate Boomer Harvey coming up. The real reason why Boomer's got to go is because Spud asked a question I asked about 2 questions ago. So thanks very much for joining us, Boomer.
Thanks, boys. Thanks, Swatter.
Very nice. Swatter, just a little bit too jovial down there.
I thought it was. He got ahead of himself, I reckon. He smelled the liniment down there, Jay-Z.
He's speaking loud. He's disrespecting the environment.
Really excited, wasn't he?
He's had a crack at the doorman because the doorman didn't know him. I mean,
he had to go down there as a Triple M colleague, not as a former gun player of the Kangaroos. I think there was a fair bit of wobble about him, Brian.
Swatter, you're kidding yourself, mate.
We'll have a good chat to him when he gets back. But I must admit, I was looking at for around the grounds, Brian, for TAC. So the Saints have actually playing really good football in the second quarter. It's 52-50 in the Saints' favour, so pretty good game up there.
Second quarter, 6 minutes to go in that second quarter up there. Thank you, Swatter, down in the North Melbourne rooms. Very nicely done down there. Not such a whispering Swatter, a very loud, obnoxious,
too upbeat for me.
Operator that would have really, if I was the coach, disturbed me greatly. This is the Sunday Rub. Collingwood and North, McDonald's, Triple M rocks football.
Only Triple M's Rush Hour covers every angle of footy on your drive home.
Forward, back, midfield, the lot.
All the big news.
Suddenly, WADA have come in and gone, we want to look at this ourselves.
The offer that was put to the players at 2 stages last year. Do you take 2 matches and make it all go away?
Looks really good now, doesn't it?
All the big stars.
Jordan Lewis.
Louis, welcome. Good to be here.
Hello, Swanee.
Hey, boys.
Plus JB and Billy.
I never suffered from concussion, I reckon. I'm just dopey, I think.
The Rush Hour. For Buy Property Direct. Weekdays from 3. Triple M.
Now's a really good time to load up on tools.
We stock Makita, DeWalt, AEG, Bosch, all your well-known brands.
We've got all the tools to cover any sort of use.
We not only have tools that tradies come for, that we also have for the DIY, the handyman, someone that only just does something, maybe once a year.
If you're looking for a tool, we've got it at the lowest price. Having all the known brands in one area, getting the lowest price every time is definitely a big advantage.
It's the best tool for your job at the lowest price. Lowest prices are just the beginning.
Due to circumstances beyond their control, like breakdown of families and violence in the home, some young people find themselves with nowhere to go. The longer they're out there, the more certain their future becomes, and the harder it is to break the cycle of homelessness. Help the Salvation Army change a life before it becomes a lifetime. Call 13-SALVOS to donate to the Red Shield Appeal and help end homelessness now. Over $60 million in laptops, desktops, all-in-one computers and tablets must go. Harvey Norman's $60 million computer clearance. Android tablets from $48. Laptops from just $275. Intel Core laptops from just $494. All-in-one computers from $396. And quad-core desktops from just $348. Over $60 million worth of computers must go. Harvey Norman computer clearance. Do not miss out.
In 2015, the Triple M Bendix Breaks Call team rocks football. Crown Bet, the game just changed. This footy season, if you're placing a bet, remember, always gamble responsibly. Holden, the Holden Colorado, with unbeaten 3.5-tonne towing. It's muddy beautiful. Bob Jane T-Marts, the tyre and wheel specialist. Bob Jane T-Marts, we won't be beaten on price. In 2015, Triple M rocks football.
Store it, save it, move it, keep it, store it with Storage King.
There are clear-cut signs you're living with a hoarder. Old newspapers from historical events clutter the shed. VHS tapes are still in your living room? But the true tipping point is finding an old third-place ribbon for an egg and spoon race from 1985. Small items or large, clean up your stuff at home and take it to Storage King.
Call 1-800-STORAGE today and let Storage King give you back some space.
With Storage King.
Wanted, dead or alive. Any no-good, good-for-nothing, mangy pressure cleaner. Your reward, stranger? 1,000 buckaroonies. Yep, bring in your old pressure cleaner to Spitwater. Claim your $1,000 trade-in and upgrade to a brand spanking new pressure cleaner package. Y'all better get cracking here. It's for limited time only. Call 1-300-SPITWATER now. Conditions apply. Spitwater, that's what it does.
The McDonald's McCafe.
Triple M rocks football.
This is the Sunday Rub.
Marine hot water heaters. If your hot water needs replacing, accept nothing less than Australia's best. Install Marine.
Collingwood home game today. They play North. We're at the G. That's where we are. Spud's just walked in. Swatter's with us. Jay-Z, Jay Clark is also here on Triple M football. Let's go around the grounds for the TAC.
The Saints, they're on a comeback. They're up by 8 points, 9-4-58 to 8-2-50. Up at the Gabba, nearing half-time.
Just a thought, boys. Don't take any offence to it. Just on the Malthouse Trig bets thing of last week. I know it's old news now, and that's why we've put it where... The AFL, correct me if I'm wrong, had a 2-day probe and found no evidence supporting Mick's statement that Eddie had been stitched up 18 months out, as Trigg said. Really? So Adelaide were always going to keep evidence, were they, of this? Eddie's manager was going to keep written evidence of illegal arrangements, was he? And of course, Mick, he would have recorded it, wouldn't he? Because, you know, that's what you do in those sort of things. And Stephen Trigg, Adelaide's dead man walking CEO, was naturally going to have all of the illegal evidence scattered over his walnut desk, wasn't he? That was going to be there, so when they walked in, given his dubious history, the investigators would go, there it is, yes, of course. Give me a break. So what does the media do? Led by Caro Spud. They believe. Why, you ask? Because that's what they wanted. They wanted Mick to be tainted, Spud. They didn't want to follow the real story, and I still believe the real story was that happened. But none of those groups are going to tell the AFL that it happened. Of course they're not. They're breaking the rules. And so what do you do, Jay-Z, as part of your job in the written press? You back away and go, no, it's better to whack Mick than find out the real truth about that.
That's not true.
You're
Mick Malthouse.
What's your take on it, Jay-Z?
What he should have said is that 18 months in advance, Adelaide identified and were very confident of getting Eddie Betts, and that's exactly what happened.
Well,
it wasn't stitched up. The deal wasn't done.
That's what
but they're in a very, very good position. So the terminology "stitched up" possibly wasn't 100% correct.
No different to when Ablett left Geelong. He was stitched up 12 months earlier, and there's probably a Lockie Henderson now that's pushing on some. He's probably stitched up now verbally. There's no difference. What's the problem?
Well, it's just the terminology. Clubs are allowed to talk to players.
Do you doubt that happened?
I think a long way out, Eddie was pretty sure
so
of going
why
to
aren't
Adelaide.
you, as a journo, now writing and following up on that?
Who's Eddie's manager?
Because I'll tell you why. Because you've whacked Mick, and that's all you wanted.
Well, Mick backtracked himself. He said Stephen Trigg did nothing wrong. Remember in the interview, very hard hitting from Gerard Whateley, he got the truth out.
I've had enough, Spud.
But it's interesting in player movements at the moment, guys, and Mick did shed some light on it in saying that clubs are so much more aggressive now, aren't they? That, you know, what a contract's worth. Once upon a time, back in your day, Spud, and your day, BT, if you had a contract, that's where you were going to be at that club for that amount of time. But at the moment, last year, we saw Dane Beams leave under contract. We saw Ryan Griffin leave under contract. We saw Paddy Ryder leave under contract.
Boyd.
And at the moment, clubs are ignoring it.
Big one, Boyd.
Yeah, Boyd, exactly. If we need a player, whether he's contracted or not, we're going after him. The market's shifted, BT.
Just so happens we have a leading player manager on the line, Tom Petoro from Stride Sport, manages Rance and Selwood and our own Jakey, the push-up king. He's got plenty in the stable down there. Tom, we appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Brian. How you going, guys?
This stuff doesn't happen, Tom, 18 months out while they're still under contract, does it?
Oh, it doesn't happen with Stride clients, that's for sure, Brian. I'm not aware of blokes being stitched up 18 months out.
Is it okay to have talks, though? And I don't mean the player, I mean you on behalf of your clients to have talks? Because let's face it, you've got a plan.
Oh, definitely. And clubs are far more aggressive now than they have been. So clubs are now, because as you see it, most of the bigger name players will sign early in the season or late the year before. So if I look at our list now as to guys who are out of contract next year that may be a free agent, we would have already, registered some interest from people, but that's only clubs doing their due diligence.
So that's 15 to 18 months in advance that clubs are touching base with you, seeing what the players are thinking next year, what they might be open to?
Yeah, and I think it's a little bit of planning by the clubs to say, well, look, if Cale Hooker's looking to move at the end of next year, he's a free agent, would he come to Perth or would he move to Brisbane, or has he got an interest in moving? Is he happy at Essendon? And I think because you bring in, and when you're talking about elite talent, you're bringing in a player that takes up, say, 7.5% of your salary cap. I think that they've got to do some planning on who they recontract this year, whether they give guys 2-year deals, 1-year deals, as well as what money they spend this year to make sure that they're freed up for the end of next year to bring a player in.
So, Tommy, just because a player has a contract, does it mean they're definitely off the table?
No, I don't think it means they're off the table, but I think that let's look at last year's trade period in isolation. Dane Beams had the issue with his father not being well, so he had a need to get back to Queensland. Paddy Ryder obviously had some probably traumatic experiences through Essendon and wanted to have a fresh start. Ryan Griffin, had sort of lost love with the game and needed to get out of Melbourne. So they were three guys who moved under contract, but there were some other circumstances. I don't look at players and think, well, no, we can move whenever we feel like it. I think that 90% of players still want to honour their contract.
Yeah, they do, Tom, but my nephew in particular, James, he never signed a contract last year. He's obviously a free agent because of the back-end loading of his contract, and in the end, he had a choice to go to another club, and it was probably done a lot earlier than what people make out. Now, I didn't get involved in it at all, and nor should I, but the point I'm trying to make is now Rance still hasn't signed for Richmond, for supporters out there. He's obviously a magnificent player. He hasn't signed, and history says if you haven't signed by now, you're really going to move. And, you know, the precedent's there. And I'm sure you'll want him to stay at Richmond, and Richmond will give him a good offer. But the Richmond supporters and the Richmond Football Club would be getting tow with the fact that Rance hasn't signed yet.
Oh, and no doubt they'd be getting toey, but because, you know, he's in All-Australian form again. I think Alex has been pretty honest publicly saying that he's still weighing up the decision as to whether he wants to play or not next year. So I think that there's a little bit more to this one than just a player weighing up what offers are out there.
You mean whether he wants to play full stop?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And that's been reported a couple of months back. Obviously, by the way he plays and how passionate he goes about it, it's hard for people to look at it and say, well, why would he not want to play? But commitments of AFL footy and the speculation and within the game now makes players have a little bit of a choice and say, well, do I still want to keep doing this or don't I? And I think with Alex in particular, Richmond released a statement about 3 weeks ago saying that we were both Richmond, myself and Alex were in continual discussions. We'll continue to have those discussions. We won't play them out publicly. And when we're in a position to make a decision, then we will. But by saying all that, the contract ends October 31, Spud. It's, what are we, almost into June now. We've still got 5 or 6 months to weigh up a decision. I don't know the rush.
Yep. He's playing magnificent football at the moment, and certainly Brisbane is another interested party. Tommy, now you've got a young crop of little draft prospects coming through this year with Ballack, Cole, Dylan Smith. Jack Silvani's an interesting one. Where do you see him in the pecking order at the moment? Because his father is the head of list management at the Carlton, and Steve Silvani said he's going to remove himself entirely from those discussions. But tell us, how is Jack Silvani coming along? He's been playing some very good football of late.
Yeah, Jack's sort of settling in. He's probably 190, 191 centimetre defender who's been playing a little bit forward as well. So he's probably still finding his feet. He's a late December-born kid, so he'll be 17 even at the time of the draft. Yep. So he's still got a hell of a lot of upside.
Yeah. Is he sort of second, third round? Is he sitting in the middle pack, do you reckon?
I would think so. It's an interesting pool. I saw that Plough today released the top 20. And
I reckon he could get better than that, Tom, by the time he matures a little bit more. I've seen him play a lot of footy this year. He's played a couple of good games, played a couple of poor games as well. But I reckon he could get better than that, Tom.
And I hope so, BT. I think the thing with Jack is, as I said, he's a 17-year-old December-born kid. So he's almost a year younger than most of the guys in this draft. The other thing, too, is he hasn't been in the elite pathway program till this year. So Sauce has held him back. He's got so much upside. He's got to get a stronger body and he's got to get his run up. But his ability to read the game and his foot skills are, elite. So time will tell with Jack. In terms of Sauce has been really professional. My discussions have been more with Andrew McKay than Steve Silvani. He wants to be removed from it so he's not compromised in the selection process.
Nice work, Tom. Tom Petoro joining us from Stride Sports. Appreciate your time. Thanks very much for joining us.
Thanks, guys. Have a good day.
Yeah, nice work, Tom. I've been down and watched young Silvani play. Are they playing him in sort of a lead-up, present-up forward role? And a couple of times I saw him.
He's a bit like his old man.
He's got the same legs. There's no doubt about that. And obviously he's going to mature a lot more. But I tell you what, when I watched him play, and, so often parents, they look for the wrong thing in what they think their son's got to have 30 possessions. Silvani wasn't going to have 30 possessions, but he did 10 things, and he did 6 of them like no one else could do it the way he did it.
And that was what Sauces was like. He could go forward and kick goals, but as a backman, he'd had 10 disposals and be one of the better players on the ground.
Yeah. As a father, lads, how difficult must this situation be for Sauce to not be able to have some sort of say on your son's future? His worth.
Well, you just heard Tom Petoro say that he'd held him back from the elite pathway. So Sauce is having plenty of say, but nothing publicly.
And Andy McKay would be doing the dealings, but knowing Sauce like I do, there'd be a fair bit of talk with Sauce and Andrew before it goes back to Tom.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
And I think Joe would have a little bit to say about it as well.
Let's go around the grounds for the TAC, JZ.
Hey, it's the Saints by 10 points up at the Gabba. Your mob, Spud 9-6-60, leading the Lions 18. Nicky Rewalt with 3 goals. Armitage with 2 goals and 18 disposals as well. Little Louis Taylor with 18 touches for the Lions.
Swatter's back with us from the rooms. Nice work down there, Swatter. Just not so loud next time.
I thought you were up.
You can't go down there.
You were up, weren't you?
It's been a long time since I've been back in that. Lots of it. A little bit of smelling salts. Grippo, put the Grippo on the hands. Even got the end with Drew Petrie for a couple.
Walked in there like you were the two-timer.
I didn't walk in there, Brian.
And you just shouted everyone down and you demanded attention.
I did remind the bloke on the door just the history of the career.
Just before we leave the recruiting thing and the trade and all that, Dane Beams, you wanted to say something about him?
Well, we spoke to Nick Maxwell throughout the week, and it was his opinion that Collingwood are going to win this trade, that Dane Beams trade. Now, when he signalled to Collingwood that he would want to walk out at the end of the year, go Brisbane, be closer to his father.
Still an if, I would have thought.
We all thought that could be a devastating blow for the Collingwood engine room. But they got pick 5, which is Jordan De Goey. They got pick 25, which is Levi Greenwood.
Oh, he hasn't played.
And they got Jack Crisp. Now, Jack Crisp's form, fellas, is going very well. I would have thought. Averaging 20 possessions, playing the opposition's best players.
Don't just paint the side of the picture that you want to win. Tell us how Dane Beams is going. What's he been averaging?
Dane Beams is going magnificently. Averaging 27 possessions. I think he's had 15 to this point, Spud, so going well up there. It's a 3-for-1 deal that I think in 5 years' time we're going to think that this was actually a win for the Collingwood football.
How old's Dane Beams?
24.
So he's 24.
24. Still very young.
I think you'll find he's older. I'll have a look.
Is he?
Yeah.
He's still got a bit of footy left in him, Dane Beams. I would have thought he's not in the old rack yet. I know, Jay-Z, you're a very modern, contemporary sort of operator, and you only think about anyone that's under 21. But he's a bloody good player, Dane Beams.
I think Collingwood fans come to the ground today. They're thinking Jordan De Goey, who's going to be a sub, can be the equal of Dane Beams. And that Derek Hine and Neil Baum and Nathan Buckley have actually turned what could have been a massive blow into a win for the Collingwood Football Club.
So how many games?
Are you with me, Spud? Are you with me?
Well, I think I am for the future, because Dane Beams is going to be retired in 6 or 7 years' time, and these guys are going to be 24.
Yeah, the thing is with Beams too, that he hasn't had the support. Tommy Rockcliffe has been injured and Hanley, so he's doing it by himself.
So we just throw a class player like Beams onto the scrap heap?
No, we don't at all.
You're a Collingwood man,
His
PC.
career hasn't started yet, and we're ending it.
I think the fact with Beams going to a lower club, if it was a club in the top 4, people would be saying, gee, why did we let Beams go? Because it's not hurting on the scoreboard, and the big scoreboard's the ladder. People tend to say, oh, look, Brisbane is still building, but if he went to a Hawthorn, Fremantle, or a Sydney Swans, and then top 3, they'd how in the hell did we let a guy like Dane Beams go? Because it's not hurting him on the scoreboard at the moment. I think people, even Collingwood people, say, oh, well, it's not really hurting us. But as I said, the big scoreboard's the ladder. I know where you're going from, Jay-Z, but you just can't let class players walk out, because you just don't want another class player at Collingwood saying, well, Dane Beam walked out last year, I might just follow suit. And you want it as a football club, and Neil Baum is one of the best footy ops, make sure there's no precedences there. And there is at the moment. So,
and I'm not sure that 100% of the reason was because of the illness of his father.
Well, what are you saying, BT?
All I'm saying exactly that. I'm not sure that 100% of the reason.
He's saying Buckley, you're saying the money?
No, I'm saying the old Kachinga Chinga.
Had stuff.
You know,
the 800.
Gee, that stuff smells good. I had a fair bit to do with Dano heading up north.
Well, Collingwood, obviously, while we're on this, they've, and Damien Barrett, and I know you're all over Jay-Z, with Treloar. Collingwood reportedly, 5 years at $750.
Yep.
And Warrior really doesn't go with stuff. And Barmy laughed it off, but Barmy laughing things off, he'll do that all the time.
Got to like that. Jay-Z backing up Purple, saying
that's interesting.
He's on the money.
Oh, it's 100%. And I think if you're Scott Pendlebury, you're saying to Derek Hine, you're saying, boys, get me a 22-year-old jet who I can feed out hand passes to, who can kick running goals, because that's what they need. It was maybe an Aish or a Trelaw, a Shield.
Would have been nice to have Beams there to farm it out to.
Well, now they've got the support. They've got DeGoey there as well.
He's
Nathan
very good.
Freeman,
These young players that they've got, Collingwood, are very, very good, and they've done well in the young department. Doesn't mean that you can't have mid-range age players and older players to complement. You can't have it all one way.
And I think when Brisbane get Hanley back and Rockcliffe back, we're going to see Beams at full flight then. He's had a bit of a niggle. He's going to play some sensational
quick scores
footy.
around the grounds, TAC style.
Yeah, it's St Kilda at half-time by 10 points. 9-6, 60 the Saints to Brisbane Lions. 8-2, 50. Nick Rewald having a day out for the St Kilda side.
The other side of the break in this Indigenous round of football, while it's raining here at the MCG, Tony Armstrong to come. Of course, with the Collingwood Football Club, previously Adelaide and Sydney, has been on the merry-go-round. Some to speak. Wayne Swass is with us, Danny Frawley is with us, and of course Jay Clark is also with us. And thanks to Ream Hot Water Services, this is the Sunday Rob from McDonald. Triple M rocks football.
Eddie's Desk is Melbourne's premier live music venue, and next week it hosts not one but two great acts. Tuesday, Birds of Tokyo. Wednesday, Kingswood. Don't miss Birds of Tokyo in Kingswood, live from Eddie's Desk next week on Triple M's Hot Breakfast.
Woolworths. Wow, that's cheap. Prices are cheap, cheap and staying cheap right across the store.
The new federal budget encourages small businesses to get moving. If your small business has an annual turnover less than $2 million, your company tax rate will be reduced by 1.5%. The budget also provides a 5% tax discount for small partnerships, sole traders and trusts up to $1,000. Because if small business prospers, so does our economy. Visit budget.gov.au. Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra. Spoken by Lee Perry.
Get a new Holden Colorado, and it won't look new for long. Sure, it'll be shinier than your granddad's bald scone when you first pick it up from the dealership. But like a tradie wearing brand new work boots to work, just doesn't look right. So take it off-road, give it heaps and get it dirty. And your new Colorado, with unbeaten 3.5-tonne towing and up to 500 newton metres of torque, will be looking muddy beautiful in no time. Holden, let's go there.
Footy season has started, and that means big demands on the washing machine. Dirt, mud, heavy, wet jerseys. It never ends. Get more done in less loads with big capacity machines at Harvey Norman. Select from Fisher & Paykel, LG, Samsung. 10 kilo plus capacity equals less loads, less water, and less of your time. Wash for the whole team in one load. We can even organise installation and removal of your old unit. Visit in-store or online. Harvey Norman. Big brands, bigger value.
In 2015, the Triple M Bendix Breaks Call team rocks football. Crown Bet, the game just changed. This footy season, if you're placing a bet, remember, always gamble responsibly. Holden, the Holden Colorado, with unbeaten 3.5-tonne towing. It's muddy beautiful. Bob Jane T-Marts, the tyre and wheel specialist. Bob Jane T-Marts, we won't be beaten on price. In 2015, Triple M rocks football.
On June 6 at 6 p.m., Beck Long was using a curling wand. She was on a date and on a roll. She was curling for her life. In her rush, she drops the wand amongst the tissues and powder puffs. She looked smoking, and so was the curling wand. While she was only singed by the flames of love, the wand did its magic and burnt her house down. Last year, unsafe mistakes caused 2,000 preventable fires in Victorian homes. Make a safe mistake instead. Visit safemistakezone.com.au. Authorised by the Victorian Government, Melbourne. Spoken by P. Goddard.
It's on again. The Aussie Disposal's up to 50% off winter sale. Save up to 50% on everything you need to keep you warm and dry this winter. Early bird end of financial year workwear deals on sale now. And every purchase goes into the draw to win a $5,000 Mount Buller snow holiday. For terms and conditions, visit aussiedisposals.com.au. Aussie Disposals up to 50% off sale on now.
Aussie Disposals for your outdoor adventure.
Shut up! The footy's on the radio! The McDonald's McCafe. Triple M rocks football.
This is the footy preview for Coates Hire. To win $10,000, upload your trick kick at coatehiretrickkick.com.au.
Stand under the ream, Spud, and let the hot water just flood all over your body.
Yeah, magnificent, Brian.
Just the endless storage supply or the continuous operation you've got at home? Which one?
The continuous with 4 girls, BT. It's got to be because half an hour each.
Pruning going on.
It's no good. It's no good. You got to queue up. There's actually a timetable. There's still 2 showers there. 3, actually.
There's the full-length mirror going on there.
Come on, Brian. Settle down.
And are they all married off, Spud?
No, they're not at all, Brian. They're not at all.
Move on.
One's coming back from America, thank God.
Look at the arm, look at the posture. Defensive, Captain Defensive.
Been over there for 2 years, so we're a little bit worried there for a while, but she's coming back. And Danielle's 19 and Keely's 14, so...
Keely, anyway. Wanted to go out with a 19-year-old soon, won't you?
Yeah, well, anyway. She's a bit of a head kicker, Keely. Change the topic, Brian.
Very good. Jay-Z, let's go around the grounds for the TAC.
It's half-time and it's St Kilda Spuds mob up by 10 points BT. 9-6-60 to Brisbane, 8-2-50 at the Gabba.
Jay Clark with us, Danny Frawley with us, Wayne Swass with us, myself, Brian Taylor here as Triple and Rocks football. In the lead up to this big game, Collingwood and North Melbourne, a home game for Collingwood today, and we now welcome a guy that's playing at the Collingwood Football Club. Tony Armstrong joins us, and welcome to the commentary box, Tone.
Thanks, BC. Good to be here.
Put it on. I know Tony very well. For you boys that don't know, here in the commentary box, Tone went to Assumption College, very good student up there of a school of which I'm connected with because my sons happened to go to Assumption College, and one of them went to school in Tony's year. And you would have rated him not a great scholar, Tony.
Yeah, no, he was very studious.
What were you like,
Tone? Go. Sorry?
What were you like as a scholar?
Had potential. Yeah, I think. Just probably didn't apply myself.
And you lived at BT's place for a while, is that right?
I was basically on the weekends, yeah.
And was he grumpy? What was he like? Like inside?
Hospitable?
He's right here, so I've got to be nice.
No, give us the truth. We want the truth.
Give
I
us
was
the
pretty
full
scared
truth,
of BT. Still am.
Just remember, it could come back and hurt you.
How does he go as a father figure, Tony, when you're sort of playing on the weekend and BT says, hey, Tony, I just think you should have pushed a little bit wider on that occasion. How did you take on his footy feedback?
Oh, look, you probably listen to a bloke who kicked 100 in a year, don't you?
You do.
I did say
do you shoot anything while you're up there? Because normally the weapons come out.
Hey, come on.
Tone, how many times did he bring up the fact that he kicked 100? That's what I want to know.
Oh, just in passing, and he just insinuated, like he wouldn't actually say he kicked 100, but I was a good goal kicker back. Listen to me, I know how to do this.
I'd say something similar. Tone, get your head over the footy, mate. I kicked 100. And no, he's a very good young player. Played a couple of games at Riddles Creek with the boys, and also went through the footy factory, the Calder Cannons. How many games you play there?
Oh, I think like 2, maybe 3. Yeah, because Assumption College, they prefer you playing there. And then I broke my arm, so I couldn't play in the back half.
So I remember draft day for you. So you get drafted, Matty Grandell rings up and from the Adelaide Football Club, and Tone's just about to head off up to schoolies on the Gold Coast, right? And I think the draft was like the day before schoolies started or something like that. And Tone said to me, he said, can you ring Matty Rendell and ask him if it's okay if I go to schoolies?
I think that went down like a lead balloon.
Matty Rendell said, you tell him to get his ass to Adelaide tomorrow. So that was the end of that. And that was your introduction to professional football.
Oh, absolutely. You just got to make the right decisions, don't you? You got to put your career first. And that's just the way it is.
And so Adelaide, then on to Sydney, and now Collingwood. And how do you think you're placed right now, Collingwood? How many games you played this year? Half dozen? 4 or 5?
Yeah. I've played a few. No, I think we're going all right. Like it's early in the year. We've got to beat teams like North Melbourne if we want to get to where we want to go. So I think today will be a really good test.
You're a young Indigenous man, and you've had a different story to a lot. Just tell us in a sort of a nutshell your story from perhaps just the pre-football days to now.
Oh, well, single mum, only child, didn't know my father, who's the Indigenous one, so I don't really have any of my story.
Yep. And so you've been searching for that along the way?
Yeah, I've been searching for that along the way, and Andrew McLeod really helped me with that when I first got to Adelaide.
So you lived with Andrew for a while?
No. He was my mentor.
Right.
And we kind of paired up the map of Australia with. Have you guys seen the map of Indigenous Australia? And they have all the different tribes.
Yep.
And we kind of paired them up, and I'm from out the back of Burke, and that's where we found my tribe and all that sort of stuff. So it's kind of just been I'm basically an Indigenous man with an Anglo-Saxon upbringing, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does make sense. So how has that been? Has that been difficult for you, the fact that Anglo upbringing and now you're being immersed and trying to find answers from your background?
It can be tough, because like at times you might feel like you're a bit of a fraud, like you're Indigenous, but you don't have your story and you don't know where you're from and all that sort of stuff. But as I've gotten older and I guess I'm more comfortable in myself, I've been able to, look into it and really become a proud Indigenous man, which is what I am.
And so you look at the likes of your leaders in this game, on this particular platform, which is footy, like Adam Goods and Longy before him and all of those guys. Are you happy for those guys to lead you? Do you want to have your own voice? How do you handle the whole situation?
Oh, you've just got to be the best person you can be, I guess, and regardless of whether you're Indigenous or not. If you're an upstanding citizen, just a good guy, I think people will follow you. And with guys like Goodsy, Mickey O, Paddy Ryder,
he's a beauty, Mickey O.
He's unreal. Like all these type of guys, it's just we're so lucky that they've kind of paved the way.
You didn't come on any of the Toyota tours with Spud and I, with Mickey O, did you?
No.
Mickey O promotion.
Is it fair to say, Tony, that when you were brought to Collingwood, it wasn't just necessarily for your own on-field playing performance? You were brought as part of a mentoring role. Yourself and Quinton Lynch, I believe, at the same time. Can you tell us about how much of your place at the club is also, nurturing, helping bring the young players at Collingwood underneath you?
Oh, I think that's just part of everyone's role. Like at all the good clubs with all the good cultures, everyone just tries to help each other out, and I guess that is part of my role. It's one of my strengths, I guess, empathy and all that sort of stuff. So, yeah.
So the footy. Yeah. Now, half-back flanker, sort of back pocket. You're a good kick. That's your attribute, is that you can really kick the footy well.
Yeah.
And you're a good link-up player and you read the play really well. Is that where you see yourself, and is that the role you see yourself playing at Collingwood?
Yeah, absolutely. Like especially in the modern game, you need to be able to hold on to possession, because a lot of goals are scored on turnover. So it's a very important role, and that's
what
that's
about
the type
body
of role
strength, Tony? You're built like a matchstick, mate. You've got to be able to, you could be coming up against someone like Spud, who's a brute. How are you going to hold him off?
Just head over the ball beats.
Or Swatter, who's trying to give you an uppercut underneath the pack.
Brian.
Come on, Swatter. That's
coming
what happened,
from you.
wasn't it?
No, not at all. Not at all.
It must be exciting playing in the back half with Collingwood, because they're a young, inexperienced team in that defensive, and Ben Hart's done a really good job, as Bucks has. So there's a lot of potential there, isn't there?
Oh, absolutely. I reckon in terms of a whole group, games played together, it'd be stuff all. So so it's just good to be part of a group that's growing together, and we've got some really good talents down there too.
Hey, 3 clubs, 3 different game styles. Which game style would suit the way that you like to play your footy best?
Probably Collingwood's, to be honest. Like we like to give it to the users, and obviously that's one of my attributes. So I really like the way Collingwood play. Probably have to say that too. Don't you?
You would have seen Adam Goods' celebration against Carlton on Friday night, Tony. What was your take of that?
Oh, I just thought it was a great moment. It was a man who's proud of his culture, just expressing it.
Are you inspired by these sorts of something like that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's just such a great leader, and as I touched on before, he's not only just a good leader, like he's a quality guy with really good morals, and for him to come out and do that, to come outside himself and just show the world his culture, I thought it was great.
Are you disappointed by some of the reaction? I mean, some people are clearly uncertain about what Adam Goods did. What do you make of the people who don't know how to process it, or unsure, or don't like it?
Well, I just think that's an education thing. The more people learn about it, the more pro Adam Goods I think they'll be.
Well, Tone, good luck with the footy. What are you out because of just opportunity at the moment? Or are you out because of injury?
Opportunity.
I always say that. Opportunity, yes. Very nice indeed. Tony, appreciate you coming in and talking to us today. Spud, you got no further questions for Tony? You're all done?
I'm very... he's well-spoken, Tony.
He is a well-spoken young man.
He's well-respected in the AFL community, Brian.
In a nutshell, BT, we just spoke about Jack Crisp and Jordan De Goey. In a nutshell, how are those boys going?
Yeah, great. Well, you look at the way Crispy's playing at the moment. He's not only taken the opposition's best player, he's given us some drive offensively as well. And Jordan De Goey, first year, he's a great size. And attacks the ball really hard.
Just trying to
validate his argument.
He agrees with me that Collingwood won the Dean Bean trade. Well done, Tony. Very good.
Hey, you should have prefaced your question with that. Hey, let me up the garden path.
Tone, you wouldn't have heard this just a while ago, but Swatter, who's a two-time BNF at North Melbourne and one time at Sydney, went down to the North Melbourne rooms just a few moments ago to interview Brent Harvey in the environment of getting ready to play, and the doorman said, "Who are you?" as a two-timer, and he barged his way.
He has lost his feathers, Tone.
Then he got into the rooms and he was loud and obnoxious. Just if you could just give in a sentence the comparison of someone like Swatter entering North Melbourne and perhaps me entering Collingwood. How that goes.
Well, it's just you walk in and it's just
just doors
golden handshake, doors open.
It's the Maxwell.
You don't
Maxwell
open doors,
smart.
do you?
It just keep
happens.
open. Very nice. Tony Armstrong, join us on Triple M Football.
Guys.
Appreciate your time. We're going to take a break quickly around the grounds for the TAC.
Saints by 7 points midway through the third quarter at the Gabba BT.
This is the Sunday rub here for McDonald's. Triple M rocks football.
Billy Brownless and James Brayshaw. The Rush Hour, where sport meets stupid.
Dyson Apple, tell us about F45.
It's, I guess, all based around group training and functional training and
circuit-based, low-impact training.
Yeah, no doubt.
Core, you do the core because I've been doing that of late.
No, I mean the core work, Bill. You love it, eh?
Look, can't you tell?
Oh, I can, mate. Far out.
Strong through the core now.
Have you seen anything like that, Dyson? Oh, it's a bloody specimen, isn't it?
The Rush Hour, back tomorrow from 3.
For Buy Property Direct.
Triple M.
The best Trident ever has landed with a 5-star ANCAP safety rating and up to 23% more torque from 20% less fuel. It's perfect for helping mates make a quick getaway. Like Tomo here, who's stuck at this vegan health retreat with his missus. Poor bugger. Must be starving.
Oh, it's a Mitzi.
You bet it is, mate. Jump in.
Oh, nice.
Drop into your Mitsubishi dealer and test drive the best Trident ever today.
Up to 23% more torque from 20% less fuel on GLS and XE auto models.
Big day ahead? Start your day with Barocca Performance. It has a high dose of B vitamins and vitamin C, calcium, magnesium and zinc to help improve mental sharpness and physical energy throughout the day. Try the new Barocca Performance Mango and Orange 45s. It's just $17.99 at Chemist Warehouse. Big days start with Barocca. Always read the label, use only as directed. Chemist Warehouse. Lowest prices guaranteed.
In 2015, the Triple M Bendix Breaks Call team rocks football. Crown Bet, the game just changed. This footy season, if you're placing a bet, remember, always gamble responsibly. Holden, the Holden Colorado, with unbeaten 3.5-tonne towing. It's muddy beautiful. Bob Jane T-Marts, the tyre and wheel specialist. Bob Jane T-Marts, we won't be beaten on price. In 2015, Triple M rocks football.
If you don't have the right health insurance by June 30, it may cost you big time. So what do? You could just stick your head in the sand.
Which doesn't work very well.
Or contact iSelect. Our experts can explain how June 30 will affect you and compare policies to help you find great value cover. Call 13 19 20. Get the facts and get health insurance through iSelect by June 30. Oh, I'm never going to get the sand out of there.
Visit iselect.com.au to view a range of funds. We do not compare all products in the market.
Australians love radio. They love hearing the music, sharing opinions, visiting the websites, and even learning about things they might love to buy, like, say, a sexy new lounge.
It's a love thing.
In fact, listeners are 3 times more likely to buy the furniture and homeware brands they hear advertised on radio. So for all the ways radio can give your brand some king-size love, search radio. It's a love thing. Was I too sexy?
Due to circumstances beyond their control, like breakdown of families and violence in the home, some young people find themselves with nowhere to go. The longer they're out there, the more certain their future becomes, and the harder it is to break the cycle of homelessness. Help the Salvation Army change a life before it becomes a lifetime. Call 13-SALVOS to donate to the Red Shield Appeal and help end homelessness now.
Shut up! The footy's on the radio!
The McDonald's McCafe.
Triple M rocks football.
This is the footy preview for Coates Hire. To win $10,000, upload your trick kick at coateshiretrickkick.com.au.
Yeah, get on there and do that for our great mates at Coates Hire. $10,000 up for grab if you do upload your trick kick at coateshiretrickkick.com.au.
Just ran into the big Fevolution there. Nothing sticks to Fev, does it? Like he's had an indifferent week, hasn't he? Up there at Ovens and Murray. Just got all the interleague players and decided to go out till sort of.
Just got them in a bit of a team building.
Well, 2:30, 4 o'clock a.m. when you're playing the next day, Brian, as captain coach. Anyway, I'm looking forward to this next segment. I've been listening on a Sunday, and I do like it.
It's coming, but Jay-Z,
you've got something.
Oh, just quickly, I want to ask you about Paddy McCartan. Just in a nutshell, we haven't seen much of him in recent times. We know he's a diabetic and he's going to manage that, check his blood 2 or 3 times a quarter. But how's he going? How's his development down there at Seaford?
He's the classic example of a young player who's been able to do his own thing in the under-18s because of his size. And when you play at the pointy ends of the ground, and B2 will hopefully back me up here, when you're a youngster, you're playing against a guy like my nephew, 26 years of age, like strong bulls. So all of a sudden, his strength in the under-18s isn't anywhere near it should be at AFL level. So you imagine today playing on Nathan Brown, and Nathan Brown's going to beat him. But in 3 years' time, Paddy with 3 pre-seasons under his belt will be able to do that. So I think when you get drafted as a midfielder, you're one of 13 or 14. You can sort of just mesh in there and mould into the group. And Goddard's the same at St Kilda. He's going to play 200 games.
And it's okay to be on the fringe, isn't it?
And you've got to spot on, Brian.
Yeah.
So they've got to earn their spot. I think he probably, in hindsight, got a game a little bit too early.
Yep.
And there's no doubt the latter half of the season. But I wouldn't be disappointed if I was a Saints fan to see him in the VFL. He got knocked out yesterday, but the week before he kicked 5. So he can really play. He's a smart player. He's exactly what the Saints need, and he'll take over from Rewalt.
I just wonder where Spencer White and Tommy Lee are at. If McCartan's getting a game early on, it just sort of shows that those guys aren't coming on as quickly.
No, well, look, they're earning their stripes. They have to. And the thing about Alan Richardson is he's not afraid, and we saw that with Luke Beveridge yesterday. Like, he brought 6 in, dropped 4, there was 2 injuries.
Yep.
Richo's the same. It's all about form. And if you're playing well, consistently enough at the VFL, you'll get your opportunity. Now, unfortunately, those players haven't been able to do that, the 2 guys you talk about, and Spencer White. Although Tommy Lee's changed positions. They've put him down the back half, and he's showing some potential. He reads the ball really well, and he just needs to work on his body work a little bit. But I think there's a little bit of scope there for Tommy Lee.
The thing I like about Spud and St Kilda is that he's got to go to Seaford. And that's, I know you're a bit of a south of the Yarra man, Spud, but it's a long way to go.
It is a long way, Brian.
Yeah.
No, it takes a bit longer than I thought it would too. When the initial discussions would place, although it's not that far. But look, it is a long way. But in 2 years' time, Brian, it won't be that long.
No,
I know I may not be there, but
it'll be closer.
Great news to get back to Moorabbin. But look, Seaford's a great. It's a great. Facility.
It's not great, really.
Where it is probably it's in an industrial park. Let's face it. It's right near the freeway there. But
bit of salt air and a bit of messed up mush from the freeway.
He must be doing a great job, BT, because St Kilda currently lead the Lions by 19 points up at the Gabba.
Wow,
that's a big because it was 5. Was it 5 strip?
They were down.
5 to zip. Yeah. So anyway, but it's hot, so they'd want to have a good lead at 3/4 time.
No duck shoot today because let's face it, Duck's not here.
He's getting his knee drained or something, Brian, is he? And fluid on the knee?
Yes, apparently that's the case. So we're looking forward to the results of that being a nice positive result. And or is he on his way back from Tassie? I'm not sure which one it is. But anyway, this is a segment, Spud, that
I'm looking forward to this.
We call Tell Me Something I Don't Know. So don't come up with something that's already you've used yesterday or the day before. This is a very original operation where we all tell each other something that we don't already know, that we haven't read, seen or heard. And so, Jay-Z, you're going to kick us off.
Matthew Lloyd taking young Joe Danaher under his wing, being the goal-kicking coach, which you've done, BT. How do we think Lloydie's going, just quickly? He's doing a good job with young Joe.
I think he's improved.
Yeah. Didn't go so well last night. I can tell the Triple M family tonight that Matty Lloyd's future at the Essendon beyond this season is unclear, and he may be open, in fact, possibly leaning towards taking on another young budding goal kicker at another club. So this
Which club?
Essendon champion,
Collingwood.
maybe on the market as a goal-kicking coach, you could say.
Well, he was on the market before this year.
Well-
In fact, what he wanted to do,
And I
know
agree.
this because
I know where you're going with this, Brian.
Yeah,
and I-
because I spoke to you, and I agree with him too, Spud.
I got no issue with it.
What he wanted to do was he wanted to be open to all clubs, and he just wanted to be a kicking coach, right? So he'd take them away from their environment and go and do it in his environment, and he would have a couple from every club.
I got no issue with that
That's what he
whatsoever.
wanted to do.
And I think that's where the game will go. As I said, and I do a little bit of defensive work down at St Kilda, and I don't get involved in the match day plans and the strategy. So I would have thought in the American system they have guys coming in, specialist punters and kicking coaches. There's no doubt Matty Lloyd's goal kicking could be used at 4 or 5 clubs without getting involved in the inner sanctum.
Having said that, I thought that was a pretty
lame.
Limpish.
a fly blow on the tip to put something out there. Because let's face it,
Unless he gives us the club that he's talking about.
Well,
which
the
he
young
hasn't named.
forward.
here.
Yeah, give us the name.
Let's face it. Just before that,
I'm trying to make you guys look good.
let's face it. What goal kicking coach part time has ever been signed beyond 1 year?
Yeah, that's true.
No.
He's an Essendon champion.
Yeah.
And he could be...
Give us the club.
He could be poached.
Give us the club.
Your turn, Spud.
Melbourne team.
Give us the club.
Melbourne team.
A young forward. Oh, Melbourne.
It has to be Melbourne because he
Hogan.
won't.
Hogan.
Jesse Hogan.
Melbourne.
Yes.
Melbourne.
He's
That's it.
confirmed it
Yeah,
without
that's
saying
it.
it.
That's
Nice
your
nod.
turn, Spud.
Yep.
Because he wouldn't be leaving town because
No.
he's
I'm
married
travelling.
Lisa. I think
Yeah.
is she a Lamana or is she?
Yeah.
And they've got
Yeah.
plenty.
Yeah.
And so Lordy be saying, "Got to cash in on that."
He's a beauty, Lloydie. You never see him. He doesn't live. He actually lives opposite Stuart Lowe, and I often go around the Stuart's place. But Lloydie, he's got the underground car park.
High fence.
He's got the high fence.
Cameras.
It's just the gates open, automatic gates. He drives down,
Perfection.
and then you don't see him. He just sort of hibernates.
All right, Spud. What do you got for us?
I've got 2 weeks ago, one of the Fox Footy commentators, very, very well prepared, always to the letter of sharp, incisive, gets over to Adelaide, and the Fox Footy suits are navy blue.
Oh, this would be kingy.
Opens up the suit pack, and it's pale blue. One like you'd wear to the spring carnival, something like that.
The pants and that.
The suit was pale blue, so the preparation...
Safari suit style.
Yeah, the preparation wasn't put was put on the back burner because it had an early flight, leave in the middle of the dark. And this guy, he's not a morning person, Brian. He likes hibernating as well. This
On
particular
camera
guy.
operator, like on camera, is his normal role? He's
He's on camera. He
camera.
normally runs the show.
Commentator.
He's a commentator. No, sorry, special comments.
Thank you.
But he runs a couple of shows at Fox Footy as well.
Hairy.
No,
Largish?
he's not that hairy.
Largish?
Largish, very large.
Really large?
Yeah.
Lack of hair?
Yeah, his neck's morphed into his head's morphed into his body.
Was he involved in a murder investigation last week at the zoo?
Well, he might have been. He might have been. No, the chief. The chief 2 weeks ago went to Adelaide Oval and brought the wrong suit. So
imagine him in the light blue safari.
light blue.
Sort of,
Remember we saw him on when that tour one year and we were down at Terrelgan and he had this brown number on, this light brown number that just didn't quite fit him properly.
So did he fulfil his normal role?
Well, he did, but he wasn't on camera much.
So
Swatter.
he was banned from being on camera?
Yeah, he was, but that's the way. Well, let's face it, who's going to fit into his suit?
if you were going to a wedding back in the 1970s, would you be wearing something like he had?
You probably would. Yeah, but the chief, he's pretty well dressed most of the time.
All I can say
I was
is
surprised. He's
well done, Libby.
Yeah.
yeah, well done.
Swatto, what do you got for us?
Short and sharp, Brian, without a great deal of detail. My information is that Alex Rance will make a decision within the next 2 to 3 weeks, and it is line ball about whether or not he re-signs or he does walk away. But within 2 to 3 weeks, the decision will be made publicly.
What's your gut feel, Schwatter?
It's a 50-50 call right now.
Make it 51-49.
Which way?
That's what I'm asking you.
It's pretty simple.
Well, sorry, Brian. I'd say...
Stay or go?
Go.
I have a
Brisbane or
No.
Paris?
Paris. Paris.
I have a little one, and I need to just put down some ground rules, and that is that there can be no questions asked.
Hey, that's not how it operates.
Otherwise, I don't
No,
give.
come on, Brian.
Okay.
All right, so no
we promise
questions.
not to question.
You've normally got a couple of gems, Brian.
We'll be going straight to the ad break off the back of this. So there's a player that's going to tell all.
What sort of all?
I'm not saying. There's no question.
Club.
And this will be happening soon.
Well, on open mic or something like that.
No,
he left that station.
We haven't heard from him. We'll all look forward to hearing from him.
Past or present.
And he's got a story to tell us. For McDonald's,
No, come on. Hey, hang on. Past or present?
The current player, you say?
I said no questions.
Well, sorry, but
Yeah,
that's like nothing. You've told us
11,000
nothing.
players have played the game,
You've told him nothing.
Let's go around the grounds for the TAC.
It's the Saints by 8 points leading the Brisbane Lions. St Kilda 74 leading Brisbane 66. Alan Christensen's just hit the post.
BT, Spud, Jay-Z, Swatter and Howie a little bit later on for Coates High. This is the footy preview. And right now, here's Chris McKenzie with another M Sport update for the Master Builders Association of Victoria. Macca, take it away.
Thanks, Schwarter. The AFL is encouraging players to celebrate their culture despite the controversy over the Indigenous war cry from Adam Goodes. Gil McLaughlin has given his full support to the Sydney Veterans Goal celebration today, while Hawthorn's Sean Burgoyne has told Channel 7 he's surprised how much it's divided opinion.
I would have did it yesterday as well, but I'm not a good dancer. Yeah, it's probably people are taking it out of context. I think the Carlton fans there, that they should be proud of that he's doing it to them. I think it was a show of respect, and the Carlton players, he said, liked it, and his players liked it, so I don't think he meant to upset the Carlton fans.
Bombers skipper Joe Watson is set for scans during the week and could be endowed for their clash against Geelong on Saturday nights after picking up an injury in the second quarter of last night's loss to Richmond. In tennis, Nick Kyrgios admits a flare-up of his elbow injury affected his serve in last night's straight sets loss to Andy Murray in the third round of the French Open.
There was a couple cool points out there, a couple highlights, I guess. And, I didn't play bad. I played really well from the back. I thought I moved well. I think it's tough when the main part of your game's not on, where it's won me matches before. It's pretty much, my main strength, and it's not there. It's tough to play.
Also overnight, Tanasi Kokkinakis showed plenty against Novak Djokovic, having his serve broken just 3 times in the 6-4, 6-4, 6-4 defeat. Andrew Bogut has defended Matthew Dellavedova against claims he's a dirty player as the Aussies prepare to face off in the NBA Finals with the Warriors and Cavs. Arsene Wenger has challenged his Arsenal players to use last night's FA Cup final success over Aston Villa as inspiration to mount a serious bid for the EPL title next season.
We finished third, we won the cup. We, since January, I think we made a huge number of points. So it's a good platform to do better next season. But in England, it's not like in any other country. You have 6 teams who can win the Premier League.
Aussie golfer Stephen Bowditch has fired a 5-under 64 to grab a 2-shot lead after the third round of the US PGA's event in Texas overnight. And championship leader Valentino Rossi will start tonight's Italian MotoGP from 8th on the grid in front of his home France at Mugello.
This month, buy the Kia Cerato S from $19,990 drive away with free auto. Plus, all Kias come with a 7-year warranty. Conditions apply.
The Triple M footy gamecast, showers falling 15 degrees at the MCG thanks to Master Builders, unbeatable leaders of the building industry. For details, go to mbav.com.au. With the bounce from the Magpies and Kangaroos up next for McDonald's Triple M rocks football.
Footy. It's Melbourne's religion, and Triple M's Hot Breakfast has footy covered. With the inside word from the greats who played yesterday.
The man known as the King, Wayne Carey. G'day, boys. The little champ, Jakey, the push-up king. Boys.
And the greats who play today.
Joe Watson, the captain of Essendon. Morning, guys. Joe, the superstar from the St Kilda Footy Club, Joey Montagna.
Plus,
go Pies! Tigers, go mad!
Triple M will be rocking footy.
Triple M's Hot Breakfast has footy covered in 2015, weekdays from 6.
Woolworths. Wow, that's cheap. Prices are cheap, and staying cheap right across the store.
Today's AFL Game Changer, brought to you by CrownBet. Introducing CrownBet's head-to-head bonus special. Place a head-to-head bet on any AFL match this round, and if your team leads by 12 points or more at any time, but loses, get a match bonus bet up to $50. Just back any team, and if they lead by 12 points or more at any time but lose the match, you can get straight back in the game. Join today at crownbet.com.au. CrownBet. The game just changed.
Terms and conditions apply. Gamble responsibly.
When changing lanes or at an intersection, look, and look again for motorcycles. Because every year, too many motorcycle riders are killed or seriously injured. Look out for motorcyclists. Put yourself in their shoes.
The 2015 AFL season is proudly brought to you by Toyota. Toyota Footy. Oh, what a feeling.
Breathing life into your backyard is made so much easier with Rover.
Keep your lawns looking superb with Rover's easy-to-use lawnmowers and tidy up the yard all year round with our extensive product range designed for every garden. Rover will help you get the job done so you can focus on enjoying the great outdoors with friends and family. Enjoy your backyard at its best. Cash in on the latest offers now. Visit rover.com.au to find participating dealers. Rover, at home outdoors.
In 2015, the Triple M Bendix Breaks Call team rocks football. Crown Bet, the game just changed. This footy season, if you're placing a bet, remember, always gamble responsibly. Vero Business Insurance. When the moment comes, choose Vero Business Insurance. Talk to your broker today. DeWalt, runtime that cannot be beaten. DeWalt, guaranteed tough and available at Bunnings Warehouse. In 2015, Triple M rocks football.
Attention all small businesses. Citroen have a great offer for the fuel-efficient, easy-to-load Berlingo van, which already comes with a 5-year or 200,000-kilometre warranty, whichever comes first. It's great for carpenters, great for gardeners, and great for dog groomers too. Visit citroen.com.au to find out more about this special offer, which is available for only $1 a month and is a great deal for everyone. Visit citroen.com.au to find a retailer.
Citroën. Creative technology.
If you're a small business owner, you can now buy equipment up to $20,000 and deduct the full amount immediately.
So I can fully deduct a...
Yes.
Even a new...
Yes.
Well, we really need to replace our...
Whether it's a or claim the full tax deduction now on each and every item up to $20,000. Visit budget.gov.au. Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra. Spoken by Nick Andronicus, Lee Perry, Amy Hornet and Jake Downs.
Shut up! The footy's on the radio!
The McDonald's McCafe. Triple M rocks football.
This quarter is brought to you by Kubota Excavators. The winners are the boys who scored 1.99% finance on selected Kubota Excavators. Hurry to become a Master of Engineering. Finance offer ends June 30.
They're the best, Kubota. Oh, I've got a dam. She's dry at the moment, and I want to scrape it out, Spud, and de-silt it.
I want to go too, Brian.
Do you think I can get the Kubota boys to even rate me?
No doubt, Brian. You and I think together we should get them, and we'll send it up to Bungaroo for a couple of hours as well, BT. I've got a few posts I need to extract out.
All we want is a mid-range size excavator for a month between Spud and I to just scrape out a few dams.
Yeah, that'd be good, Brian.
And we know they're good, and we know they'll get the job done.
They will.
Pies coming out of the ground. It is wet and murky here at the MCG and darkish, and they're playing North Melbourne. We look forward to that in just a moment. One change, by the way. Swallow is out of the side for North Melbourne. Turner comes in. Astua with us in a moment. Just before we say goodbye to Jay-Z, who's been fantastic to Jay-Z, a couple of little bullet news items. What do you got?
Yeah, Lee Adams has had that very big battle with concussion. Come back to the VFL yesterday, BT, and was excellent. Did cop one big hit on his head. Was okay, brushed that off. Now, he was seriously considering retirement a couple of months ago and was battling with some mental demons around his whole place in football. But great to see him back. Ben Reid also came back to the VFL yesterday and was very impressive against Coburg. So maybe only 2 or 3 weeks away from a senior return, Ben Reid. That altercation in the crowd, which was adjacent to the Adam Goods war cry celebration, that got physical. People in the crowd getting physical with each other. It wasn't just a verbal joust as it's been reported. There was some pushing and shoving in that. Mitch Wallace, we spoke to him earlier, as a gun Western Bulldog midfielder. He is getting closer to a new deal at the Western Bulldogs, and his value is going north at the moment. Started the season.
I wondered why we had him on.
Sensationally. And Scotty Selwood, a client of Tom Petrucci, who we also spoke to before. Eagles very confident of being able to recommit it into a long-term deal at West Coast. So the Eagles going well, and the club very confident of keeping him in the Eagles next.
Well done, Jay-Z. Love your preparation too, Jay-Z.
Yep.
And goodbye to you.
Thank you, BT.
And hello to a man, speaking of preparation, I would have thought...
A little bit smaller than Jay-Z, which is hard to sort of fathom, Brian, but anyway.
Sputter, I would have thought when you're on the way into the MCG today, Swatter.
You'd be dialed into the preview.
You'd be dialed into the preview.
Yep.
You'd be listening to every word.
Bit of constructive feedback.
I'm working with that team shortly.
Yep.
and I need to be over what they're saying and thinking and the feel and the whole thing. And this is where we welcome Ash Tour, our stats man here, thanks to Hard Yakka. Ash, you've been listening to the show on the way in, have you?
No, BT,
no,
yes or no?
The answer is no, but I listened.
What's going on?
Jeez, that hurt. No, I listened to the competitors because if there's any insightful information, it's to make sure that we know what's going on outside of the four walls of this commentary box.
Here.
Yeah, you want to listen to something insightful. This is the place you need to be.
The ratings are out on Tuesday. Do you understand that?
I'm going to that function. But I'm telling you now, as soon as I get home tonight, I listen to the podcast of the preview for today's program.
You've been listening to Vanilla.
Yes, I have.
Yes. Ash, just charge us through the stats that matter historically for these mobs here today, thanks to Hard Yakka.
BT, Collingwood have a good record against North Melbourne. They've won 6 out of their last 8 against the Kangaroos. The positives for the Magpies, the past 4 weeks, ranked 3rd in the competition for kicking efficiency at 69%. Last year they ranked 18th. For North Melbourne, these are the two concerns. Their pressure in the forward half, ranked 16th for tackles and 14th for time differential in the forward half of the ground. And they also concede the second highest percentage for defensive 50 ball chains into their opposition's forward 50. Dane Swan has a very good record against North Melbourne, past 6 matches, averaging 35 touches and polled 10 Brownlow votes. And Drew Petrie, he's only kicked 10 goals from 18 career matches against the Magpies, BT.
Well, thank you, Ash. Hard Yakka. Now, Swatter, just before Spud gets into his pre-game analysis, just want you to cast your eyes out in the ground and have a look at a banner that's been constructed by North Melbourne and tell me
that's not good enough.
That ain't the worst thing you've ever seen in your life.
That's like something from the Bungaree Football Club, Brian.
Pretty much sums it up.
Bungaree have got them covered.
They have actually.
Your rowers got them covered. Have a look at that.
No, it's not good enough.
They normally have the inflatable one, the big one, the beast.
They
at
must
Etihad
leave
Stadium.
that at Etihad, and they're not travellers. Obviously, the cheer squad. They don't come down. It's only 3K away, by the way.
They're clearly not good with crate paper.
No, they're not.
I wouldn't have thought.
But let's hope the players for North Melbourne. Look, it's going to be an interesting contest, Brian, because North Melbourne, they've got a really good record here. They've won 7 out of the last 10 at the MCG. Look, the midfield and Swat, I know you'll be all over it, but Pendlebury, I think the one that they're really going to have to stop. You spoke to Boomer Harvey. He didn't give much away, Boomer Swatter, about the fact that they were going to tag Pendlebury, but I think
that's code. That's code for you didn't get much out of him.
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you.
Did he give you the wink though? Did he give you the wink to say he was probably going to get dragged? And Drew Petrie, as you said, Ash, not a good record. I think that's due to Nathan Brown. Nathan Brown's really good form. He plays well on the big tools. There's no doubting that. In the ruck, you've got. I think the informed ruckman in the competition, other than Sanderlands, and I talk a big Toddy Goldstein. He's been in outstanding form. So let's look for a win there for North Melbourne in the ruck. Steele Sidebottom, he started the season pretty slowly with a few injuries. He's not far off getting to his best form. Travis Cloak, the one thing about Travis Cloak, as we all know, they need other options. And we continually look at Jesse White. I'm not sure what you make of him, Brian, but he's just a bit of a ball tickler for mine.
He's a pony.
No, he is. He looks.
Tickler.
Yeah, he looks like. Yeah, you just get a little bit of something, but not enough, Swatter. But anyway, we'll go down that path another day. I was wondering when I was going to get a little bit of something out of someone, but that's what he is.
I like it.
He looks good, it feels good, but it just doesn't get the job done.
No.
You just I hope Anita's listening at home because I am as tough. Anyway, that's another story in itself. She went away for 3 weeks, Swatter. You think there'd be something coming my way? I did the gardens, the house, everything. He just bought a lounge suite. Still nothing at home. Fair income. But anyway, Jesse White needs to kick goals. It's as simple as that. And look, the half forwards, Dane Swan, you said there, Ash, his last 6 games, he's averaged 35 disposals and he's polled 10 Brownlow votes. So he'd be the guy that I'd go to as well. But Travis Cloak, if he kicks 4 or 5, I've got no doubt he will help Collingwood win this game of football. I think I know it's Collingwood's home ground, but I think North go into this as favourites. I'm not sure what the betting is on Crown Bet, but North, you'd think, on their previous format, should win this game of footy.
No doubt, Spud. In fact, the Kangaroos, as you said, very good record, 70% winning record at the MCG from their last 10 matches.
All right, nicely done there from Spud. And Ash, come back to you in a moment, Spud. Mark Howard has arrived at the G, and he's been down just getting hold of a couple of 6-footers down at Bell's this morning, because I believe, Howie, as we welcome you down below there for Bob Jane T. March, it's been thumping down there.
Yeah, pumping rather than thumping, Brian, but I like where you're going. Yeah, Northwest a 6 foot today, just for sort of big wave specialist. And it's very wet though at the MCG, and I think it'll continue. It's been raining all the way up the coast, so I think we'll have a lot of rain today and a pretty strong breeze as well. For the Collingwood Football Club, their sub is Jordan De Goey. One late change for North Melbourne. You probably crossed it off earlier on. Andrew Swallow, who had that hand issue, he is out of the side. Couldn't get up. Kane Turner comes in. Would you like me to update you on the medical situation involving Wayne Carey?
Yes, because we believe he's got a knee.
Well, he had a knee clean out during the week. He was having a nasty situation where his knee was locking up. He was invited to attend a Sportsman's Day in Hobart yesterday, where he was, quote unquote, just got to go down there, Howie, have a couple of beers and get people to fall in love with me. Did ask him whether he thought that was good after post-op, and he said, yeah, it's the duck you're talking to, I'll be fine. Got up this morning in Tasmania. His knee's blown up like a balloon. He cannot move. And probably a little bit older than he thought he was, the duck, so he's out for the day.
Might add something to do with 32 gallons of liquor.
I think it's with Jake the Push-Up King too, by reports. So,
and Stevie Milne as well, so real loose screws.
Oh, no.
And Howie, it sounds like you might need a buttermenthol as well at the moment, mate.
They're struggling a little bit. No, calling last night nearly got me in that close one, but I'll be ready to go, Spud.
Good on you, Howie. Good on you, Howie. Be professional, Howie, and stay out of the water, and your throat might improve, mate. That's how it goes. Swatter, we are here for the big game today, North Melbourne and Collingwood. It is, as Howie mentioned, Greasy out there as Scotty Pendlebury goes into the middle, and Trav Varco with him.
And Lindsay Thomas and Drew Petrie. Nice touch there, Brian, for Indigenous round.
Really well sorted as they go into the middle and shake the hands of the umpires. By the way, the umpires today, Matthew Nichols, Justin Smith and Andrew Mitchell.
Scott Louise doing the toss. It'll be North Melbourne's call, so whenever you're ready, nice and high.
Live audio from the middle.
Tails it is.
Worst toss I've ever seen.
Good luck, guys.
Yeah, didn't get high, did it?
No, Collingwood won the toss and have elected to kick to their social club city end of the ground here. So they're kicking to the Ponsford stand in.
Look, there's been a lot talked about Lindsay Thomas, boys, and whether he ducks ahead. So the umpires, it'll be interesting to watch that one through nice and early. And look, I think he's been playing within the rules. I think most players in the competition now know if you get the ball and you've got someone coming at you, drop your knees, you're normally going to get a head-high tackle. So I think he's been harshly treated. Scotty Thompson, I'm just trying to work out the matchup for Travis Cloke. Lockie Hansen's the one, and we saw Easton Wood yesterday being absolutely outstanding for the Western Bulldogs, thwarting all the entries that the Giants had. Lockie Hansen's the one. I think the Collingwood Football Club and Tyson Goldsack could be the one to go on him, because if he gets those intercept marks going in front of Cloke, it'll make it hard for Collingwood to win this game of football. But I'm going for North just on this one, Ash, and I know the Spa might have the temperature gauge just on cold at the moment, but it might be getting warmer as the day goes on.
It's been well overdue, Spud, in patches this year. That's for sure for hard yakka. Just with Lindsay Thomas, freeze 4, third most in the comp in terms of freeze 4 pertaining to high tackles, equal fourth in the competition.
Just saw the radar, and it's as Howie has pointed out, it's not a good look today.
No.
There is going to be snow on the lower peaks, so we might get a bit out in the Macedon Ranges, Spud.
That'll be good, Brian.
This afternoon, so I hope the fire's stoked for when I arrive home. Shouldn't have to lift
Swatter,
a finger.
you'll be put the fire on as well tonight out that way?
Yeah, it's already going, Spud.
It's all right.
Looking forward to a ball tickler of a game.
Yeah, well, they've gone tall, Collingwood. They've got Wits, they've got Cloak, they've got Jesse White. They've gone tall. Tarrant looks like he's got the big job on Travis Cloak. I like that matchup, Robbie Tarrant. So look for Lockie Hansen, though. He's the one that could be dropping off.
Big game of footy here. Triple MCG, Pies and the Kangaroos both need the win. Umpire throws it up for McDonald's. Triple M rocks football. Goldstein down to Zeeble. Quickly on the left boot. Wait. Was his arm held? No. Went back and got a bouncing ball. Spears it out to the fat side towards Nahas. Couldn't take the mark. In fringe. Collingwood rebound. Advantage pay.
Yeah, Langdon got it out and did it really well to Jesse White. White's marked right on centre wing, southern stand side. Drawing handball out wide. So good start here in the greasy conditions. Here's Cloak on that matchup. with Tarrant. Wheels around on the left. 65 out from goal. Got it in the penalty direction. Boy, he got out of the way. Thought someone was coming over the top. Not sure what happened there. Don't forget, Swallow has been a late withdrawal here for North Melbourne fans. Goldstein didn't have it. Blair went and got it. Gave a little handball there to Seedsman. He got it back inside 50. Beautiful pick up here by the Roos at half back.
And the pick up was from McMillan. Got it to the broadcast wing. Frost at ground level. Arches his back. Gets some room. Driving, probing kick. Top of the square. Witts came at it. Couldn't take the mark. Handball. Nicely done from Atley. Got it to Harvey. Back to Atley. Back to Harvey by hand. And they've got Nahas on the outer half back flank away.
The little big man from half back kicks to half forward. Here's another little man, Thomas. Used his body well against Possum Eyes Tuvey. Went and picked it up. Little left foot poker down to Brown. And the umpire, Matthew Nichols, says pushing the back downfield. It'll go to Brown, and Brown of North Melbourne is 35 metres out.
Thomas is trying to claim it, Brian.
On a 50-degree angle. Come on, Lindsay.
Come on, Lindsay, get back. It was really good use of the body, though, BT. You called it spot on with Possum Eyes. He just eased him under the ball.
He did indeed, and the result is this man here, Big Ben Brown, who's kicked 8-4 from set shots this year. He's got a routine that is nice. And we're looking for it here. A little greasy at the G. Crowd, 30 plus here at the moment. Brown steps to the plate. Fair bit of angle about it. He's sprayed it across the face, and just the one behind. First score of the game, taking some 2 minutes here, goes to North Melbourne on the Kubota Excavators scoreboard.
Yeah, Lockie Hansen playing deep on Witts, so they're trying to take Lockie Hansen out of that role as the intercept marker at the moment.
TAC St Kilda by 21 points over Brisbane, early stages, final quarter.
Goldsack goes very short and wide to Seedsman. Hemmed in on the boundary line. Nahas got him. Good tackle. Seedsman flicks a handball back towards Frost. Some early touches for Jack. He brings it around the corner. And his mark is taken by Crisp on the halfback flank. Broadcast side. Shorts the ball to Cloak. A long way from home. Takes the mark with a bit of work from Scotty Thompson late.
Yeah, so Close got it at half back. And will Tarrant stay deep, Spud, and Thompson come up when this happens?
No doubt, BT.
So Cloak from half-back, kick to half-forward. He's a long way from home. Ferrito went with a punch right in front of the MCC members, and we'll have a boundary throw-in here.
I like the fact that Nathan Buckley's taken Hansen out of the play. You can look at Hansen now in the goal square on Witts. He just doesn't like playing there. So if Witts can jag a couple, that's a great win for Nathan Buckley.
You need to get it deep and long to the one-on-one and recognise that. Swan pushed off by Zeeble. Zeeble did well, little left foot, again 30. Got it to the safety of the boundary, and we'll have another boundary throw-in, but now it's at half-forward for the Roos.
Throw in just to the left-hand side of the Kangaroos bench. They kick to the punt road end. TAC around the grounds.
Thanks, Swatter. Saints by 21 points over Brisbane, early stages, final quarter.
So Pendlebury shoveled the handball into the path of Swan. If the prime movers get going, they'll be hard to stop the Magpies. Here's another one, side bottom. Had some injury concerns, but he's back doing what he does. Spots up Seedsman, broadcast wing. Hugs the boundary line with a high ball. One-on-one here. Cloak engages. He had his man Tarrant beat. Naha whipped on a loose ball. Handball off the Ferrito. Lost his wheels. Get into Bob Jane T-Mars. McMillan under real heat. Pies have forced the turnover. Tackle on Blair from McMillan was good. Quick clearing ball. Didn't travel the distance. Tackle by Wright was strong. 45 out from the Pies goal. It goes out of bounds. We'll have it tossed in. Half forward broadcast side, City end. It's a 1 point ball game. Kangaroos way. Kubota Excavators scoreboard.
Yeah, we've got Nathan Brown on Petrie and Frost on Waite.
The voice of Danny Frawley on Triple M Football, sitting alongside Ash Jewell with the hard yakka stats. Boundary throw-in takes place here. Bastanek thrown out of the way, and now a ball up. This is attacking 50. City end, to which Collingwood are kicking in this first quarter.
Looks like young Dumont is going with Pendlebury, so Brad Scott, big job for Trent Dumont.
A little opportunity out the back door for that man Dumont. Couldn't make it work. Now Seedsman. Mungrels are back inside 50. They arrive. They spoil Cloak, knocked to ground. Blair, the boy from Wonthaggi, was there. Pendlebury kept the arms loose, got the handball out, but no one can capitalise on it. A lot of players around the footy making it hard to win a clear, clean footy here at the moment. Now the ball up 25, 30 metres out of Collingwood's goal mouth.
Yeah, the seed started really well for hard yakka. 4 disposals already.
So we haven't thrown up 30 out from the Pies goal. Comes to Swan. Kick was partly smothered. Comes into the path of Grundy. Handball off to Elliott around the corner.
Good hit. Oh, hit the wood, I think, Swatter.
Yeah, I think it might have got the timber late, but it was fading left to right.
Yeah.
And it's a behind to the Magpies, so it's a point apiece. 5 gone, opening term. Triple M Kubota Excavators scoreboard.
Jamie Elliott, the boy out of Euroa Magpies. And Euroa Magpies this year doing very well.
Harvey loves playing on from full back, doesn't he?
And he did it beautifully and almost got it to 50 and then kicked into the middle and found a target in there as well. So it was well done. Brown's the target.
Yeah, big Ben Brown, Brian.
Yep. He's out of Tassie. He's related to the Mansons. And genetically, just things working beautifully there. Here's Bastanak. Got the ball inside the centre square. Turns around on the right boot. Goes long. Wait the target. Both shoots up and takes a lovely mark in front of Frost. And so Jared Waite will line up 35 metres out on a 45-degree angle.
We've got to take his run, Waite. If you allow him to run and jump at the ball like that, he's going to have a field day. Frost had the speed to give him a bit of a body spoil, but he just laid off. He had to try and hem him in, not allow him to jump at the ball.
13 goals from his 7 games this year, Waite. And he comes from 45. He got through it nicely. That's a lovely kick. First goal of the game goes to the Roos. Doing it nicely. Jared Waite, 117. Collingwood just the one behind on the Kubota Excavators scoreboard.
Well, it basically went from coast to coast from that point kick-in, so it was a really good transference of play. And Boomer Harvey, I know that the play on at times, but that was far too easy. Nathan Buckley wouldn't be happy with that zone at the moment. Boomer played on and ran to about 45 metres out, straight through the corridor. So really positive signs for North Melbourne, nice and early.
Like what Jared Waite does, Spud, he leaps nice and early, and he has the ability to be able to stay in the air.
Oh, I've never seen anyone do that, but okay.
All right.
No, he
Don't
can.
agree with
He's
it, Brian.
got good
He
hang
does,
time,
he goes
Spotter,
early.
just to help you out.
Yeah, thank you very much. But
the
I don't
philosophy is that things go up, must come down.
He's got good
doesn't he?
hang time, I
eventually,
think
but
he's
he
trying to
stays
say.
up fractionally longer than other players do, Brian. Quick clearing kick. Varco takes it at half back, goes out wide to side bottom on the outer logo. Keen to move it on is Steele. Heads down the line towards Fasolo. And he takes a well-judged mark, tumbling back. He's outside 50. He looks long. He's got Grundy to the pocket. Doesn't like the look of that. Says, I'll go on my own. Grundy working back. So is Witts. Does he take the mark?
Yes.
I think he may have.
Well, this is a win.
Hold on, Jared, just hold on.
Oh, it was a mark.
I would just like to check the ball hadn't crossed the line first. Score review. Set up.
It was well in.
Umpire calls a mark. Please check whether it crossed the line first.
Review underway.
That's
Jared.
Review complete. Confirm mark.
There we go, nice and sharp, crisp decision. One replay and we're ready to go with Witts in possession. Can he cap it off? He can. Magpies get their first goal. It's locked away, 1-1-7 apiece. Almost 8 gone. Opening term, Triple M Kubota Excavator scoreboard.
Well, that's a win for the Collingwood coaching box. We talked about Hansen and Witts, and already it's paid dividends. So Hansen, we know he loves to play up around the 45-metre mark for the intercept mark. So they're going to try and camp him deep all the time. Looks like Witts is going to the ruck, which means that Grundy will probably go back to the goal square now. He's gone for a spell to the bench, Grundy, actually. So Hansen will have a different matchup in Dane Swan. So good start from Witts.
So mixing it up, because all of a sudden they get the small down there and they're not sure whether they should swap Hansen or keep him on him. So they've got him guessing, as you say, Spud, and well done to Witts. Goal apiece here and a point apiece. That equals 7, Ash. So it's all squared up.
Block. Straight with 2 hands first.
That's umpire Matthew Nichols saying to Witts in the middle, that was a block against Goldstein. So Goldstein now with the free kick from the middle of the G. And conditions starting to light off a little bit here, so that's good news for these players out there. Cunnington was in first with the front and centre. Ball was pinned to him in the tackle, and we'll have a ball up.
Looks like he's got Jack Crisp BT, Cunnington for the day, and Blair is on Zeeble.
Throw up right on 50. Kangaroos, putt right in. Zeeble, uncontested. Free kick going to Witts. Goldstein got him out of the way.
What can you do in the
right? That's 50 as well. 50 against Lindsay
Thomas.
Well, it was silly from Thomas.
Too close, Lindsay.
And there you go. You hear it all at Triple M. The umpire's marked up. He just went over the mark. He crouched on it and cost his team 50 metres.
So he's been marched to half forward. Witts is in the square. He chisels the ball towards Cloak, but Goldstein read it well, just filled the hole.
Narholst just on.
Took the mark and chips it over the top to McDonald.
McDonald now on that familiar left foot from the youngster. Kicks towards Waite, both hands on it. The sack over the top, knocked it down. Nahas to Waite, handball. Another nice one there into Jamont. Jamont with a little kick along the ground, made it hard for Drew Petrie. Nath Brown in front, but he went to ground when he didn't really need to. Could have kept his feet.
Ball.
He's recovered. Petrie was the one dropping the ball. Spud picked it right because umpire Smith has paid the free kick to Nate Brown at half back.
Really good form, Nathan Brown. He's a perfect matchup for Big Drew. He's going to have to work hard for his position today, Petrie.
So he goes short And the kick is marked by Adams. Why do you reckon Brown matches up well on Petrie, Spud?
Just the fact he's a really good body spoiler and he's got good speed, so Drewy won't be able to get off him. Nathan Brown's very quick off the mark, and Drewy, the last couple of years he has slowed down a couple of yards.
Langdon goes out wide to the sack and he shanks the kick, but fortuitously lands into the waiting arms of a teammate. And the Pies have it at half back, and it will come back inboard. Defensive 50 to Gold sack, and he goes straight up the height. Little Adams, risky ball. Dangerous. Waite goes low. Could have given the handball off to Nahas.
Well, it was a sack from Tyson Gold sack.
He's having a couple of mares, Spud, so Waite will punch the kick to Petrie. Got away from Brown. Beautiful service. Petrie to take the kick, 40 out, 45-degree angle.
And have a look at Nathan Brown looking around at Williams, Seedsman, and Drewy. Actually then, the body preparation was great out of the goal square. Pushed Nathan Brown onto his heels to gain that 2-metre pass, but Tyson Goldstack will be hoping this is a behind.
So the big forward for the Kangaroos lines up to the punt road end and pushes it to the far side of behind. 128, 117, 11.5 gone opening term. Kubota Excavator scoreboard.
So Howie down there for Bob Jane Team March. It does appear to be clearing momentary, doesn't it?
Yeah, a little bit of blue sky above, but still very slippery underfoot, Brian.
Yeah. So just a little bit better if they can keep the dry footing. Remember, this is a new footy out of the bag, so it will not be wet. Gone are the days of a ball ever being waterlogged when they use, I think, 6 or 7 in a game here now. They used to get knocked off, Spud, as the kick goes out wide. I haven't seen a ball knocked off for years. It used to be 3 or 4 a game would go. The Cops would be on a march everywhere trying to find them. Here's Harvey, handball into the middle of the ground. North have got the option here again. Bastanak, Taylor Adams got him in a ripping tackle. Dispossessing. Umpire calls play on, got rid of it. Pendlebury's handball is intercepted by Zeeble. Zeeble got it out the back door. Looking for the give and go was Harvey. Didn't quite get that done. So now North go to Petrie. Centre half forward. Brown was there to punch away. Petrie went and got the ground level ball. Got it to Cunnington. Handball back inside to Bastanak. Gives it off to Boomer Harvey. Through a bit of traffic from 50. Didn't nail all of it. Picked up by Gibson. Handball to Nahas. On to McDonald. Left foot. McDonald can go to Waite. And Waite is marked. Plays on. Round the corner. And he misses. Now that is the lack of composure. He marked it on the behind line.
Rush of blood, Brian.
If that was Stevie J or Jared Roughhead or any of those guys, Chappie, they would have taken their time and made sure they executed kicking the ball around the corner.
Varco's got it. Back pocket, punt road in.
Missed the lot.
Yeah, kicked the fat of the ball or the belly of it there. And should have made a better attempt. Cloak's on the lead. Got up. Nice grab from Trav. Just some early numbers, please, for Hard Yakachoo.
Yeah, Boomer Harvey, 6 disposals, 5 handball receives. Pendlebury and Swan, only 2 disposals each.
Cloak towards Swan, out of wing. Ball
there,
carries it is. They lost their wheels. Grundy with Brown. Grundy kept his feet, can't keep it in. And we'll have it tossed in left half forward flank southern side to the city end. 117 the Magpies trailing the Kangaroos 128. 13.5 gone. Kubota Excavator scoreboard. Brisbane St Kilda at the Gabba for the TAC.
Saints by 16 points over Brisbane halfway into the final quarter. Goal to the Saints, so it is now 22 points to St Kilda.
Ash just trying to deliver us old scores. Yeah. Spud just updating us there. By the way, Spud, it is a bit slippery. Happens when it rains.
Yeah, I know, but where's studs if you're playing in defence, Brian?
Ball knocked over the line. No, it's kept in here as we get a little repel here from North Melbourne. A free kick will go the way of North Melbourne down the field for an in the back after McMillan got rid of it. So the umpires right onto it here. Smith, Mitchell and Nichols. Scores a 128 North. Collingwood a 117. Into the middle of the ground. North Melbourne have found a real passage through and done it neatly. Picked up by McDonald really cleanly. Left foot kick, top of the square. Once again there was Waite. Couldn't mark it this time. Goldsack went and got the ground level footy. A real rush kick out wide to side bottom. Did well to keep it alive. Knocked it out in the direction of Taylor Adams. And he at half back will pick it up under some pressure from Cunnington. But he's not able to shake the tackle of Cunnington. Handball went straight to Brown of North. Zeeble went crack in. Put his head over the ball and won a real hard one, did Jack Zeeble, and now Gibson the beneficiary.
Puts it inside 50 over the head of Waite. Thomas 1-on-1 with Tuvey. Socketed it off the ground, did Lindsay. High risk the option there. Ball goes out of bounds and Tuvey to bring it back in. So lights ablaze, overcast conditions. It's a 1-point ball game. Kangaroos way, high ball. Zeeble third man up, lends support to Brown with Grundy, goes out of bounds and will have it tossed in. 65 around from the Roos goal.
Not a lot of talk from Brown then, Swatter. Zeeble could have went for that mark there on that occasion because Brown had Grundy pinned to the ground.
Boundary throw in about 65 metres around from North Melbourne's punt road goal. Grundy and Brown. Locked dry on in front. Picked up there by Grundy himself. Had a half fresh airy. Ball goes out wide here. An opportunity for Oxley to run onto it. Now just a little kick along the ground. So Collingwood have worked at the half forward. No great skill in that. It's just been a battle as Cunnington eventually picks up the ball. Worked out the handball backwards. Now picked up here by Tarrant. Gave a little one to Bastanak, who was on 4-4s when he received it. Now Cunnington had to get up and farm the handball out nicely. An opportunity here over the top. Attlee was involved. North Melbourne getting a bit of a run wide, although Grundy stepped in the middle of them. A beautiful palm down to Adams. Adams has kicked back inside. Collingwood away. Swan centre half forward. Chisring ball to Witts on the lead. Too high. Hanson did well. Worked him under the footy. And have a look at the North Melbourne numbers. Get back led by Tarrant.
Yep. Picks a ground ball up reasonably well and quickly puts it on the boot. Petrie with Brown. They engage. Good contest. Loose ball. Naha swooping on a ground ball. Varco tracks him. Ball dribbles out of bounds and will have it tossed in. Right half forward flank. Broadcast side. City end.
It's coming out of Collingwood's forward half far too early. The handball receives for Hardyack at the moment. North 23. Collingwood have only had the 12. So they need a bit more forward pressure, the Pies.
Boundary throw in here. Grundy. Knocked down to Swan, quickly onto the boot, advanced it inside 50, gave the Pies a chance of a marker, but North got some good numbers now. Ball spills loose here, Blair had a little fumble, in they come, Ferrito was there, and he takes it over the line quite deliberately, but well disguised. And we'll have a boundary throw in next to the behind post.
Can't afford to fumble there, Brian. I think he had it spent before he got the ball in his hands there, little wee man Blair.
Boundary throw in, right up against the behind post to where Collingwood are kicking at the City end. Grundy was holding Brown, but the umpire said both holding. You would have heard that in the effects, Mike. Live and exclusive on Triple M football. Trying to step through traffic. Zeeble kept the arm free, got the handball away. Picked up by side bottom. Couldn't run away with it. Zeeble's been absolutely a man on a mission in this game so far. Ash, what's he had, Zeeble, as we have a ball up?
Yeah, BT, 4 disposals, 2 clearances, 2 tackles for Hardyacker.
Kangaroos up by a point. It's inside the Magpies forward 50 deep. Umpire throws it up. Congested area of the ground, tap into the path of Elliott from the boundary line, centering kick. Cloak will wait and watch. Fasolo comes through, couldn't control it. Harvey retreats and flicks a handball to Gibson, works the outer boundary line, goes to Higgins, told to slow it up because he has to wait for a mass of players to push forward.
Now if he's good enough he can make this kick into the corridor, and he does to Hanson. Well done, Higgins. Not many Spud will try that kick because they're not capable, but he did, and he pulled it off beautifully. But now they go wide with the kick. Frost is going to be able to intercept here on the wing for Collingwood. He's telling Cloak to get out of the way, and eventually he found the safety of the boundary. Southern stand centre wing, neutral ground, lights ablaze. 30-odd, 40,000 here at the G on a Sunday afternoon for this game. Around the grounds for the TAC, Ash.
BT, St Kilda by 23 points over Brisbane, 18 into the final quarter.
Cunnington drifts off to the edge of the pack after the throw-in. Handball goes to Gibson, flicked one to Boomer Harvey, kicked it around the corner to half forward. Thomas swooping on a low ball. He was collected high.
Well, that was high, Swatter.
Yep, didn't drop the knees there, Lindsay.
It was high, and he deserved a free, but he exaggerated.
Nice kick, got it to Gibson on the 45, pulls the trigger right on 50 to the goal line. Brown, the shepherd.
Oh, great ball.
And it hits the post. So a 2-point lead to the Kangaroos, 1-3 to 1-1, 18.5 gone opening term. Kubota excavator scoreboard.
No, it was a really good shepherd from Brown. He was a little bit stiff there, hit the wood.
Sack, gold sack, got it back into play. Looking for Chris, but he's kicked it to 2 on 1, Spud. North Melbourne's way. Thompson therefore runs away with the footy. Now he tries to find Brown on the lead. A nice spoil there, picked up here by Nahas, and he just chisels one home. Well done, Nahas, and North Melbourne 2-3-15. They are the Roos. Collingwood are 1-1-7 on the Kubota excavator scoreboard.
Well, BT, you've got to go to an even contest if you're going to go long. You've called it 2 on 1, and the Collingwood defender just kicked the ball to Scotty Thompson. He looked up, hit Big Ben Brown, caused a spillage, and Nahas, like all true half forwards, crumbed beautifully. So the North Melbourne kick-outs are working well, but Collingwood, that was an ordinary decision to go long to a 2 on 1 on that occasion.
Just some leading ball winners for Collingwood. 7 to side bottom for North Melbourne, 8 to Harvey. Pendlebury only 3 possessions.
Yeah, well, the thing with Harvey is 5 of his disposals are handball received, so you need someone on him.
8-point lead to the Kangaroos. Umpire gets it underway again for McDonald's Triple M Rocks football. Marley Williams gives a handball to Swan, and he can run towards the outer half forward flank. brings it straight down the middle for Solo over the top. May have spoiled his teammate. Handball comes back out into the path of Fasolo. Kangaroos get numbers back. McDonald was one. Fasolo hunting the ball, flicked it out into the path of Seedsman. McDonald arrives late again, saves the day and sees it out of bounds. We'll have it tossed in. 45 around from the Pies goal. 117, 2-3-15. That's on the Triple M Kubota Excavator scoreboard.
Doing a good job, Luke McDonald, too, in game 30. Jeez,
Held his feet. He's
mature,
cool,
isn't he? Yeah. A real mature operator.
Real footballer.
Boundary throw in here. Neither ruckman got to it. It hit the deck before they arrived. Pendlebury now tackled from behind by Dumont. And I think it's a free to Dumont because
he's
it was
been
incorrect
good.
disposal.
What's he had, Pendlebury?
He's only had 4 touches for Hardiaker.
Yeah, they're all handballs, though, so he's not hurting North Melbourne with his feet. So he's playing a really close tag, Trent Dumont.
So Dumont just waiting for the ball to be relayed back to Dumont at half back.
It's a big job for a guy playing his third game, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is around the grounds for the TACS.
St Kilda by 22 over Brisbane deep into the final quarter.
How long to go, Ash?
5:33.
Dumont from half back for North Melbourne elects the northern side of the ground. Good kick finds Goldstein. Goldstein farms off the handball to Harvey, who's in the right spot. His kick is good to Waite, and he gloved it and juked it beautifully. Waite, 65 metres out from the City end goal. Kicked it on the head of Petrie. He went back, and then he was able to run forward into it. And he takes a chest mark, Big Drew. 35 out on the 45-degree angle. 5.5 left in the first quarter.
Just saw the anguish on Nathan Buckley on the Triple M Chemist Warehouse replay screen. But Harvey's the one, boys. He's now had 8 disposals. Beautiful kick to Waite. And again, Nathan Brown has got to be smarter than that. Drew Petrie looked at him and pushed him away.
And he hasn't kicked it well, Petrie. That one's gone out of bounds. It was touched, but it was really out of bounds on the full. And he kicked it across the face from 35, so really hasn't got going yet. 5.25 remaining in this first quarter. And it's 2-3-15 North to Collingwood 1-1-7.
Yeah, they probe again, the Kangaroos. Dumont, was he taken high? Strong tackle from Grundy. And umpire Schmidt will throw it up. 30 out from the Kangaroos goal. And if overestimate McCafe Coffee is now at McDonald's drive-thru on your way home. Make your car a cafe. Swan clearing ball momentarily. Marked by Petrie.
Good pressure at the stoppage. Really good covering the outlets from Petrie. Talked about the matchup of Brown and Petrie. How many marks already for North Vice Captain Swatter? Chew.
3 marks for Hardiaker.
Yeah, he's playing well.
Is this his third set shot?
It is BT for the afternoon.
So he shanked both, and he's kicked both of the previous kicks to the right-hand side. He steps up to the plate, and he's done it again. 3 from 3, and it's through for a behind. So Drewy offline. Kangaroos 2-4-16. Collingwood 1-1-7. Triple M Kubota Excavator scoreboard. Score yourself a low 1.99% finance on selected Kubota excavators.
So this probably should be a 5-goal to 1 score at the moment.
No doubt, BT. North are letting Collingwood off the hook with their inaccurate kicking at the moment.
Instead, it's a 2-goal to 1. Around the corner, Dumont got it long and deep. Brown with a fly to the footy. Frost weighted down. Collected the footy. Little kick around the corner. Was lucky to Blair because I think he was looking for Adams. Blair now plays on, ran off his line, said the umpire, so he goes wide looking for Witts. Over the back with a big punch away there from Hanson, got it to ground. Dumont spinning out of trouble, handball to McDonald. He probably should have tapped it down into Attlee, but it doesn't matter because Attlee farmed it out the back. Hanson was there, and now ultimately at half back in the hands of Attlee. He sends it from the north side to the corridor and finds Thompson at true centre half back.
I wouldn't mind getting Dumont's stats here shortly, Tumac, because Scotty Pendlebury not paying him any respect, and he's getting a bit of it. Ball to the outer wing. Gibson's got some time. Gathers a ground level ball. Fired a handball over the top to the runner in. Attlee inflicted to another runner in Ferrito. They press again. Inside 50. Cunnington. Good spoil, Brown. Had to kill it, and kill it he did. Got a handball off the side bottom, and there's Pendlebury.
Yeah, the opponent of Dumont, as you mentioned, kicks down the line. Centre wing. Couldn't mark it there. Gibson. Umpire calls play on, so Crisp sends him on his back, and we'll have the ball up at half forward for the Roos.
Yeah, that matchup. Pendlebury only 5 disposals. Dumont's racked up 4.
Okay, Dumont doing well. Inside 50s in this quarter. 14-9 says Ash on the Hardyackers in favour of the Roos. So doing a good job there as well. It's 16-7. Ball in dispute on the wing here on the southern stand at the moment. Cloak paddles it out the back door, only as far as Higgins. And now they can queue up here and mount their challenge again.
Jamie, 1 metre, 1 metre.
The Roos at half back, and you can hear the umpire very powerful, just saying 1 metre. Just you don't have to say it really. Opportunity here for the Roos to kick it to centre wing. Good looking footy. Mark taken by the big Goldsteiner on centre wing.
That's what they've done really well, North. They haven't panicked in their back half. They've looked for a target and found one.
2.5 to go, the opening term. Goldstein towards Zeeble. Good spoil on he by Langdon. We'll have it tossed in. Kick and a half from home. Out of half forward flank. Punt road end. 1-1-7. Kangaroos 2-4-16. TAC around the grounds.
Ooh. 15 points to St Kilda over Brisbane. 2.5 remaining before full time.
So the ball is tossed back in. Crisp is tackled well to ground. Marley Williams dropped the hot potato. And now they force the turnover. Nahas. Handball to Lindsay. Had about 4 blokes queuing up. Did 2 double circle spins. And eventually he spotted up Jared Waite. But perhaps he could have given off a handball target first as Lindsay comes to the pine. Waite will line up, will kick from on or just inside 50.
Well, North Melbourne need this goal. They have dominated the last 15 minutes, especially this guy. That's his 5th mark for Hard Yakka.
He kicked the opening goal of the game. They currently lead by 9 points, the Kangaroos. Under 2 minutes to go of the first term. Waite has kicked truly. He's got a couple.
They needed it.
And they get some reward for the domination, Regis. 3-4-22, 1-1-7, 26 gone, opening term, Triple M Kubota Excavators scoreboard.
Well, they needed that. They're 2-3 from set shots already, Swatter. The last 4 weeks they're ranked 18th North Melbourne for set shots at 50%. Last week against Freo, 2-8 from set shots. So they have dominated. What's the time in the 4.5, please, for Hard Yakka, Stuart?
Yeah, it's well weighted in favour of North Melbourne, 57%, only 43 to Collingwood.
Okay, let's go down to Mark Howard on the boundary for Bob Jones Team Ups.
A frustrated Collingwood coach, Nathan Buckley's down on the bench. He's having a long discussion with Nathan Brown about what is happening there in the back line. Jared Waite, great hands, looks like he's playing with a dry ball, taking some great grabs.
Yeah, and conditions drying as every minute passes by here, so good news for the quality of this game. Back in the middle, Grundy with a double-handed palm down and a push against him. He said he used his body to push against Goldstein, and Nathan Buckley on the Triple M Chemist Warehouse screen was disgusted as now Goldstein launches inside 50. Waite was there again, had to step back into the play was Langdon. Harvey picked it up, gave it to Higgins. Higgins squeezed the trigger with the handball too early, went nowhere. Tuvey was there, but he ran past the footy as well. Now Frost got to put his mush over the footy and he wins it. Got it to Marley Williams, kick around the corner just to clear the zone. Bounced off the chest there of Thompson. Now the ball in dispute at ground level. Jesse White knocks it 2 metres Collingwood's way. McMillan, Varco kept it alive. Probably would have been wise to take it out of bounds there and wait for the numbers to even up. Now Taylor Adams picks it up right in front of Nathan Buckley, 2 metres away. Squeezed the handball to Varco. Nothing on inside 50. Not one player inside 50. Had to create something. Got the handball to Wicks. Wicks goes long deep and he panicked and he just kicked it long down to Petrie, who's the extra man, but it's out of bounds on the full and be a free kick. Travis Cloak off the foot of a North Melbourne player.
Yeah, I think it's off the foot of Tarrant there, so 53 seconds left on the clock. He's on the right side for a left-footer, Cloak.
He's northern side of the ground, kicks around the corner, got a bending, but he bent it too early, and it's a minor score. So 1-2-8 Collingwood North, up 3-4-22 on the Kubota Excavator scoreboard. Score yourself a low 1.99% finance on selected Kubota excavators, and they have them from very small to very big, and we just want an in-betweener.
Ball comes back in. It'll be marked by McDonald. How long to go in the other game for the TAC? Chew and a score, please.
Under a minute, and it's St Kilda 108, Brisbane 86, 22 points the margin.
McDonald drops it long towards Goldstein. Took a nice mark in front of Brodie Grundy. And with 30 seconds to go, they lead by 14 points. They've dominated the game so far, as Spud has said, the Kangaroos. Goldstein goes inboard, edge of the square goes to right, and he can just lay it off by foot to Tarrant. Just casually run from half back and go straight up the middle towards Petrie, who's working both ends of the ground. Takes it down low with 12 seconds to go.
Petrie a little slow to react here. The runner's gone out and he's been slow to get off the bench as well, the runner, and tell them. Now Petrie goes inside 50. Brown's going to mark this. Both hands on it, should have. Off hands. Higgins on the left.
Oh, that's a goal.
Got the kick away. It'll count. It'll count for Sean Higgins. It's a goal. Sean Higgins kicks it a second before the siren sounded. Beautifully done, composed goal. And North 4-4-28 lead this one. Collingwood 1-2-8 on the Kubota Excavator scoreboard. Stay with us for our mates at McDonald's. Triple M rocks football.
This quarter was brought to you by Kubota Excavators. The winners are the boys who scored 1.99% finance on selected Kubota excavators. Hurry to become a Master of Engineering. Finance offer ends June 30.
The McDonald's McCafe. Triple M rocks football.
Billy Brownless and James Brayshaw. The Rush Hour, where sport meets stupid.
Hello to you, Stevie J. Tom Hawkins, the biggest human being on the planet.
He could be.
Mitchie Clark, how's he go? Is he
pretty strong as well?
And
when you got tats, you're even stronger, aren't you? So
you going to get one?
I do have a little one that I hide it a little bit, Bill. It's a premiership one, but you didn't quite get there.
Oh! Bang!
The Rush Hour, back tomorrow from 3.
For Buy Property Direct.
Triple M.
Where's the motorcyclist?
Here.
You can't always see them in your mirrors, so do a head check before changing lanes. And always watch out for motorcycles.
Now's a really good time to load up on tools.
Whatever you see on the work site, those tools you're going to see on our tool shop shelf.
You've got your Makitas, your Bosch Blues, your AEGs.
You can have the exact same tool that the professionals use.
We have tools for the DIY, we have tools for the trader, and we have tools for the handyman.
A very good quality tool for a very good price.
If you're doing a massive job, you need trade quality tools, and we've got...
They're not just toys now, they're real trade tools. Lowest prices are just the beginning.
Small business bargains at Dick Smith. Get 15% off HP computers over $500, 15% off Canon cameras, plus 25% off Panasonic and Sony headphones. Hurry, ends Monday. In-store and online at Dick Smith. Exclusions apply, not with other offers.
In 2015, the Triple M Bendix Brakes Call team rocks football. CrownBet, the game just changed. This footy season, if you're placing a bet, remember, always gamble responsibly. Vero Business Insurance. When the moment comes, choose Vero Business Insurance. Talk to your broker today. DeWalt, runtime that cannot be beaten. DeWalt, guaranteed tough and available at Bunnings Warehouse. In 2015, Triple M rocks football.
Everyone's tastes are different, and now there's a place where you can design exactly the burger you want from 30 gourmet ingredients. You might start with a
brioche style bun,
then some
shaved parmesan,
or perhaps
Swiss cheese
is more your thing.
Grilled pineapple, chili jam.
No problem. We call it Create Your Taste, but you might know it as come in and design your own burger today. How very un-McDonald's.
Available 10:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. Dine in or take away at participating restaurants.
Oh, yes. The best Trident ever has landed. With a 5-star ANCAP safety rating, up to 23% more torque on auto models, and a remarkable 11.8 metre turning circle. It's ideal for getting mates out of tight spots. Like Jezza here, who's been stuck at a shoe sale with his wife for 3 hours. You wouldn't want to be in his shoes.
It's a Mitzi?
Of course, mate. Jump in. Oh, thanks, mate. Drop into your Mitsubishi dealer and test drive the best Trident ever today.
Australian mandarins are in season now, and these little beauties are bursting with sweet goodness.
Australian grown, sweet, juicy Amore mandarins, just $2.90 a kilo. Just $2.90.
If it's fresh and in season, it's in Coles.
Shut up! The footy's on the radio!
The McDonald's McCafe. Triple M rocks football.
This quarter is brought to you by Bunnings Warehouse, where lowest prices are just the beginning.
Quarter time at the MCG, Collingwood and North Melbourne. Conditions clearing a little here. And at quarter time, North over the Pies by 20 points. 4-4-28 to Collingwood 1-2-8. Here's Astur with all the hard yakka stats that matter.
Jared Waite, number one ranked player on the ground. 7 disposals, 5 marks, 2 majors. North winning inside 50s, 17-11.
Bob Jane T-Marts, Howie's downstairs. Howie?
Nathan Buckley right in front of me when Higgins kicked that goal on the side. He was absolutely disgusted. Went out, told all the assistants to move away. I want to speak to these players on my own. He gave them about a minute and a half before they divided up into their groups. You'll be happy, Spud. A couple of the Collingwood boys have put the long stops on at the break.
Yeah, no, they're very slippery down there, as you talked about pre-game, Howie. Defensively, Collingwood have only conceded 11 marks inside their defensive 50, already 6. So that is a worrying sign for the backline coach, Ben Hart and Nathan Buckley. North deserved that lead. The last 2 goals come in quick succession just to the end of the first quarter. 17 inside 50s to 11. The big one for me is Boomer Harvey. I think it's been really good coaching from Brad Scott, but I think they need to put the clamps on him. He's had 10 disposals, 7 of those are handball receives. He's had far too much room. He's had 1 inside 50, 1 rebound. The other guy on the wing, Gibson's having a really good game. Jared Waite, as you said, the number 1 ranked player on the ground. 5 marks, 2 of those contested. For the Pies, Sidebottom and Adams are getting a little bit. But young Dumont's doing a very, very good on Pendlebury. Only the 1 kick. He's had 5 disposals. But Dumont himself has had 5. So that's a real win for the North Melbourne Football Club, with Dumont playing his 3rd game and Pendlebury the skipper. So they need to try and free him up somehow, the on-baller for Collingwood, because you just can't allow that tag to keep going the way it is, because that'll mean Collingwood needs someone else to jump up and get 30.
Danny Frawley there on Triple M Football with his quarter-time analysis. Collingwood lead it by a trail by 20 points to North Melbourne.
I'll just check in with Howie again. Bob Jane T-Marts. I think Scotty Pendlebury will start on the pine this term. Howie?
Yeah, he has started on the pine alongside Big Grundy. Unusual, but he'll be out there soon. Dumont doing a good job on him.
He is, the young boy. In game number 3. As the second term gets underway for McDonald's Triple M Rocks football. Witts got it down nicely to Adams. Tried to give a handball to Swan. Couldn't hit the target. The Kangaroos had gifted it straight back. A kick off the ground by Sidebottom. Inside 50, Thompson had it for an eternity. Got rid of the would-be tackler. Bounced the kick inside the square. Good work by Seedsman. Handball to Witts. Quickly on the boot. Fasolo takes the mark, and Varco on the charge. Got the ball at pace. Driving ball. Unguarded. Goal square. Hits the post. 139, 4-4-28, 30 seconds played. Second term, Bunnings Warehouse scoreboard.
Trevor Sparko there. Tarrant to kick in for North. North to the city end in this second quarter. Good ball to Zeeble, but he was put off by Elliott, but has been paid an interference free kick here now. So a long ball kicked up into the middle of the ground, up in big Drew Petrie. Off hands, Cunnington did well. Fast hands to Thomas, running on his favoured left side. Drilling kick. Nahas missed weight on the lead there. And now Nahas runs onto the open ball in the goal square. Kicks his second goal. And North Melbourne get that one really easy. 5-4-34 to Collingwood 1-3-9 on the Bunnings Warehouse scoreboard.
Well, it's all happening for North at the moment. Collingwood go forward. Varco looks like he kicks a winning goal. Again, coast to coast from their kick-in. So the Collingwood zone's just not working. The North Melbourne zone is absolutely outstanding. The kick wasn't meant for Nahas, but he was the guy pushing forward, Ash. You got something there for me, mate?
Defensive ball chains into the forward 50 for North Melbourne. They're tracking at 47%. That's 23 above the league average.
Well, that's what I was trying to say, mate, without the stat, that North are running it out far too easy from Collingwood. But you have backed me up.
I'm just trying to back you up.
Well done, Ash. I'm sorry about that. Sorry about that, champion.
25-point lead to the Kangaroos, having their way. And Zeeble bangs it on the boot quickly, pumps it inside 50. Waite couldn't take the mark. Varco fumbles it, kept it in control, though, and then just hoiks it towards the broadcast wing. Elliott marked closely by Ferrito. Managed to get a handball into the path of Sidebottom. Fired one to Seedsman in the long sleeves. Puts it on the left shoe. Bounces it towards Cloak. Got to be clean. Was good at gathering. Handball not so good. Fasolo got rid of one. Off to Blair. Can they get a goal? No. It goes towards the top of the square. White had a good piece. But once again, Kangaroos with numbers.
Hands of stone. Opportunity here for North Melbourne. Little quick ball back inside the Tarrant. And Tarrant marks the ball. Last line of defence. So North Melbourne a chance to regain their composure here. Collingwood have started to find a way through. Not on the scoreboard, though. Kick goes wide, looking for Wright, and punched away by Sidebottom. He still looks like he's favouring that thumb a little, or just at least protecting it a little. We'll have a boundary throw in, half forward for the Pies.
Looks like he's got the job on Boomer Harvey, and Boomer Harvey's trying to go to Williams, so at least they're trying to put some heat on the little champ.
Throw back into play by the boundary umpire. Off hands at the back of the pack, spills to Swan. Swan goes forward. Punch away by Ferrito was aggressive. Gain 20. Tuvey overran it. Thomas went and got it under real pressure to Harvey. Harvey's handball under enormous pressure. Back to Thomas. Gee, they did well in tight position there. Hanson now shifts the little handball to the left-footed McDonald. He looked like he was going to kick it. He gave it over the top with another handball to another left-footer in Thomas. 45 and closing. Higgins wanted it to the top of the square. And Lindsay went for the glory and found nothing as Varco marked.
Yeah, that wasn't good enough from Lindsay Thomas.
Chipping ball.
Should have went about 20 metres out, Swatter.
Yep, Williams got it to Swan. And what are his numbers? And Scotty Pendlebury. Swan runs a long way. Come back to me shortly, Chew. Delivers nicely to Cloak on the outer wing. Free kick.
Swan, 8 disposals, only 25% by foot. Pendlebury with 5 is averaging 28 this year.
Yeah, had to be better there, Lindsay Thomas. He had an option with Higgins, top of the square, and ignored it. And Trav has got it on the outer wing, driving high ball. Inside 50, Thompson was there on his own. He was chopped high. And Scotty takes the mark. They just don't have the answers, the Magpies, with the ball going inside their forward 50 as Thompson comes away to McMillan broadcast halfback flank.
Well, Collingwood through Cloak waited 10 seconds to take his cloak. Take his kick. I don't get the reason, Spud, why you wait for the ruckman to get back before you go to a one-on-one.
Correct weight, BT. You've got to back any one-on-one all over the ground. They're very rare in today's footy. Just get the ball moving. North Melbourne are doing the running.
Almost like he said, Swat, I'll wait for the ruckman to get back defensively and then I'll kick it in and give them a chance. It's bizarre. Here's Zeeble off hands on the wing.
Another handball.
Drawing handball to Cunnington. Cunnington likewise wide to Waite. Now Waite's got it 60 out. Centering unselfish. Brilliant ball to Goldstein. And Goldstein will line up 30 metres out slide angle.
Well, have a look at where Witts is. Seriously, he was still at the clearance. Goldstein pushed forward. That's just not good enough. That is just a brain fade there from Witts. He'll be off the ground very shortly. And Grundy back on the ground.
In the meantime, Goldstein lines up here. 45-degree angle. Kick at 30 metres. City end. No problems at all. Collingwood Social Club end here. So he looks to bring it back, and he does it very, very neatly and professionally. Got his first big goldie. The Roos doing a really nice job here at the moment. 6-4-40, leading Collingwood 1-3-9. Bunnings Warehouse scoreboard just starting to get out of the Pies' hands here at the moment.
No, you're right. The Hardyacker stats are going all North Melbourne's favour, and Collingwood have been really good from restricting opposition teams from their defensive change at 19% normally, ranked fourth in the competition. Today, North Melbourne are going at 43%. So there's no forward line pressure, Ash. What are the forward line tackles for forward half for both teams, please?
Yeah, on the Hardyacker stat sheets, it's pretty much dead even, but bear in mind, Collingwood have had less ball in the forward half of the ground.
Correct weight.
31-point lead to the Kangaroos. They've kicked the last 5 goals of the game, including the 2 in this term for McDonald's. Triple M Rocks football. Bastanak, strong tackle by Swan. And we'll have it thrown up just 4 to the centre line inside the square. Just repeat that score. Brisbane and the Saints 2, TAC.
St Kilda 16-12-108 defeated Brisbane by 22 points, 13-8-86.
Kid Dumont wrapped up in a strong tackle. He's done a really good job on Scotty Pendlebury so far. Numbers quickly, Ash.
Pendlebury 5, Dumont's racked up 6.
Harvey's had a lot of it. Pies soccer it forward. Swan socketed it forward again. Got it inside the arc now. White pushed off the line. Can they manufacture? Just a slight hesitation for Solo. Allowed Ferrito to come in, and Spud is in trouble.
Come on, umpire.
Talk us through the decision on the Triple M Chemist Warehouse replay screen, Spud.
He slid at the ball, Ferrito, and he won the hard ball. So we have a look here in slow-mo now. He's gone low. I just think he's been stiff, seriously.
Haven't they both dived on the ball for Solo and Ferrito?
Yeah, look.
So Spud, he does lose the plot every now and again. Spud Ferrito blowing a pooper out there and still going at Schmitty. In the meantime, Alex Fasolo will line up for a desperately needed goal to the Pies. 5-1 from set shots and make it 6-1. And boy, did they need that goal. And they get it 7-minute mark, second term. Maybe that gets a bit of an ignition going for the Magpies. 2-3-15, 6-4-40. And that is on the Triple M Bunnings Warehouse scoreboard.
Yeah, that's Smitty still going at Ferrito there.
Come out, it's free kicks against you.
Just let it go, Smitty. Just run away. Seriously. But anyway, Collingwood have dominated time in the forward half for Hardyacker. 61.7% compared to North Melbourne's 38.3%. So
in this quarter.
In this quarter, BT. So they're starting to win some ball at the moment. They desperately needed to.
Having said that, 2 goals to 1 in favour of the Roos, even with that Hardyacker stat. So back in the middle we go again. As Swara said, Pies were in desperate need of that one because it looked like it was going to be banged open if they did not. And they got the clearance to go with it as well here, Collingwood. Touch, play on, says the umpires. You can hear them screaming. Tarrant was there. Got the little kick out wide to Brent Harvey. He gathers the footy on half-back. A neat little torpedo mung type thing. But going 30 metres, and McMillan takes the mark. And Langdon has given away 50 with a late bump on McMillan. This means that McMillan will line up from about 40 metres out. That's where it should be. 40 metres out, the man on the mark should stand if this umpire measures this one out right. And McMillan, well, he's pretty close. It's 45 metres. And McMillan on the 45-degree angle. City end. Roos looking for goal number 7. A little bit of fluffy breeze right to left. McMillan comes in and drills the goal. Has it got the length? I think it has.
Yeah,
no touch there. McMillan gets his first, and the Roos a nice job. 2-3-15 Collingwood, North Melbourne on the Triple M scoreboard, 7-4-46.
Well, it's amazing. North Melbourne have only been in 5 times for 3 goals. Collingwood, unfortunately, 7 times for 1 goal, 1. That was a bad 50. That was a brain fade there from Langdon.
That was dumb.
Well, McMillan was always going to market Swatter. He had a good 5 to 10 metres to assess the situation.
Yep.
I'm too late. I'll just hold up. But no, he wanted to think about himself. And look, it's okay to make your opponent earn it, but on that occasion it was always going to be 50.
There's a couple of stats in this quarter. Pendlebury statless in the kicking efficiency. North Melbourne 88%, Collingwood only at 53.
3-1 in this term. Dumont got the job on Pendlebury, and Pendlebury gets up, holding his right hip. Dumont gets the handball away. Harvey on the end of it. Goes to Gibson. Wants to get onto the right boot. Will put it inside 50. Target will be Cunnington. Nice courage by Crisp. And just keep a close eye on Scotty Pendlebury bound his side there, Howie, because he was slow to get up.
Jack Crisp to Frost. Frost back to Crisp now. He's got more time to present the kick to Cloak, and he does that nicely. Cloak takes the mark. Forward of centre wing, almost at half back, in fact. Travis Cloak goes into the middle corridor and finds Crisp with the short kick. He too plays on, brings it to the north side. Ball's a long time in the air. Gives the defenders a chance, but not before Langdon gets there. And Langdon takes the mark. Fasolo was in the clear. Langdon didn't see him. And he went long and deep. Touched off ball. Wrights marked the ball, but he didn't hear the call. Mate, I heard it from here, Righty. You had 3 umpires yelling at you.
Yeah.
Of course you heard it. And we'll have a ball up attacking 50. Mark Howie.
Pendlebury came off BT, but it was just in rotation. He's coming back out now. What a right to go.
Nicely done. Ferrito was taken high, got boot to ball. Nahas to Higgins. Good looking Rooster, good looking football player. Flicked the handball over the top. More into the path of Bastanak. Couldn't find it. Can the Magpies get a couple of goals to start to get their game going? No, they can't for now, because Bastanak got in the way. McMillan's starting to get busy. Short ball to Higgins. Broadcast wing. Nahas is short. Brown is longer. Kick is poor. Straight into the waiting arms of
Pendlebury looking to slot the ball to the point of the square at half back and finds Grundy. Trouble is, Grundy's not going to be the player that's going to try and bite off another inside footy. In fact, he's doing 360s at the moment. He's like a blowfly that's just been hit with the Mordine. He was just looking to turn the tail up. And Varco now marks at half back. Varco looks inside momentarily, now decides to go
straight to Hansen.
Hit long. Hansen there. Cloak has to spoil from behind, and he did well to get it to the boundary line, Cloak. And we'll have a boundary throw in half forward for the Pies on the northern side.
That's the beauty of Lockie Hansen. Tarrant's got the luxury of when Cloak leads, Hansen will try and block his lead. So they need to engage Hansen and make him defend.
7-4-46 North, Collingwood 2-3-15 on the Triple M Bunnings Warehouse scoreboard. Around the grounds, TAC Ash on that other game.
Yeah, St Kilda too good for the Lions by 22 points.
Swan went to get a handball away. Dumont liked the look of this kid. Game number 3, but the handball wasn't particularly good. Witts jumped on it, gave a handball off to Williams. Arcs around, chisels the ball to Fasolo on the stretch. 1-2. Almost took it acrobatically, couldn't. Cunnington, Zeeble, rockets a handball, standing target Hansen, drops it towards broadcast wing. Wait! Got up early.
Oh, big
and
Witsy's
hung in the air.
Holding the hip. Come on, Witsy. McMillan goes inside 50. Off hands Thomas, roved it beautifully. Little boot to ball cut off by Jack Frost. Jack Frost went and got it to Varco. Varco still under Drew Petrie. Pressure. Petrie got him. Forced him to handball for the behinds, and he nailed one as well there. So scoreboard 7-5-47 North Melbourne, Collingwood 2-3-15 Bunnings Warehouse scoreboard. By the way, when it comes to DIY and home improvement, you'll find everything you need at a Bunnings Warehouse. You go in there, you fill up the big trolley with all the goodies, go to the tool section, the paint section, the sandpaper section, the vacuum section, the cleaning section, whatever it is, and you get all the goodies, Swatter.
And a snag on your way out.
Oh, yeah, I'm
You won't be going any time there soon, Spud, after Anita dropped 3.5 on a new couch. Nahas unguarded goal square. Picked off by Possum Eyes Tooby. Almost smothered by Lindsay Thomas. Clearing ball. Broadcast half-back flank. It trickles out of bounds and we'll have it tossed in between wing and half-forward. Northern side, City End. Scoreboard 7-5-47. Collingwood 2-3-15. 3.5 on a couch. Ouch.
Yeah, exactly right, Swatter. What are the handball receives in the back half of both teams, please, Stuart?
North Melbourne 40, Collingwood only at 17.
I would have thought in Brighton 3.5 is pretty cheap high. Here's Ferrito. Handball off here to McMillan. McMillan, plenty of time to sum it up. Petrie was there, but he made the drop zone himself. Petrie with the use of the body on Brown. He takes a lovely mark. 25 out directly in front. Big Drew Petrie.
Well, that is a magnificent grab. That's their 8th mark inside forward 50, North Melbourne. As we said going into this game, Collingwood only average 11 marks in their defensive 50. So the defenders at the moment are just non-existent. Petrie's killing Brown.
Petrie comes in, drills the goal. Got a big Drew. Their 8th, his first. North Melbourne 8-5-53 to Collingwood 2-3-15 on the Bunnings Warehouse scoreboard.
Not sure where BT Collingwood are going to get into this game. Sidebottom's been good. Swan, we know Pendlebury's down. Travis Cloak is working hard, but he's been double teamed at times. So at the moment, Harvey, McMillan, Nahas and Cunnington are going really well for North.
38-point lead to the Kangaroos, 4 goals to 1 in this term, and they kicked 4-1 in the opening term, and they're doing it nicely. So they're looking for win number 5, the Kangaroos. The Magpies came in with 5 wins beside their names, but they are being well and truly challenged at the moment. Umpire throws it up for McDonald's. Triple M Rocks football. Cunnington, good tackle on he by Witts. Ball spills free, just into the path of Pendlebury. No room. Doing a good job on him is Dumont. Harvey through traffic, played for the free, no whistle. Shoveling handball forward to the ball by Taylor Adams. Thompson came hard off the line, spills off the boot into the path of McDonald. Overrunning the ball was right, has to go back. Kangaroos under a bit of heat now, but off the ground goes Ferrito. Is it deliberate? No, and nor should it be.
So a boundary throw in 60 metres around from Collingwood's punt road goal. They are under enormous pressure at the moment as we close in on half-time, 10 minutes before the major break, and they're getting slaughtered at the moment here. 8 goals to 2 goals, basically North Melbourne's way. And they don't look like getting back into it at the moment, the Pies. Can they find a trigger mechanism to force their way back into this one? But North look really switched on as we've got a ball up, attacking 50 for the Pies.
Well, when Cloak's off the ground, you look at their forward line at the moment, you've got Grundy deep and Fasolo. It doesn't look like a potent forward line to me at the minute.
Here's Zeeble and Thomas. Zeeble head over the footy and really didn't do much with it, so Seedsman came in trying to rip it away. Witts went down like a bag. And there's Zeeble.
Witsy.
All over the top of him. Big Witsy. That's like the towering inferno without the fire. You stand up on the big size 14s, Witsy.
Oh, come on, Witter.
They're like skis.
Throw up left half forward flank.
Goodness gracious me.
So 38-point ball game. Pendlebury over the top. Thomas taken to ground by Swan. Seedsman and Marley Williams fight over the agate. Pumping ball inside 50. Grundy, was he tunnelled? No, not according to the umpire. We'll have it tossed in. 30 around from the Pies' goal.
No, it was well disguised swatter from Lockie Hansen. It was half a one, unfortunately, but Grundy was actually too strong for his own good.
So it's Goldstein with Witts. Pendlebury tries to draw the free kick. It's not coming because umpire Schmidt's right on the spot, and we'll have it tossed up. Alex Fasolo, very proppy on the right ankle. I know Howie's got the Bushnells trained on him at the moment. He's not good, Al.
Ball up there. Right in front of Collingwood's goal. North Melbourne are going to repel. McMillan with a long kick out wide. When does that other game start, Ash?
4:40 start. Geelong take on the Eagles over in the west.
Okay, look forward to that. Here's Gibson, head over the 41 up, but ball was pinned in on the tackle by Nathan Brown. It was really good. Ferrito went in, spinning pirouette to win the footy. Got it to Nas, the big and the short of him. An opportunity here to Ferrito. Ferrito coughed up the handball, got it on the hands, and just got rid of it in the nick of time, but he handballed backwards and he found nothing except the boundary line here. And we'll have a throw in still at the forward end for Collingwood here. Southern stand side heading to the punt road end, the Pies. They're down 53-15 at the moment, Collingwood.
8.5 to go, second term. Kangaroos dominating the Pies. Bouncing ball into the path of Bastanak, tries to paddle it back towards Boomer Harvey. He walks it out of bounds and we'll have it thrown in again.
What North Melbourne have been able to do, they've been able to get that extra inside their defensive 50 at all times. They've got Hansen deep, but now it's Sammy Wright or Ferrito free for North.
Umpire hoiks it back in. Goldstein, Grundy Crisp quickly on the boot. Put it inside 50 for Solo. Came at it hard. Couldn't take the mark. Adams tried to get a handball away as he was tackled to ground. 45 out from the Magpies' goal. Tunneling his way through was Blair. Swan, can he ignite him? Kick on its way. That'll do well to go in. But it goes out of bounds on the full. 8:02 to play. 15 playing 53. Kangaroos lead Bunnings Warehouse scoreboard.
Dane Swan, BT, is leading their possessions. He's had 13 kicks, but unfortunately going at 15% for hard yakka.
Boomer just wanting to get that free kick as well, and the umpire said, no, Boomer, you weren't there, mate. Here's the kick, goes to Big Benny Brown off hands, picked up here by Higgins. He just advanced it another 20 metres in favour of the Roos. But I tell you what, Collingwood have got it locked at their 14 to the ground. Dumont was taken to ground on the tackle, but they retain the footy north. Higgins through some heavy traffic. Left-handed handball, put his man Cunnington under pressure. He was bundled up in a ripping tackle there by Elliott. Over the line, out of bounds, Southern Sound, Centre Angle, Florine here with 19:22 ticked over 2-3-15. Collingwood, North Melbourne, 8-5-53. Bunnings Warehouse, scoreboard swatter.
Yep, throw in Southern wing, Grundy, Goldstein, back of the pack, Elliott fumbled it, went back, got it, shoved a handball off to Pendlebury. Can he get them going, the skipper? He'll release the ball into the sack, charges onto the ground ball, swooped on it, delivers the kick for Solo. Nicely read, floated in late, was right, handballs off the Boomer.
And so for Solo, didn't get near it in the end. He waited for the footy, and now Nahas has got it right in front of the interchange area here at the G. Nahas this way, that away, eventually went one way and found Petrie on the lead. Drew Marks on the chest. Goes back to take his kick on centre wing on the northern side, right in front of the Collingwood bench. Little kick sideways, finds McMillan. McMillan goes to the middle of the ground now to the man on the point there of the diamond in Ferrito. Ferrito marks, plays on, squirts out the handball. Opportunity here for Wright. Thought about it, forced to kick on the left. Goes long and deep. Look at Higgins out in front of Chris. Did well, Chris, to work it to ground. Now Big Grundy goes in, head over the footy. Now you got to hit a handball or to kick it. He did. Varco there to help out. And Elliott as well. Little kick around the corner. Got it towards Swan. Swan gathers, immediately under pressure with a handball. Over the line, out of bounds. Half back the Pies. They are under enormous pressure at the moment. They're down 15-53.
6.5 to go, the opening half. Kangaroos 4 goals to 1 in the opening quarter, and they've got 4-1 in this quarter. And comfortably have the Magpies in a bit of a sleeper hold at the moment. Gibson can't break the Pendlebury tackle. Arriving late, Bastanak hit the skipper for the Magpies hard and fair. And he's the two-day nighttime statistician, premiership star, Jude.
It's what a turnovers in the midfield. Collingwood twice as many, 14-7.
So the umpire will toss it up, just forward of the outer wing. Benny Brown against Grundy, Cunnington the smother, and then just shove it a cheeky handball off to Bastanak. No real pressure, he's allowed to spin around, put the ball to half forward. And that's a really gutsy mark taken by Langdon.
Yeah, it was well done, backing back with the fight of the footy, Langdon. Short little kick trying to transfer play to Possemize Tuvey, who marks between full back and centre half back. Now Tuvey goes up the middle. Risky kick to Elliott. Didn't try and mark it. Cleverly swept it on. Oxley got rid of his man really well. Handball back to Elliott. He got met high. And that's against weight. And that may well be reportable. He got him really high. One of those front-on tackles. Let's have a look. No, he's going for the footy. He's okay. Jared Waite.
Waite was lucky he didn't do his knee, Brian.
Yeah, Waite could have almost got a free for taking the legs.
Yeah, but it was silly in the end from Waite.
50-metre penalty now by Waite. And this will bring Elliott just inside the 50, I reckon. Hear him asking. 48-55. You can hear him talking to the umpire. Elliott from 55 metres out, directly in front, punt road end. High footy, just tempts someone to come at it. Big Benny Brown spoiled his own man Hanson in the end. Ball came to ground. Blair's in there, the boy from Wonthaggi. Marley Williams, Cloak tries to muscle it out. Opportunity for Solo, squeezed the trigger, got the handball to Grundy. Got a ponytail Grundy, and he kicks a much needed one for Collingwood. They get something out of nothing there, the Pies. With 5.5 minutes remaining in the half. Collingwood 3-3-21 to North, 8-5-53 on the Bunnings Warehouse scoreboard.
Yeah, they're winning the clearances this quarter. Collingwood 10-5, which is equated to more inside 50s, 13-10. They were desperate to win, kick that goal. Only 2 goals for their 13 entries, but the other side, North Melbourne, have gone in 10 times for 4. And the ball use, that's been the big thing. They've been winning enough of the ball, Collingwood. I know it's slippery down there, how he was talking about it. North are going at 72% by foot, but this quarter Collingwood have butchered it, going at 47% for Hard Yakka.
That's all thanks to Hard Yakka, as Spud said. Visit your Hard Yakka Workwear Centre now for great deals. And we're underway again for McDonald's Triple M Rocks football. Pies could get 1 or 2 goals maybe to finish off the second term. Currently trailing by 32, yet to kick back-to-back goals this afternoon, the Magpies. Bastanak threw a fist at it. Hard off the line was Marley Williams. Grundy put it on the boot. Bouncing ball into the path of Fasolo. Out of sorts is Al. Handball towards McDonald from Tarrant. Wasn't good. Went back and got it to Nahas. Pole vaults through the middle of the ground. Got it to Atley. Flicked a handball to his teammate and Zeeble quickly
He
on the
goes
boot.
long with the kick to centre half forward. The Collingwood line up here. I just get the feeling at the moment they're starting to come here, Collingwood. An opportunity for Williams, just mounting a little campaign. Oh, there's a header from side bottom. He went soccer style. He went with the noggin, trying to keep it moving. That's not an illegal disposal either. Ball spills loose. Pressure mounting. Crisp got it. No, it wasn't. It was Frost. Got the Langdon. Looked for the give and go. Big Grundy was upended. Ball spills loose. Opportunity here around the corner. Brown. Brown has marked the North Melbourne 35 out directly in front. At a time when Collingwood were starting to get angry and physical and mounting a mini campaign.
No, they were, Brian. It was beautifully called, but it's just the ball use again. Really good spot up from Brown. He could have went to any three or four options there. Goldsack's had his hands full all day.
From the Apple Isle, Ben Brown directly in front, city end. A lot of wind. Nice kicking conditions, and he comes with that big, long, familiar run-up. Brown, nice drop of the footy, but he kicks it off the side of the boot. So I tell you what, Collingwood will breathe a sigh of relief there, because I do feel that they're starting to make some inroads.
No, they're
particularly in attitude.
No, attitude. I think time in the forward half too this quarter for Hardyacker.
Yeah, it's Collingwood's way, 52%, North Melbourne at 48.
Elliott will come late. Perhaps should have stayed down. Loose ball back of the pack. That is right. Round the corner on the left boot. Magpies ball each other. Thomas the Shark. The gather the Rove. Goes to ground as he got boot to ball into the path of Petrie. Side bottom. Waiting. Accepting the ball. Put a bouncing ball in the path of Oxley. Still hard work for the Magpies. Williams dances and dodges and then delivers to a 1-on-2. Fasolo had to commit. Commit he did. Brought it to ground. Kangaroos have numbers. Thompson brushes away the Blair tackle. Handball off to Cunnington. Flicked it forward to the ball. Gibson. This'll hurt. 48. Unguarded. Goal square, and it's in the book. Good footy. Great work of the Kangaroos, and Gibson gets the goal. So the Kangaroos get a steadier 9-6-60, 3-3-21, 26 gone, second turn, Triple M Bunnings Warehouse scoreboard.
Beautifully called, Swatter. They've just had numbers around the ball. They've had the release. Collingwood were trying to put pressure on. Scotty Thompson was under pressure, got tackled, but the handball come out, the forward running from Gibson. But it's been the ball use again. 83%, 68% for Collingwood. And you can just see the North Melbourne half forwards putting pressure on the ball carrier for Collingwood.
Big time goal that.
Yeah, it was.
You could feel the pressure. Collingwood were hanging on by the skin of their teeth. And I tell you what, 39-point leaders now North. Well done to them. Out of the middle, Blair. Got it to Adams. Little kick to Elliott, and Elliott takes the mark, sliding to ground at half forward. Immediately gets up, sends the ball long. Here's Jesse White. Perhaps he'd like to take a mark, and he does. 30 metres out near the boundary line.
What's he at, Ash?
That's his second mark, and along with 2 handballs.
So White now will go back for the drop punt. He'll start his approach from the drip tray or perimeter piping there, and he's got a kick of some 30 metres. He'll need to work it left to right. If he's got any right to left in his kick, he cannot kick it. It needs to be the other way. White, 2:41 remaining in the half. Puts it pretty good effort. He's done well. He's kicked it.
That's a great goal.
So they nail that one back here, Collingwood. They've kicked 3 goals to the Roos, 5 in this quarter. 2:33 remain, and the score is 27-60 in favour of North Melbourne. Bunnings Warehouse scoreboard.
Now, much needed goal. He's been quite wide, but that is a beautiful goal. As you said, the 3 goals this quarter. Unfortunately, North have kicked the 5, so they've been more consistent in front of goal, North Melbourne. They're winning all the clearances this quarter, the Pies, but unfortunately their ball use, just the pressure North Melbourne have put on them. As I said, 50%, 12-5 the clearances in Collingwood's favour, but the ball use when they get it, 50% of the Pies this quarter. North Melbourne 68% for Hardyacker.
Yeah, can't afford to concede an easy goal back to the Kangaroos. The Magpies trailing by 33 for McDonald's Triple M Rocks football. Pendlebury with Cunnington. Cunnington handball into the path of Thomas. Overruns it. Varco. Adams getting busy now is Taylor. Ball lipped in the air towards side bottom. Gibson arrives late and he didn't have the ball. Steele. He gets the free kick, 2:17 to play. They could do with one more, just going into half-time to get their tail up the Magpies.
Oh, look, he's found Wits open in the middle of the ground here. They're 33 points adrift. Collingwood mounting a mini challenge here now. Here's Sidebottom with a beautiful kick to Cloak. He will pay the mark. He should have been. Gee, the umpire should have paid that.
I thought it was a mark.
I did too. It was one of those ones when the defender comes late. An opportunity now to clean up at ground level. Gibson poked a little handball to Goldsteiner. Here's the running option for Bastanak. Gave it back to Gibson. Gibson retreats. Finds some time and space for Petrie. He sends a little ball to Boomer. Boomer took a solid mark under some attention from Seedsman. Got it back to the middle of the ground to Hansen. The overlap running here from Atley. Goes inside 50. Big time here for North. Punch away was nicely done by Oxley. And now Frost will recover the footy, or will he, Swatter?
Well, he did well, but they aren't out of danger yet. Nahas just tunnels through a couple, past 3, past 4, and he gets the ball. Gives it off to Harvey. 1:19 to play. Centering ball. Bastanak 30 out from goal.
Hands in the back.
And it goes against the Pies. That hurts.
Well, it does, because I'm with BT. I thought Cloak, and you see Eddie Maguire on the Triple M Chemist Warehouse replay screen. He's not happy, because I thought that the Cloak mark was definitely a mark, and the umpire said it was. And we see that soft free kick. Gee, not a lot in that.
On the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, Blair infringed according to the umpire. Bastanak.
Look, he did put hands in the back. That's the issue.
Gentle,
the other clenched fist. Yep.
Directly in front from 40, lead 33. And it's back out to 39, and that hurts the Magpies. 30 gone. Second term. And on the Bunnings Warehouse scoreboard, the Kangaroos 10-6-66, 4-3-27.
No, really bad luck there for the Pies. I thought Cloak held the mark, went down the other end. The free kick was there in the letter of the law, and you've got to hand it to North Melbourne. They're making the play, because I think it's all about the handball receives. I think they've nearly doubled them for Hardjacka, haven't they, Ash?
Yeah, almost 83 to North Melbourne, 43 to Collingwood, a difference of 40.
All right, it's 39-point lead. There's 37 seconds left in the half. North Melbourne in control. Remind us of the final score in that other game, please, Ash.
Yeah, St Kilda 16-12, 108, defeated Brisbane by 22 points, 13-8, 86.
Back in the middle of the ground here at the MCG. Little handball comes out in the direction of Swan. Couldn't control the footy. Opportunity at ground level here for Wits. He couldn't get a hand near it. Here's the sack. Centre half back under real Higgins pressure at the moment. Good tackle. Through some traffic was Sidebottom. Just got a little poker on it. Come 10 metres. Now Pendlebury out the back door. He too didn't get much on it. The Roos, look at him jump on the opportunity here. North Melbourne. Numbers coming from everywhere. Appealing for free kicks. Lindsay Thomas pole driving the head of that Collingwood player. Can't quite see who it is. Into the deck. Boy, Lindsay, lucky two's got up.
Yep, so we'll have it thrown up with 8 seconds to go. Opening half, they've dominated the competition, the contest this afternoon, the Kangaroos. Swan puts it on the left boot into the path of Crisp. Siren sounds, dominant opening half by the Kangaroos. 10-6-66 to the Magpies. 4-3-27. Nathan Buckley and his merry men have plenty of work to do. It's a handy 39-point lead to the Kangaroos for McDonald's. Triple M rocks football.
This quarter was brought to you by Bunnings Warehouse, where lowest prices are just the beginning.
The McDonald's McCafe. Triple M rocks football.
Eddie's Desk is Melbourne's premier live music venue, and next week it hosts not one but two great acts. Tuesday, Birds of Tokyo. Wednesday, Kingswood. Don't miss Birds of Tokyo in Kingswood, live from Eddie's Desk next week on Triple M's Hot Breakfast.
Woolworths. Wow, that's cheap. Prices are cheap, cheap and staying cheap right across the store.
I want to tell you about a burger joint where we do things a bit differently. Here we've got 30 gourmet ingredients to choose from, with no menu and no set combinations. You design exactly the burger you want, and we'll deliver it to your table on a wooden board, not in a box. We call it Create Your Taste. And where will you find us? Under the golden arches. Create your taste. How very un-McDonald's.
Available 10:30am to 10pm. Dine in or take away at participating restaurants.
In 2015, the Triple M Bendix Breaks Call team rocks football. Crown Bet, the game just changed. This footy season, if you're placing a bet, remember, always gamble responsibly. Vero Business Insurance. When the moment comes, choose Vero Business Insurance. Talk to your broker today. DeWalt, run time that cannot be beaten. DeWalt, guaranteed tough and available at Bunnings Warehouse. In 2015, Triple M rocks football. When changing lanes or at an intersection, look, and look again for motorcycles. Because every year, too many motorcycle riders are killed or seriously injured. Look out for motorcyclists. Put yourself in their shoes. The 2015 AFL season is proudly brought to you by Toyota. Toyota Footy. Oh, what a feeling.
Over $60 million in laptops, desktops, all-in-one computers and tablets must go. Harvey Norman's $60 million computer clearance. Android tablets from $48. Laptops from just $275. Intel Core laptops from just $494. All-in-one computers from $396. And quad-core desktops from just $348. Over $60 million worth of computers must go. Harvey Norman computer clearance. Do not miss out.
Honda's Free For All is back, just in time for the end of financial year. With free rego, free CTP insurance, free extended warranty and free roadside assist on selected Honda models, you can pick up all sorts of things for free. Except the furniture, because we've nailed it all down. Hurry into a participating Honda dealer today and get more free at the Honda Free For All. Offer applies to selected vehicles purchased and delivered before June 30. While stocks last, conditions apply.
It's true, Australia. The NBN is being rolled out across the country. And thanks to IINet, the NBN experts, you can access it from just $59.90 a month. Plus, we'll throw in a Wi-Fi modem too. All on a no lock-in contract. Ah, that's better. That was the sound of me unlocking some shackles, by the way. Minimum cost is $139.85, including $79.95 activation fee. Not available in all areas.
Shut up! The footy's on the radio!
The McDonald's McCafe. Triple M rocks football.
This halftime break is brought to you by IGA Liquor, giving you great deals every day on your favourite brands.
On a cold day when you head home, your favourite barista-made McCafe coffee is now at McDonald's drive-thru. So on the way home, just put the Chariot straight through there. Make your car your cafe today. Halftime here at the Triple MCG, and the Kangaroos have got it under control at the moment. 10-6-66, 4-3-27, BT, Spud, Swatter, Howie, and this man, the 2-day, 2-night-time statistician star from the Kangaroos with all the hard yakka numbers. Two-man.
Thanks a lot, Swatter. North Melbourne, 9 more inside 50s. The handball receives in the back half of the ground. North Melbourne, 55. Collingwood only 28. If we look at the defensive board chains into the forward 50, North tracking at 46%, which is 22 above the league average. Collingwood usually restrict their opposition to only 19, ranked 4th defensively. And the other key stat is the scores from turnovers. Collingwood concede the least in the competition, only conceding 37 points per game. Well, up to half-time, they've already conceded 6 goals, 5-41 to the Kangaroos. Just some leading ball winners. Swan, 17 touches, only going at 14% by foot. Side Bottoms racked up 16, but he's only going at 44% kicking efficiency. Adams with 13. Pendlebury averaging 28 this year, just the 9 disposals. And for North Melbourne, Boomer Harvey, 17 touches, 11 handball receives, 8 of those in the back half of the ground. Cunnington, 14. And the North Melbourne forwards, Petrie, 9 disposals, 6 marks, 1 major. And Jared Waite, Swatter, 9 disposals, also along with 6 marks with 2 goals straight.
39-point lead to the Kangaroos at the main break. What about the Herald Sun Supercoach player points update, Chu?
Number 1 ranked player on the ground, McMillan with 70, Goldstein 67, Waite 64, Harvey 61. Top 2 for the Magpies, 56 to Side Bottom and 50 to Grundy and Crisp.
All right, Kangaroos 10-6-66, leading the Magpies 4-3-27. This is the halftime break for IGA Liquor. IGA Liquor giving you great deals every day on your favourite brands. Two-man, the earlier game, St Kilda on the road to the Brisbane Lions at the Gabba. Final score, please.
Yes, St Kilda 16-12, 108 to Brisbane at 13-8, 86. Nick Rewald kicked 4 goals, and Leicester for the Lions also with 4. Remember, St Kilda were down by 29 points at one stage into that first quarter.
And what time do we have the opening bounce final game, round 9? West Coast hosting the Cats.
Yeah, it's about 5 minutes away, 4:40 start over at Subiaco, Swatter.
All right, we'll get Spud's thoughts. BT will come back into the chair. We might even get some Petter's Star Performance nominations from Spud. But, man, it's over to you again.
Yeah, today's Vero Business Insurance Instant Trivia question is, how many consecutive preliminary finals did North play in under Dennis Pagan? Answer correctly on Twitter at Triple M Footy, and you could be in the running for 2 tickets to this year's AFL Grand Final. We'll give you the answer straight after the break. For McDonald's Triple M Rocks Football, here's Chris McKenzie with another M Sport update for the Master Builders Association of Victoria. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you, Chu. The AFL is concerned there's been racist tones in some of the criticism of Adam Goodes over his Indigenous war cry goal celebration. The league's community manager, Jason Misford, has told Triple M Footy it's disappointing the Swans veteran has also faced a barrage of booing from opposition fans this season.
And I think what this has highlighted is just how divided we are by way of knowledge, education and understanding still. So that's why I think it's more about ignorance. It's not about necessarily Adam Goodes or cultural celebration. For me, it's about the role that football could play in ensuring that we understand each other's differences and actually accept those differences for what they are.
Now, there's no late changes for either the Cats or the Eagles ahead of the Savos clash in Subiaco. With Brant College, the starting sub for West Coast, Matthew Stokes has the green vest for Geelong. In tennis, Tanasi Kokonaka says he'll take plenty of confidence out of the French Open after a straight sets third-round loss to the world's best player, Novak Djokovic.
I was just disappointed with how I returned a little bit. Wasn't quite getting it deep enough. Couple balls I dropped a little bit too short, but off the ground rallying I felt fine and couldn't quite string together points on his return games.
Nick Kyrgios is also turning his attention towards Wimbledon after a flare-up of an elbow injury in his 6-3, 6-2, 6-3 loss to Andy Murray. Premier League champions Chelsea have arrived in the country, with manager Jose Mourinho promising to play a full-strength side in Tuesday night's clash against Sydney FC. The English season officially wrapped up overnight, with Arsenal claiming a record 12th FA Cup title with a 4-0 victory over Aston Villa. Aussie golfer Stephen Bowditch has vowed to keep attacking as he takes a 2-shot lead into the final round of the USPGA's weather-affected Byron Nelson Championship.
2-shot lead, really. It's one hole, or just keep playing golf the way I've been playing, and you can just give yourself some chances on the back nine, and hopefully I can roll in a few putts.
The Aussies are holding their first training session at Windsor Park in Dominica ahead of their opening test against the West Indies starting Wednesday night. And Ducati rider Andrea Iannone has upstaged his big-name rivals to snare pole position for tonight's Italian MotoGP at Mugello.
The Hyundai i30 SE run-out sale is on. From just $22,990 drive away, get the i30 SE Automatic with $2,000 worth of extra features. But hurry, stock is limited.
The Triple M Footy Gamecast, partly cloudy, 13 degrees at the MCG. Thanks to Master Builders, unbeatable leaders of the building industry. For details, go to mbav.com.au. Coming up, the second half from the Magpies and Kangaroos for McDonald's Triple M Rocks Football.
This halftime break was brought to you by IGA Liquor, giving you great deals every day on your favourite brands.
The McDonald's McCafe, Triple M Rocks Football. For your weekday fix of footy, look no further than Triple M's Rush Hour.
That's your footy rep for the day.
Bringing you all the biggest names in the game from down back.
Michael Hurley, star of the Bombers. Hey, mate. Sam Fisher has been good enough to join us. Thanks, guys.
To the middle.
Dane Swanee joins us right now. Hello, Swanee.
Hey, boys.
Bernie Vince joins us. G'day, guys.
And the big forwards.
Look at big Tommy Hawkins.
Hey, Hawk. How are you, champ? All right, you're looking magnificent as usual.
Aren't I, Billy? I'm looking fabulous.
JB and Billy, the Rush Hour.
For Buy Property Direct.
Weekdays from 3. Triple M.
Yep, the best Trident ever has landed, with a 5-star ANCAP safety rating and a bigger, quieter, more comfortable cabin. It's perfect for when you need to bail out a mate. Like Jimbo here, whose wife has dragged him to an amateur production of Grease. I've got chills just thinking about it.
It's a Mitzi.
Sure is, mate. Let's go.
Oh, sweet as.
Drop into your Mitsubishi dealer and test drive the best Trident ever today.
It's that time of year again. It's Hard Yakka Workwear Centre's winter sale. So make sure you head to your local Hard Yakka Workwear Centre and pick up a ripper bargain. Get 25% off selected Hard Yakka jackets, jumpers and hoodies. And 25% off all women's Hard Yakka clothing and footwear. Plus, there's many more deals in store. You don't want to miss out on this. Hurry to your local Hard Yakka Workwear Centre today. Hard Yakka. Nothing's tougher.
Big day ahead.
Start your day with Barocca Performance. It has a high dose of B vitamins and vitamin C, calcium, magnesium and zinc to help improve mental sharpness and physical energy throughout the day. Try the new Barocca Performance Mango and Orange 45s. It's just $17.99 at Chemist Warehouse. Big days start with Barocca. Always read the label. Use only as directed. Chemist Warehouse. Lowest prices guaranteed.
In 2015, the Triple M Bendix Breaks Call team rocks football. Crown Bet, the game just changed. This footy season, if you're placing a bet, remember, always gamble responsibly. Vero Business Insurance. When the moment comes, choose Vero Business Insurance. Talk to your broker today. DeWalt, runtime that cannot be beaten. DeWalt, guaranteed tough and available at Bunnings Warehouse. In 2015, Triple M rocks football.
Over $60 million in laptops, desktops, all-in-one computers and tablets must go. Harvey Norman's $60 million computer clearance. Android tablets from $48. Laptops from just $275. Intel Core laptops from just $494. All-in-one computers from $396. And quad-core desktops from just $348. Over $60 million worth of computers must go. Harvey Norman computer clearance. Do not miss out.
Go! Store it, save it, move it, keep it, store it with Storage King.
In online business, your perfect partner is Storage King. We no longer need to be chained to a desk, nor do we need a whole lot of office furniture, or even a shop front. If you distribute, buy or sell online, storing with Storage King can be just like your own warehouse, without the overheads.
Call 1-800-STORAGE today and let Storage King give you back some space.
Store it with Storage King. Shut up! The footy's on the radio!
The McDonald's McCafe. Triple M rocks football.
This quarter is brought to you by Kubota Excavators. The winners are the boys who scored 1.99% finance on selected Kubota Excavators. Hurry to become a Master of Engineering. Finance offer ends June 30.
MCG on a Sunday afternoon, and North getting it done over the Pies at the moment by 39 points. That's the half-time margin as it lies at the moment. Ash, today's Vero Business Insurance instant trivia question was?
Yeah, BT, how many consecutive prelim finals did North play in under Dennis Pagan? And the answer was 7. And well done to Nicholas James at Nicholas James X. He goes in the running for 2 tickets to this year's AFL Grand Final.
I seem to remember from that era, Ash, and you'd know this, that Adam Simpson, including his junior football, played in about 6 grand finals or premierships in a row or something?
Played in the reserves premiership teams for North Melbourne in 94-95 by memory as well, BT.
Yeah, he was. Petter's star performance, Spud. Best on ground opportunities here. Who's done reasonably well so far, do you think?
Well, the guy Swatter interviewed pre-game, BT. I think Brent Harvey's been one of the better players on the ground. He's had 17 disposals. He's going at 89%. He's had 11 handball receives, and that's an indictment on the Collingwood back half because the easiest thing to do is stop handball receives. He's had 14 of those uncontested, two inside 50s, a couple of scoring assists as well. I think Cunnington's been in and under for North Melbourne. Waite's been dangerous with 6 or 7 marks, 3 of those contested. I think Drew Petrie's been terrific as well. And Gibson, he's the type of player that keeps getting under people's guards, Gibson. For Collingwood, look, Swan's had 17, but going 14%. 14 kicks at 14% is just not good enough. So he's hit the target twice out of his 14 kicks. Sidebottom's tried hard, but again, he's going at 40%. Adams is the only one that's hitting targets at 100%. For Collingwood to get in this game, they need to somehow fabricate a one-on-one for Travis Clark. I think his work rate's been okay. He's had 4 marks. He's had 8 disposals and only kicked the one behind. But he's really he needs to kick 5 goals in his second half for Collingwood to have any chance. Because on the other end, you've got Waite, Petrie, Big Ben Brown, you've got Nahas, Lindsay Thomas. Their forward line looks more potent. And Collingwood are winning the clearances, so you can't ask much more than that, but it's their ball use.
North by 39 at half-time here, Ash. Let's go around the grounds for the TAC.
Just started, a couple of minutes into the first quarter. Geelong 1 behind, Eagles yet to score.
Got a minute or 2 here, Spud, so what's happening? Anything happening in the world?
Oh, look, I think the St Kilda one today was a pretty good win.
No, in your world.
Oh, my world? Oh, look...
like,
the girls.
Personal nature.
The personal nature. Chelsea just graduated overseas.
She went over to
Syracuse, which is an hour and a half's drive south of Niagara Falls. So it's nearly on the Canadian border. She's got a degree in a Bachelor of Science majoring in communications, in honours.
Yeah.
She's now, at the moment, down at Princeton University competing to seat race for the Australian team. So
To what?
she's in rowing.
Oh, rowing.
In rowing. So she's there's been 10 invited to row for an 8 for Australia. So she's got quite a bit of talent. It's a tough sport, rowing.
Yep.
And the other two girls, well, they're just
All
at
going
home.
good?
Just
Yep.
well,
Everything
there's a boy
else?
been floating around.
Have you read him the riot act on arrival at the Frawley cul-de-sac house? And,
yeah, well, Josh is.
God,
Look,
listen,
he's a
Josh.
good lad, but he knows where the boundaries are.
Keep it all above board, mate. All
The boundaries are just sit in the kitchen chair and don't even venture up the stairs to
And,
the bedroom.
if you want to stay over, mate, there's just no chance.
Well, he can, but it's down in the theatre underneath.
Of course,
no
soon
walking
as
into
you,
the bedroom because I got a 14-year-old daughter, Brian.
Yeah.
You've got to
set the example.
You've got to set the right example, and unfortunately, I'm driven mad by girls, Brian. They're just everywhere, so I just can't get away from them. So
Hard
that's
work.
why I love coming to work with you guys.
Swatter and I have been to the junior footy today. We love the junior footy.
How'd
don't
you
we,
go,
Swatter?
boys?
Yeah.
Swatter,
Well,
did you?
Kids won.
How'd the boys go?
Gisborne Juniors and the girl.
Oh, that's right. You're
Yeah.
saying your daughter
Yeah,
loves the footy as
Centre
well.
half back.
Well,
The
there's good
golden fist.
spoiling.
Yeah.
There's now a pathway for girls.
There
It
is.
used to stop at about under 15s or
Yeah.
something, and they couldn't play any further. Now they can go and they can play senior footy.
They love it too.
The women.
Yep,
No, they do.
absolutely.
Yeah.
So that's
We're
good.
seeing some girls out on the ground during the
Always,
halftime break here.
Actually, you'd like to know my youngest daughter, Brian. You're a good basketballer. Swatty, do you play basketball?
No, no good.
Well,
Keely-
Swatter played in our team, of course.
Yeah. Keely made the Victorian under-16 basketball team.
Wow.
Yeah.
Competing in the Nationals in a
Big
couple of
fella
weeks.
didn't move around a lot. Had a dodgy
But he
knee,
was he's a very good shot,
soft
Brian.
hands
Very
and
good shot.
prone to the odd blow up.
To be a good goal shooter for basketball, Brian, and like footy, do you have to practice more at basketball every day of the week?
Yes,
to
it's
be
a
good
touch,
shot?
much a touch game.
Yeah.
Absolutely a touch game, that is for sure. Well, that's the personal nature of what's going on in life. Let's get down to Howie, who's downstairs for us. Howie, for Bob Jane T-March. Want to add anything?
Really?
Yeah, I won't be getting involved in any of this sort of off-field type of stuff. The good news is the rain has cleared away. We thought there was going to be a bit of struggle, but I think we might be right for the second half. Neither sub has had a run yet. Jordan Tagoe, the sub for the Collingwood Football Club, and Kane Turner, the little skinny man, number 40, is yet to get a run for the Kangaroos.
Harry, they tell me you're going to bring your kids to the football for the first time next week by all reports.
Yeah, that's true, Spud. Never easy to organise with a roster, but the Hawks Saints next Sunday.
Yeah, by all reports, you said it was going to be a good live kill, so that's why you're going to bring the kids along. So
I didn't say a live kill, I said an easy kill, Spud.
Okay, I just want to get that on the record. For,
No, you just
play
don't.
that,
You don't want to take your kids to the first game and come up against Fremantle. You want to give them a chance to get a win for the Hawks.
I'll just keep that on tape for Rui and Joe
Don't-
Montagna
don't
when
be
you
doing
see
that.
them.
Don't be
Part of
doing that.
part of the show you do. A wonderful job with Wayne Carey, who's absent today on a Saturday morning. So we'll try and get that on tape for us. Howie?
All right, we're just about ready to go here at the G. The players resuming their positions. Coaches are already back in the box here, and as Howie mentioned, neither sub has been activated as we speak. So the full scores here as we're about to resume the third quarter. 10-6-66 to Collingwood 4-3-27. I'm not sure whether Howie can see it from down low, but there is a big dark cloud coming from the south. And
I can see it, Brian. Just because I'm sitting down here, I can see the thing above my head about to burst.
My tip is you won't be enjoying it down there for too much longer. That's the way it looks to me. Here's Wayne Swass on Triple M football.
For McDonald's, Triple M rocks football. Magpies have to get it going and get it going early. Bastenak, he was held, had it for a long time. Just got boot to ball, Tuvey. Got a handball off to Williams. 5-1 off to Varco, and he chisels the ball out wide to Pendlebury. Found a bit of room, hasn't seen much of it. Kick critical. Wits, it's not a good kick. Into the path. Bouncing ball, out of bounds. Throw in deep inside the Magpies forward 50. Early stages, third term.
So that's the social club end, which Collingwood are kicking, the city end of the ground here in this third quarter. They need to get it done, and they needed to get it done early here in the third. Otherwise, North Melbourne are going to walk away with this game here. What have they got? Hugh Pendlebury got taken high, and he did go down.
No, it's not a duck.
So the umpire saying it's not a duck. He got hit high, and he'll get a free here, Pendlebury. So
It's allowed to do that.
this is exactly what they wanted.
Triple M Chemist Warehouse replay screen.
Yep.
Looked like Grundy got one early.
I think he got a flick in the eye there.
15 seconds.
And then Goldie did go high with the arms. So the free kick was there. Grundy was probably stiff not to get one as well.
So a really important kick here for Scott Pendlebury. It's only a kick at 25 metres. It's on a 45-degree angle, but he needs to nail the guy to give the goal to give him some momentum. He's got it. He's curled it just in the nick of time here, Scotty Pendlebury. So Collingwood early on the scoreboard here. 10-6-66 North Melbourne. Collingwood a 5-3-33 on the Kubota Excavator scoreboard.
Perfect start for the Pies. As you said, they've been winning the clearances. It's an amazing stat in itself to be down by 33 points. They have had 28 clearances to North Melbourne's 13. So that just goes to show you that the midfield are going well, but the North Melbourne back half have rebounded extremely well.
For the TAC, Geelong 1-1-7, leading the Eagles 1 behind, 8 minutes into the first quarter.
Earlier today,
St Kilda too good for the Lions by 22.
33-point margin here. Pendlebury with the opening goal of the second half for McDonald's. Triple M Rocks football. Still looking for back-to-back goals this afternoon. The Pies tumbling ball to half forward. Goldsack charges after it. Got a shepherd from Brown. Didn't give the handball off to Seedsman. Brown comes along the boundary line. Numbers, this is better for Collingwood. Promising build-up. Not a good kick from side bottom. Down low to Jesse White. Couldn't control the slippery ball, and we'll have it tossed in right in front of the Pies bench.
He sometimes doesn't lift the vision, still side bottom. He's so attuned to short little nifty tricking stuff. Just need to lift the vision there a little.
Get some yardage.
Yeah. Boundary throw in centre wing. Front of the interchange area. Crisp. Handball to Pendlebury under enormous pressure. Zeeble wrapped him up in a tackle that got him high in the end.
It was a late call, BT.
It was a late call. I think it slipped up, and he was wondering, like I was it or wasn't it? Zeeble not happy, but Pendlebury too early freeze here in the third quarter. This one on centre wing. Short kick wide to Grundy. I'm not sure that it's as good in his hands. Grundy now goes long and deep without a lot of thought and kicks it straight to Thompson.
He's the extra for North.
And now look at the runners. Harvey, Ferrito, chain of handballs with Cunnington. Coming after him was Cloak, almost having just about dropped the Dax. Might have been a little ball tickler. Ball is spilled free out of half forward flank. Good pressure from Collingwood. They stop the exit. Now they'll have it reset. Throw up half forward, out of side. 33-point lead to the Kangaroos.
Ball up here. Witt's doing the ruck work. Beautiful little flip, but went straight to the Roos there. I think it might have been Cunnington that got it forward. Now North Melbourne and a chance through the middle of the ground. Picked up here by Gibson. He's unloaded in the tackle, so Collingwood applying the pressure in the way of tackles here early in the third quarter. Marley Williams got bowled over. It goes to Goldstein. Long searching handball looking for Waite, but Frost defends him. Did well, kept the ball in front. Grundy's got to do something now. Squeeze the trigger with a little handball to Frost. Back to Grundy. Grundy clean hands, picked it up, gave it to Barco. Barco bangs it on the boot, but he was under pressure. Went straight down the throat and right at half back.
He'll reload, go towards Goldstein. Sack coming late, but good mark. They've got men everywhere. Nahas is loose inside 50. Long is Brown. Ball into the path of Gibson. It eludes him, goes to Brown. He's got support. He ties it up, and that allows a couple of Pies to come in and wrap him up. And we'll have it thrown up deep inside the Kangaroos forward 50.
He was looking for a runner there, Big Goldie. He's not the best kick going forward. It was a terrific mark, but he could have done better with that delivery.
Goldstein doing the ruck. Deep in the North Melbourne forward line attack. Snap at goal here. Opportunity for the Roos. Just a minor score in the end. Off the boot of Higgins.
What's he had for Hardyacker, Higgins, Stu?
Yeah, 10 disposals, 1 goal, 1.
67 plays 33. In favour of the Roos on the Kubota Excavator scoreboard. And don't forget your favourite barista-made McCafe coffee is now at McDonald's drive-thru. Make your car your cafe today.
Goldsack just pumps it inside the centre square. Cloak was nudged underneath the ball. Kangaroos have got numbers as outriders right. Handball to Tarrant. Did the same to Bastanak, and then loop one to Scotty Thompson, who's got room to run. Gets a shepherd from Cunnington.
Brilliant.
Delivers the ball nicely to Atley, and he looped one over the top to Ferrito.
Ferrito also a long one to Nahas. He's clear. 45 out near the boundary line. Beautiful kick to Waite on the lead. And he beats Varco. And Waite will line up only 20 metres out, but a really acute angle for Jared Waite.
If you want to know what happens in this game most of the time, just get the last minute. Collingwood get the ball, kick it into their forward half to an outnumbered situation. North Melbourne run it out through hands and then hit a target inside their forward for how many marks for Hardyacker in their forward 50?
That's their 10th mark.
Waite for his third goal. Kick of only 20 metres here. Forward pocket at the southern end on the southern stand side. Kick on the ways across the face. So Collingwood with the let off just to behind there. So it's 33 for the Pies, 68 for North Melbourne. Kubota Excavator scoreboard.
It's been pretty quiet, Waite, since quarter time. Only the 3 disposals, 2 marks, and that behind we just saw.
It's all thanks to Hard Yakka as Goldsack reloads and drops it long inside the square. Cloak it here. Tarrant reached in over the top. No mark. Loose ball. Swan. No real clean possession there. Paddled it into the path by foot to Taylor Adams. Gifted it straight back to McMillan. That's dropping the ball. Here's a chance. Blair got it to Adams. Started it and bullets the ball. Intended for West, but it comes to Cloak. Has to kick it. And Trev does. Back-to-back goals to the Pies. First time this afternoon. Kangaroos player is hunched on the ground. It's McMillan. Well picked up, Spud. But the scoreboard for the Pies is starting to look a little bit better. Kubota Excavator's scoreboard. Collingwood 6-3-39. Kangaroos 10-8-68. 7 played, third term.
Yeah, we might go down to Howie thanks to Bob Jane to see how McMillan is, but I think he was in the hands of the trainers. Looks all right, Howie?
Yeah, he's shaking the trainers off. He's going back to his position. Keep an eye on Seedsman, though. He's just come off the bench and gone down to the rooms with the doc who had his fingers up to say 2 minutes. I think that's what he was saying.
The thing I like about that Collingwood goal, they took the game on. They got the barrel long down the forward half, through the middle of the ground, and took a risk, and it paid dividends.
Back in the middle of the ground here, Collingwood 2 in a row, as Swatter alluded to. Good clearance out of the middle here, goes to Dumont. Juggling attempt to mark, there was Lindsay Thomas, couldn't get it in the end. Did well, Dumont followed up, kicked the ball inside 50, but the sack is alert and takes a mark. Last line of defence here for Collingwood. 68 North Melbourne, 39 the Pies.
Oh, Brown's got 3, 4 Kangaroos to beat. Ball spills free. Bastanak step around Brown. This is better pressure. Collingwood sensing a moment right now. Ball into the arms of Atley. Hanson flicked a handle over the top to Tarrant. Cloak will come hard at him. Tarrant had the wheels and the composure. Driving ball. Bobby Brown with a big leap. Over the top, couldn't take the mark. Hits the ground. Brown, big pack comes in. Nice, tight, tough contest. And we'll have it thrown up. Another goal here. That'll make it 3 in a row for the Pies, and they just start to build some nice momentum.
This game is on, make no mistake about it. Collingwood look like they're getting ready for the sub down there as well. We'll go to Howie in just a moment. His side bottom, head over the footy. Got him in the tackle, ball pinned. What do you reckon, Howie?
Yeah, Season's back on deck. I think they're going to try and give him a run out there. DeGoey is the sub for Collingwood. North Melbourne haven't pulled the trigger yet. Turner is their sub.
Bob Jane, T. March, Mark Howard, ground level, ball up here. Almost attacking 50 for the Roos. Grundy just slammed her on the boot out of the ruck. Here's Elliott, attacks the footy. Was knocked out of his hands by Wright.
The man didn't take possession.
And yes, didn't take possession, so it'll be an Elliott free half back. So things are starting to roll Collingwood's way. First of all, the footy, now a free or two. And a goal or two as well. Cloak marks. Forward of centre wing, backward of centre wing.
What are the numbers telling you, two-man, in this quarter for Hard Yakka?
Collingwood's pressure. Clangers 6-2 North Melbourne's way.
Cloak with a high ball. White. Nice use of the body. Takes the mark. He's got Fasolo long and deep. Goes to the pocket. Kicks on its way. Tipping ball sits up for Pendlebury. Good spoil Zeeble, but he's paid a mark.
Well, did he have it long enough? It was the same as the Cloak one. Be consistent, umpires, please.
Triple M Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Pendlebury paid the mark. Tell us, take us through it again, Spud.
Well, he had it in his hands, and it was a shot with the arm, so I think it could have been a free kick in the end. Swatter.
Well, big players step up when the moment's right there. And here's a moment for the skipper for the Magpies. They've kicked the opening 2 goals.
Tough kick, though.
It is a big kick. He's on the right side for a left footer. He doesn't go for goal. He chips the ball. They've got a couple. Blair's there. Elliott's there, and he takes the mark. Elliott directly in front, 15 out, and this to really ignite him.
Well, Brad Scott looks in the Triple M Chemist Warehouse replay screen, looks around his defensive coach and say, any danger? Someone could get in the most dangerous spot on the ground, 30 metres out, directly in front. Pendlebury's on fire the start of this third quarter. How many, Ash?
5 Hard Yakkers and 1 major.
Couldn't get any continuity or momentum going in the opening half, and the Magpies have gone bang, bang, bang. No. Bang. 3 crisp jabs on the chin of the Kangaroos. They've got the opening 3 goals of the term, and it is game on now. Scoreboard reads 7-3-45. Kangaroos 10-8-68. 10.5 gone. Kubota Excavator's scoreboard.
Collingwood couldn't buy a goal early. They've been inside the forward 53 times for 3 goals. Perfect football at the moment, led by their skipper Pendlebury. Grundy's been terrific around the clearance. Adams, Varco and Cloak getting into the game.
23-point margin now.
Yep.
So they are officially back in this. 3 Collingwood goals in a row. They hadn't kicked consecutive goals in a row prior to this 3. Back in the middle, which went early. Holstein stayed down. Little handball comes in the way here of the middle, intercepted by Zeeble. Went and got it, Cunnington. Handball back to Zeeble. Zeeble in the centre circle. Fed out the handball to Harvey. Harvey's neat little kick finds Lindsay Thomas. Running on the wrong side for a left footer. So he's marked it on the point of the square at half forward. 65 metres from the punt road goal. Thomas now puts it up in the air. Here comes Frost. All the big boys there. Knocked off hands, side bottom. Through traffic, got it to Langdon. Langdon with a clearing kick out of defence, but it may well come back.
Into the path of Tarrant. Nice gather. Wobbles it back inside 50. Goldsack over the back was Harvey with a big leap. Loose ball back of the pack. Gibson got it off the Harvey by handball. Looks to get rid of Witts. Handball's along the ground, just like KB used to do a long time ago. Ball comes to Goldstein. Flick the handball back. Cunnington. Kick was smothered by Swan. Desperate Magpies defence. They go to Atley. Get it into the path of Thomas. He threw a bit at it and missed the lot.
Yeah, it was lazy work by Lindsay Thomas. He could have committed the body over it and won the footy, and Collingwood stack in, ball up, attacking 50 the Roos. Lindsay Thomas just trying to soccer it out of nothing, and he only had Grundy to beat, and he would have got him at ground level.
Holding the man. North Melbourne, Zeeble, holding the man.
Okay, Zeeble free kick now. Zeeble is only 53 metres out here, Jack Zeeble. We know he's a good kick. Might be beyond him today, given the atmospheric conditions are very heavy, Spud.
There's no doubt in that, BT. It looks like it's going to bucket down at any stage, you think.
That or it's getting dark.
Yeah, I think North would like the rain at the moment, the way Collingwood are going.
There's Zeeble. Just goes low, top of the square, ordinary kick, and Elliott takes an uncontested mark in the back half here of North Melbourne.
Goes short. He's got Oxley. Takes the mark. Still inside defensive 50. TOC around the grounds, Ash.
Thanks, Watto. Geelong leading the Eagles by 3 points deep into the first quarter.
Earlier today, Saints got the win on the road against Brisbane. They trailed by 5 goals in the opening term. Side bottom numbers for Hard Yakka.
19 disposals.
So the Pies have kicked the opening 3 goals of the second half, and a wide ball goes to Brown. Kangaroos have got all the outlets covered at the moment. So Brown is hemmed in. Back pocket, punt road end. And Nath will just hug the line. Elliott will have to wait. Zeeble over the top. It was a poor option from Brown.
Zeeble was lurking for about a minute there to pick that kick off, and he's done it beautifully. 60 metres out from goal here, Jack Zeeble. At 68 North Melbourne, 45 Collingwood. Zeeble just kicks sideways to Lindsay Thomas. Thomas 65 metres out. Pendlebury stands the mark. North Melbourne looking threatening here to the punt road end. Collingwood have owned the first 13 minutes of this quarter, kicking 3 goals. Thomas goes inside 50. Got to stand in the way there, Elliott, and he did well for Collingwood, fisting it to the boundary line, and we'll have a boundary throw in the attacking 50 for the Roos.
10-16 to go. Might go down to Howie. Some sub-action for the Magpies. Bob Jane T-Marks.
Yeah, Jordan to go. He's got the green vest off. He's ready to come on. They haven't made the move yet, so they haven't handed out the red one.
All right, well done, Howie. Thanks to Bob Jane T-Marks. To go, he is ready to go. Ball at half forward, Kangaroos. Handball ends with McMillan. Quickly round the corner. Blair stood the ground. The little man plugged the hole. Took a gutsy mark. Moves the ball quickly. He's got Jesse White. He looks up and got nothing.
Nothing, so he has to wait 50 metres. What a bad blues, because he had nothing.
Straight over the mark.
As Swatter said, he had absolutely nothing. And now he's kicking from forward of the centre circle, almost at centre half forward. So from the back 50 to the front 50, just with a 50. A lot of 50s in there. White up high, couldn't hold the mark. Fasolo there. Zeeble bullocking his way through. Caught in the Fasolo tackle. Knocks it out. Atley trying to fake the high tackle. Not on. Picked up Fasolo. He made no contact. And Zeeble caught high by Witts.
Yeah,
and Jack Zeeble.
Collingwood are definitely pressing there. Physical pressure on the ball carrier has been outstanding in this third quarter.
Howie, Bob Jane T-Marks.
Atmosphere down around the ground level really lifted now. Oxley has been subbed out to go. He's on the ground.
Higgins delivered nicely to Wade. He only had the one option, and he found him in Big Jared. He'll spear the ball inside the square. It's not a good one. Pressure starting to mount. Blair takes the mark. Witts has to take it. He does. Handball off. Charging through the middle. Chris from right on the paint. 4 in a row.
Wow.
Pies on the charge and coming at the Kangaroos quickly. Terrific play. Poor kick from White. Nice finish from Chris. And the Magpies have jagged 4 in a row. 8-3-51. Kangaroos 10-8-68. Margin back to 17.
What it is pressure. That's what it is. It's the pressure on the ball carrier. They're winning the ball. They've only been inside 5 times, Collingwood, for 4 goals. So that's 80% goal scoring efficiency. North Melbourne have been in 9 times for 2 behind. So it's North Melbourne
The pressure Collingwood are putting on North at the moment is terrific. North are going 46% by foot, so great pressure from the Pies. What a turnaround here at the MCG. Collingwood back in at 17 down. The Roos with the clearance. Cunnington goes inside 50. Brown got one hand, but look at the Collingwood numbers.
Everywhere.
3-1 here.
It's been big, this bloke, Goldsack.
Goldsack picks up handball to Langdon. Langdon not a lot of time. Horrible kick. Thompson drops the chest mark. Picked up by White. White's able to advance the ball another 30 metres with a kick around the corner, but Joey Wright gets there and takes the mark at half-back for the Roos.
They've kicked the opening 4 goals of the third term, the Kangaroos. They trail by 39 at half-time. They currently trail by 17. Roos have it towards the outer wing. Gibson, can he keep a bouncing ball in? No, that's a win for the Magpies. Throw in, southern side, 51-68. Kangaroos lead, Kubota Excavator scoreboard.
Yeah, they were hitting those targets in the first half, North Melbourne. Perceived pressure there from Robbie Tarrant.
Boundary thrown in the neutral part of the ground, the wing. Neither ruckman making contact with the footy. Demont put his head in there and won the footy. Kicked out, found Brown on the lead. Fortuitous. Brown, bend. 60 metres out, turns around, chiselling ball to Higgins. Higgins on the lead in front of the sack marks. Then he'll line up 48 metres out on a real difficult angle. Yeah. But he is a class player.
I was just about to say, Brian, if you want one player in the North team to kick the ball from this angle, it is this guy, Higgins. He's a beautiful set shot.
Higgins lines up. Now he's starting his approach from the southern flank. He's at the punt road end.
He'll take his best.
It needs to be a 48-metre kick. Couple of metres inside the boundary line. Taking every bit of his 30 tick-tocks. Real important goal here for the Rouge. Stops and Pies momentum. Higgins on the way, has missed. It's a little left. And through for a behind in the end. So 69 plays 51 in favour of the Rouge on the Kubota Excavator scoreboard.
7:19 to go on the Commander clock. Commander.com.au, the small business phone experts. Pies have kicked their only 4 goals of the term. Goldsack chisels the ball low to Williams. What a Tyson Goldsack's numbers, Tuman, especially this term.
Yeah, he's had 7 disposals for the game, but in this term he's had 3 possessions, all contested.
Williams will try to get around Petrie and has gifted it back. Zeeble pushed off the line by Varco, goes back. Good tackle on him by Crisp. Williams tries to butter up, does. Got it to Tagoe. Nahas clamped him down. Tagoe did well. They lift again. They go and charge and they give it back to Crisp. Goes down the line. Grundy into the path of Sidebottom.
Sidebottom gets it near the boundary line. Thought about, kept going. Little kick back to Fasolo. He'll want to go long. He's got Blair in a one-on-one if he wants. He ignores that. The umpire calls play on. He gets around right. Fasolo belts it from 60 out. High ball. Long ball. There is Grundy. Couldn't hold the mark. Hanson almost got him high. Ball over the line and out of bounds. Pies fans are angry, but I think it was the right call in not making a call.
Yeah, just have a look at the Triple M Chemist Warehouse replay screen. No free kick there. I think Grundy's a better option for than Wetts at the moment.
18-point lead. Magpies 4 in a row. Kangaroos goalless. Good tackle. Crisp. He's lifted. Strong tackle on Cunnington. Not coming out. Throw up. 30 out from the Pies goal.
Now it's a win for Collingwood holding the ball there.
Danger here for the Roos. Ball up in front of the Collingwood goal mouth. They're scrambling. Fast hand Swan. Intercepted right.
A free kick to Collingwood here, Brian.
And I think it'll go to Swan.
Yep.
Swan's got a free kick 30 metres out, directly in front. Can you believe it?
I think it's against Luke McDonald. Let's have a look. In the back.
In the back. Forward,
yeah, he took a great decision here from the umpire. Ford 50 tackles, Collingwood 15, North Melbourne 2. They've really lifted in this area of the game, Collingwood.
For 5 goals in 20 minutes. For 5 straight goals. And to get it back to a 2-goal game. Swan, 25 out, directly in front. Bang. Kicks the goal. Collingwood are within 12 points. 5.5 minutes remaining. Third quarter. Kubota Excavator scoreboard.
This is an amazing quarter of football. You have a look at it in the inside 50s. North Melbourne have had 11 inside 50s for 3 behinds. Collingwood have been in 6 times for 5 goals. That is just incredible football. And for the first time, the North Melbourne defence look really shaky. Their body language isn't great. They're looking around. They're saying, where's the extra? I think the forwards for Collingwood, they're making sure there's no extra for North now, even if it means they have 7 forwards.
And Pendlebury, number 1 ranked player in this quarter, 6 disposals, 1 major. And quickly for the TAC, Cats by 1 point over the Eagles, nearing quarter time.
They throw Cloak into the ruck. Zeeble from the throw up, just hacked it inside forward 50. Tooby threw an arm at it, couldn't get it. Brown gives a handball off to White. Fired a handball off to Gibson. High ball, hangs in the air. White will come late. Tooby over the top, spoiled it, gathered it, charged away. Real momentum swift here. Collingwood have kicked 5, trailing by 12, and Swan takes the mark.
Gee, it was a risky one, though. I'm not sure that Cloak was supposed to be in the ruck. I reckon it was a late call into the square.
Yeah, I think Big Wits was half asleep, BT, at full forward. Big Witter.
And they lost the ruck clearance in the middle as a result, so they're very lucky now to have the ball in hand at half back. Kick is long and deep here from side bottom. Up towards the wing, in front, mark taken White. Geez, come to life, the big fella. Gave a little handball off to Adams. Adams goes into centre half forward, looking for Fasolo. Committed the body at the footy. Did well. Tarrant follow-up tackle was excellent. Blair sockers it off the ground. Got it inside 50. Gathered here. Opportunity for Collingwood to goal. And they have got it. It's Elliott. Elliott kicks the goal. 6 in a row. He's got a couple. Collingwood are within a goal. They've gone berserk at the MCG. Collingwood are within 1 goal at the 22-minute mark of the third quarter.
Every time, not every time, I lied. Nearly every time. 7 inside 50s for 6 goals for Collingwood. So you have a look at the defence of North Melbourne again. They've got to get their shoulders back, their head up. They're still 6 points in front, but it's just the charge of Collingwood through their midfield, their half-back line, just getting the ball in. And they are kicking a goal just about every time they get in there.
Kangaroos are shell-shocked. They comfortably had the Magpies to the tune of 39 points in front at half-time. Now they lead by 6. 6 unanswered goals. Williams puts it inside 50.
Not again. Elliott.
Billy Elliott, Spud. He's got a couple. He'll line up for 7 unanswered Collingwood goals. And this, can you believe, will tie up the game.
You look at Triple M Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Brad Scott can't believe it. Nathan Buckley would be absolutely ecstatic with this goal scoring efficiency. This is incredible.
Billy Elliott got 2. They've kicked 6 consecutive goals. They trailed by 39. The Ruse Spectre has tightened right up. Billy Elliott for 3. On his way. On his way. On his way. 3 to Elliott. Kangaroos are stunned. 7 consecutive goals, and it is game on. 11-3, 69, 10-9, 69, 24 plays, Spud. Kubota Excavator scoreboard.
Not sure what the record is, Astua, for goal scoring efficiency, but at the moment I'm not sure what your calculations are like, but they've been in 8 times for 7 goals. So it's nearly 90%, I would have thought, but it's led by side bottom, Swan. The run off half back, Marley Williams. Again, the North Melbourne defence, they're made to look shaky because they're made to play one-on-one.
Spud, that's 88% goal-scoring efficiency.
What's the average?
The average is only 24. By the way, this is Collingwood's best quarter for the year.
Scores a level here, ball up in the middle of the ground. We've got a sub activating as well downstairs. Howie, quickly tell us about it for Bob Jane T. Martins.
Luke McDonald off into the game, Kane Turner. There's a little Kangaroos man that's been sitting beside me all day, Brian.
Yeah.
He's about 6. Started crying. He's actually started crying.
Tell him the scores are still level, Howie.
Will Spud.
Tell him to yell at his defenders to do something.
Any danger, tell him.
Handball. Oh no, I think he's going to cry again. Here's side bottom, goes in 50. Cloak, a good possession. Cloak almost the mark. Spills to ground. Sock off the ground. Elliott's going to get another. Didn't get through to it. Touched on the line. Touched on the line. Collingwood, incredibly, with 3 minutes in the third quarter left, lead by 1 point.
This is like a tidal wave going Collingwood's way. They're swimming against the tide, North.
An avalanche of Collingwood goals. They've kicked 7. They lead by a point. Goldsack over the top. Momentum well and truly into the hands of the Magpies. Higgins has got 3. Goldsack desperate. Higgins socketed off the ground. Waite one-on-one with Tooby. Nice gather from Waite. Feigned the handball. Then got it back to Higgins. Continues to run. Nita Steadier. Pumping ball inside 50. Petrie Brown. Great contest. Desperate times. Naha's got in the way. Comes to Dumont. Look at the pressure now. Swarming Magpies. Wrap up Dumont and we'll have it thrown up 45 out from the Kangaroos' goal.
Half a win for North Melbourne. Half a win to hold the ball inside their forward 50 this quarter.
2:41 remaining in the third quarter. Collingwood from half back. Langdon belts the ball in the cloak direction. Juggling attempted mark, couldn't get it. Falling over here with the North Melbourne defenders. And Fasolo there stood tall. Caught in the tackle now. Zeeble wraps up the tackle. Ball up centre wing. Right in front of the Collingwood bench. Big time quarter here from the Pies. Have not kicked a goal, the Roos. 7 Collingwood goals. Amazing stuff. Knocked down here. Higgins, Langdon almost a throw to Swan. Swan handball around the corner, got it to DeGoey. The sub who's been activated kicks up to half forward, right off the ground, picked it up cleanly. Look at Pendlebury this way, that away. Eventually found Fasolo on the boundary line, 55 metres
Side
out.
bottom.
Fasolo goes to side bottom in the square. He's got a mark. He is. Side bottom marks, turns around and goals.
Oh, what a quarter.
Got his first. 8 Collingwood goals in a row. 8 Collingwood goals in a row. They lead it by 7 points. Brad Scott cannot believe it. North fans are stunned at the MCG.
It's just the pressure around the ball. North are copying it up now. They're going to 46% by foot. They're burning 10 times Pies for 8 goals, 1. North have still had the ball inside their forward 53 more times for 3 behinds. Sidebottom's been outstanding this quarter. Pendlebury, the skipper's led from the front. Elliott kicking 3, Swan and Adams. They've been outstanding.
Just with the Magpies as well, Spud, they're going at 10 disposals per goal, highlighting their efficiency this quarter.
8 in a row, lead by 7 for McDonald's. Triple M Rocks football. Kangaroos had this
Another
one. They
fumble
put
from
the
North.
win down. Now they've just got a wave of footy going the other way. Crisp has been big. Pumping ball inside 50. Witts
Witter.
brought it to ground. Loose ball. Pendlebury. What a game from the skipper. Stood up when they needed it. Tried to get a handball to Blair. He couldn't hit it before it went out of bounds. So we reset. 1:33 to go. They trailed by 39 at half-time, the Magpies. They banged on 8 and they lead by 7. Brad Scott looks bemused on the Triple M Chemist Warehouse replay screen.
And Buckley's on the bench. Very excited.
Well, normally you draw close and then it's hard to get by them, but Collingwood have stormed past the Roos with momentum and lead it by 7 as three-quarter time is fast approaching, and this is exactly what Brad Scott will want, a timeout. And look at the looming dark clouds from the south and the freshening southerly wind down there, Howie. You know all about winds. It's freshening.
It has, Brian. It's got cold in the last 5 minutes. I think we might get wet in the last quarter just to add to the drama.
Well, there's supposed to be snow on the nearby mountains here in Melbourne tonight. Look at the kick to the sack in the middle of the ground, right on the edge of the centre square. Here go Collingwood again.
Options everywhere to the Pies.
Exactly 1 minute remains in the quarter. Taking a mark side bottom. The leader for Solo marks on the boundary. And a kick of 30 metres for Solo here. Umpire brings him around on the mark. It's the most acute angle you can get in footy just about. He will run around on the right foot and snap. He does that now.
Oh, no.
He's caught it early. He's caught it unmanned goal square. Just got a hand there, big Drew Petrie.
He had the pistols out, Spud, too.
Yeah, he did.
Haven't seen him for a while.
77-69, Collingwood's way on the Kubota Excavator scoreboard.
Harvey to bring it back in tune.
Hang on. What's
They're doing a score review.
The umpire or the goal umpire didn't call for it.
No, but they don't have to, because what happens is they review every score.
Oh, it's a goal.
And then they let the umpires know, but that's a goal.
The six-shooters coming out.
That'll be a for Solo goal.
So you've got to annul the point first.
Collingwood have kicked another one. A goal for Solo, kicks it. Decision was changed by the men upstairs without the authority of the umpires, which is okay. They're allowed to do that. And Collingwood now 82, North Melbourne 69.
Well done, BT. Well done from the third umpire as well. 9 goals, 12 inside 50s. This has just been
extraordinary.
It's just turned on its head. I'd love to know what Nathan Buckley said to his charges at half time. It's a different team.
Just the last 10 minutes, 14 North Melbourne players have not touched the pill. Disposals 36-14 Collingwood's way.
They have piled on 9 unanswered goals. A 39-point deficit has turned into a 13-point lead. 52-point swing. 35 seconds to go. They'll go forward again. Taylor Adams hooked it to half forward with their hands in the back of far solo. No. Wright takes the relieving mark. 26 seconds to go.
Good as gone in the shells, North. Look at
They
this.
have relieving kick. Side bottom got there with Bastanak. Loose ball picked up. Kangaroos. Men out. Turner waits on the outer wing. Ball goes out of bounds. They just need to hear the siren, hear the Kangaroos. They are stunned. Trailing by 13 points. Brad Scott on the bench. Nathan Buckley is happy.
Brad's got to be seething. Absolutely seething, giving up the lead. Easy as this. 13-point margin here. Collingwood go inside 50. Just another stat. Which was there. Offline and a minor score, so we're going to run out of time here. But Collingwood 13-5. 83 they are to North Melbourne 10-9, 69. What a quarter. How many goals kicked in the quarter, Ash?
9 majors, BT.
Wow-wee. Petrie. Siren sounds. Collingwood fans salute. They stand as erect as they have stood all year. Side by side. Just a little jab here and a jab there. Boy, oh boy. What a powerful quarter of football. And Collingwood now lead at three-quarter time by 13 points. For McDonald's, Triple M ranks football.
This quarter was brought to you by Kubota Excavators. The winners are the boys who scored 1.99% finance on selected Kubota excavators. Hurry to become a Master of Engineering. Finance offer ends June 30.
The McDonald's McCafe. Triple M rocks football. Melbourne.
We love Melbourne.
There's only one game. One show.
What a show. What can I say?
Triple M's Hot Breakfast.
Massive football stories around.
Go Pies!
Here come the Tigers.
Das.
Time to talk some footy.
Melbourne. There's only one game.
I like football.
And only one show.
I just want to play football.
Triple M's Hot Breakfast. Melbourne's #1 FM breakfast show. Weekdays from 6.
Woolworths. Wow, that's cheap. Prices are cheap, cheap and staying cheap right across the store.
Where's the motorcyclist?
Right here. Coming through. Look out!
It's not always easy to see them coming when you're waiting to turn right. They can be closer than they look. Always watch out for motorcycles.
Oh, yes. The best tried never has landed. With a 5-star ANCAP safety rating, up to 23% more torque on auto models, and a remarkable 11.8 metre turning circle. It's ideal for getting mates out of tight spots. Like Jezza here, who's been stuck at a shoe sale with his wife for 3 hours. You wouldn't want to be in his shoes.
It's a Mitzi?
Of course, mate. Jump in.
Oh, thanks, mate.
Drop into your Mitsubishi dealer and test drive the best tried never today.
Footy season has started, and that means big demands on the washing machine. Dirt, mud, heavy, wet jerseys. It never ends. Get more done in less loads with big capacity machines at Harvey Norman. Select from Fisher & Paykel, LG, Samsung. 10 kilo plus capacity equals less loads, less water, and less of your time. Wash for the whole team in one load. We can even organise installation and removal of your old unit. Visit in-store or online. Harvey Norman. Big brands, bigger value.
In 2015, the Triple M Bendix Breaks Call team rocks football. CrownBet, the game just changed. This footy season, if you're placing a bet, remember, always gamble responsibly. Vero Business Insurance. When the moment comes, choose Vero Business Insurance. Talk to your broker today. DeWalt, runtime that cannot be beaten. DeWalt, guaranteed tough and available at Bunnings Warehouse. In 2015, Triple M rocks football.
Installery,
For the hottest of hot butter you've ever seen. Bream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Ask your plumber about the benefits of Bream's new stainless steel water heaters.
Install-A-Rain. Install-A-Rain.
Accept nothing less than Australia's best.
Emma totally loves her car, Frankie.
I love you, Frankie.
She wouldn't swap her for the world, except when she had a crash and needed a replacement car. Emma's insurance company wouldn't come to the party, so she called Sheen Panel Service instead.
I've had a crash.
Sheen lent Emma a car for free while they made Frankie good as new again. And it didn't affect her insurance claim. Soon, Emma and Frankie were back together again.
Frankie!
If you can't bear to be separated from your Frankie or Lucy or Beast, call Sheen Panel Service on 1300 Repair or visit sheengroup.com.au.
Australian mandarins are in season now, and these little beauties are bursting with sweet goodness.
Australian grown sweet juicy Amore mandarins, just $2.90 a kilo. Just $2.90.
If it's fresh and in season, it's in Coles.
Shut up! The footy's on the radio!
The McDonald's McCafe. Triple M rocks football.
Turn the radio on!
This quarter is brought to you by Harvey Norman Home Appliances. Big brands, bigger value.
Three-quarter time, remarkable third quarter by the Pies. Coming back to lead by 13 points after trailing by 39 at half-time. 13-5-83, Collingwood to North Melbourne, 10-9-69. And it's fair to say that the North Melbourne family of Mr. and Mrs. Chu, that the spa...
Yeah. It was bubbling, Brian.
It was
steam coming off it.
39, 40 degrees it was sitting around. It's now been pulled. Mrs. Chua has taken the bikinis off and
Brian,
she's put a triple tracksuit on.
Brian, just for the listeners at home, I'm sitting next to Ash Chua and there was a TP in his jeans. And now it's turned into an innie. There's nothing there at all, Brian. It's just deflated like the North Melbourne team at the moment.
Give us some hard yakkers there, Chu.
BT, it was Collingwood's best third quarter against North Melbourne since round 13, 1989, posting 9 goals, 256.
Wow.
Well, it's amazing. We shouldn't be stunned. We are stunned in that third goal. It was outstanding from Collingwood. But the goal-scoring efficiency against North Melbourne, allowing opposition teams to score, is at 26%, the fourth easiest. Collingwood scored 9 goals from 14 entries. Is that just about a record for champion data, please, Ash Stewart?
Well, it's damn high, Spud. It's about 35% above the league average, but I'll come back to you.
I want an answer.
Dennis Pagan on the Triple M Chemist Warehouse screen as well, watching this, so... The former premiership coach would be wondering what the hell is going on. Quickly down to you, Howie, for Bob Jane Team Arts.
Absolutely freezing at ground level. The winds picked up, swirling. Away we go.
All right, and away go the Pies again. They're full of run. Footer carry, and Williams tumbles it inside 50. Trav had a good piece of it. Couldn't take the mark. Tackle on Thompson was good. Bouncing ball. White comes it right. Right was clean, and he had to be. Higgins under a bit of heat. Good pressure, ball just, no, it's out of bounds on the full. They'll bring it back in, half forward, punt road in, southern side.
What's the forward line tackles for hard yakka at both ends, please, Ash Stewart?
So Shalakin, Collingwood 16, North Melbourne only 3.
Grundy kicks the ball backwards, conceding ground, and finds an opportunity with Seedsman. Seedsman marks. It's just, I think everyone, both sides are in shock. Yep. Coaches, spectators, commentators, officials, just stunned at the MCG. It's been a while since we've seen something like this. What was it? Did you say a 52-point turnaround?
Yep.
Staggering stuff here in the third quarter. Now they've got to go on with it, the Pies. Or can the Kangaroos rebound and regain their composure? Boundary throw in, punt road in. That's the end of which Collingwood are kicking. And the umpire says it's mine. We'll ball it up here. Commander phone systems clock here. Just 1 minute into this final quarter.
Just the late omission of Andrew Swallow right now. Steadying influence. Spud would be handy for the Kangaroos. Umpire throws it back up. Inside the Magpies forward 50 will have another throw up.
Especially on the back of the last 9 clearances, Swatter. Yep. Collingwood have won 8 of those for hard yakka.
I've never seen a darker Big Bundy cloud coming our way like I'm looking at now to the south.
Look at the colour of it.
Burrito,
Ponchos
hands
are going
and knees. 40 out from the Pies goal. Another tackle. Another throw up. It is camped inside the Pies forward 50. 9 unanswered goals in that third term to stun the Kangaroos.
Gonna snow soon, Howie.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
Gonna snow, Howie.
He's already got a little bit of a tickle in the throat, Howie. This could be the end of him.
That's really funny. I really find that entertaining, that type of stuff from you clowns.
Cold! North Melbourne in their back half here at the moment, trying to repel. Slipped over there at the last moment was Langdon. Now the ball ricochets and spills to the sack. Goldsack, handball back inside. Under pressure here, Seedsman. Zigged and zagged around Thomas pretty easy. Oh, he went the handball to himself along the ground. Gathered his own handball. Well done, Seedsman. Gained 25 metres, got up, banged it inside 50 with an awkward-looking kick. Cloak off the shins, couldn't get it done. Thompson went without it. White was there. They clash heads here. Opportunity for the big fella Goldstein. Gave it to Hanson. Elliott! The ground, Elliott! Got 4, Elliott! Got 4 in about 25 minutes, Elliott. Collingwood kicked the first goal of the last quarter, and they lead it by 20 points on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
What about Seedsman? He fumbled the ball, he handballed the ball to himself. Not one North player got around Lindsay Thomas far too easily. But then it went into North Melbourne's defence. They looked shaky, absolutely shaky down there. There was fumbles from Ferrito and his direct opponent. He was the one, Elliott, that kicked the goal. So they cannot get a handle on the ball at the moment, North Melbourne. They cannot get a handle on it.
Billy Elliott with 4. He's got the opening goal of the final term. It's a 59-point turnaround.
The last 10 goals to Collingwood.
Yep. Not a whimper at the moment from the Kangaroos. A long way to go if they're good enough. They trail by 20. Dumont got a handball to Waite. Frost comes at him. He dropped the pill. Frost goes again. It's unravelling here for the Kangaroos. Piling in on top, Marley Williams.
Well,
throw up into the square.
The umpires are stunned as well because incorrect disposal. Waite had prior. Frost tackled him and he dropped it.
The players are, well, they're zombies at the moment.
They're shell-shocked, BT.
They are. I thought the three-quarter time break they could regain composure. I'm not sure I was right with that. Cloak, little palm down, looking for Adams. Had to go and get it himself. Good tackle there by Tarrant. Ball knocked loose in the tussle. Picked up here, an opportunity for Atley, but he was taken forward in the tackle. Right in front of the Collingwood bench. We'll have another ball up in centre wing.
They need a heartbeat, North Melbourne. They need a couple of players that haven't even got a pulse. They need someone to take the game on. Just get it in there somehow.
Grundy and the Steiner. Steiner knocked it out the back door to Higgins. Free kick high. Zeebel's free.
He could be the one. Just surge it forward, Jackie. He's the one that can get North going.
Who's drifted out of the game for the Kangaroos too? There's been plenty.
It's since that last 20 minutes of actual game time, Swatter. At one stage we had 14 North Melbourne players didn't touch the pill.
A little bit quicker, please. Ash Goldstein takes the mark, driving ball. Nahas! A desperately needed goal from the wee man. Got 3. And maybe, just maybe, that gets them going again. On the Triple M Harvey Norman scoreboard, the Kangaroos 11-9-75, trailing Collingwood 14-5-89. 5 played, final term, Spud.
Have a look at the body language, though, Swatter, as the North Melbourne defence are walking back. They've got their heads down. They have just kicked a goal. They've just kicked a goal to keep them in the game, but I'm saying the body language from North at the moment is just non-existent. I know that was against the flow, but that should have got them going, that goal. But to me, the body language is all Collingwood. Great mark from Goldie.
Plenty of time. They're already 14 down here, the Roos.
Plenty of time.
Back in the middle of the ground. An opportunity here for a clearance and an entry inside 50 as Jamont battles for the footy and will pull it up again. Umpire Andrew Mitchell. Goldstein's there. Woods is there. The two ruckmen. 0-all draw there. Comes to Cunnington. Thomas, fast hands. Waite. Goldstein over the top to Bastanak. Missed the ball. Langdon went and got it. Gave a handball here to Brown, who was under immediate North Melbourne tackle pressure. Gibson got it out. On to Thomas. Left foot snap by Thomas. I think he's kicked the goal.
He has, BT.
Now does this motivate them? Yes. There's a little bit of jiggle in the giggle. And Thomas's goal. 2 in a row for the Roos. And it's back to an 8-point ball game here now on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Centre clearance is super important. I tell you, the players had impact in both goals is Big Goldie. Yep. He's the one that got the ball going. He's the one that took the mark to allow Nahas to kick the first goal. Big Goldstein. So Big Witty, I'd be getting Grundy straight on the ball. Get Witts forward, but get Grundy on the ball.
Just since the halfway mark of the third quarter, the low numbers for North Melbourne. Harvey 2, Gibson 2, Cunnington 1, Atley Statless.
So the Kangaroos land a couple of goals themselves. Back to an 8-point ball game for McDonald's Triple M Rocks football. They're off the line. Turner, Big Goldstein, feeding handball. Dumont, put it on the ball. Probing ball. Benny Brown, 1-on-1 with Tooby. Back of the pack. White, 3 in a row. Acrobatic goal like Daniel Wells in WA years ago. He's got 3, White, and the Kangaroos are back within 2 points. Unbelievable start to the fourth quarter. 89-87, Harvey Norman scoreboard. Spud, make sense of this.
I apologise, Swatter, for stepping in there. But I'm too excited. But the facts are, they've got to get Wits off the ground. Goldstein again had impact at the centre bounce. Grundy at the moment is warming the seat on the bench. Goldstein's the one that single-handedly got North Melbourne back into this game. Have a look at the Triple M Chemist Warehouse replay screen. He cleared the pack. He cleared the pack by 20 metres with that tap.
3 goals in 2 minutes and 20 seconds here.
Again, Goldie.
For North Melbourne, Goldstein knocks down a Cunnington. He advanced it to centre half forward. What about that? 3 goals in 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Boy, oh boy, that's pretty good. They're down by just 2 now, the North. Varco, sizzling kick from half back. Jesse White tried to keep it moving over the top here. Didn't have the footy in a free kick. Will go Taylor Adams' way here between wing and half forward. So lucky here, the Pies.
He was very lucky there, Taylor Adams. Did he take control of the ball?
What are his numbers for Hard Yakachuk?
Yeah, he's picked up 19 disposals.
Yeah, he's been pretty important. So is this kid, Billy Elliott, got 4.
He's good for Rio, a nice
and
old
he'll
pass.
wheel around and pump it long, cloak, 1-out-1 with Tarrant, loose ball, crisp, ridden into the back, taken high, no P, umpire put it away. It's deep inside the Pies forward 50, desperate times now, trying to barge through was DeGoey. He's wrapped up and a stopping tackle will have it thrown up.
Just about put a saddle on him, BT, Sean Higgins.
And got him high. Anyway, the players get on with it. Ball up here, 20 metres out from Collingwood's goal. In there was Chris, couldn't win it. You heard the umpire say the duck there, so no free kick paid to Taylor Adams. And a ball up, still 25 metres out from Collingwood's goal mouth. It's a 2-point lead in favour of Collingwood, off hands. Swan with a handball out the back door, picked up by Turner of North. Gave it on to Higgins.
No one there.
He rolls along the ground. 2 Collingwood players close here, they can raffle it. It spills in the end to Langdon. Langdon around the corner. Gee, Jesse White ducked the head. What's he doing?
Yeah, not good
He's
enough.
arching the back, ducking the head. He should have gobbled it up.
Come on, Jesse.
Strong hands, Jess.
They're out here, North BT.
Harvey works it out for the Roos.
And Wade has a bounce, loops a handle over the top to Benny Brown. It's a bouncing ball. Froster's got to be good. Couldn't get an influence on it.
Oh, Williams!
Absolutely driven into the ground by Marley Williams. It is on. It is tough, tight and strong footy.
Williams kicked the penalty. Cunnington gets there and spoils it to the boundary line. And we can all just draw our breath for a moment. 10 minutes into the last quarter. Collingwood by 2 points. Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Have a look at that on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen.
Beautiful.
That is a old mixer from way back.
Hip and shoulder there. Goldstein dominating here in this last quarter, knocks it to the boundary, and we'll do it all again right in front of the interchange area, and we sit directly above it.
Just a great game of footy, Spud.
No, it is, and that's why the bump's still in.
Yep.
That's a legal bump. It was well done from Marley Williams.
Beautifully delivered. Turner's back into it. Dumont, like the look of this kid. He put it on the boot quickly. Varco in Nahas. Varco paddled it into the path of side bottom. Puts it on the left boot. High ball. Zeeble with Wits. Made a contest big winner. Had a good piece of it, but then just dropped it Spud.
Yeah, I don't know where Grundy is, seriously. He must be... Nathan Buckley be warming him up for the last 15 minutes of the game. The Goldie's been on fire. What are the hit-outs for Hard Yakka, please?
44 to Goldstein, only 19 to Grundy.
Taylor Adams from the stoppage here, kicked it over the shoulder. Opportunity to go, I think it was.
Perfect tackle from McMillan.
Caught, yeah, and McMillan wins the free. Kick backwards to Tarrant. Tarrant manned up immediately by Elliott. And Tarrant goes back, a genuine halfback to take his kick here. 14-5-89 Collingwood, North Melbourne 13-9-87. Kick into the square, and that's why it was dangerous. It's been cut off by Blair. Now Tooby gives the handball back inside to Langdon. Now Langdon goes inside 50. Cloak there! Juggling attempt, couldn't hold the mark. Off hands. Collingwood have still got a chance out the back with Elliott. Got rid of the handball. Here's White. 1 tackle, 2 tackles. Little kick along the ground. Elliott's got it now. North Melbourne wrap him up. And there's no doubt now that North Melbourne have regained their composure.
No, they have, BT, but on that occasion, McMillan should have went long down the line instead of kicking the ball backwards. It played into Collingwood's hands.
2-point lead to the Pies. Spud's got the move. Grundy into the ruck. Elliott's got 4. 5 on offer. Bouncing ball towards Cloak. Can he trap it? No. Tarrant walks it over. 3-point lead to the Pies. 14-6, 13-9, 12 played. Harvey Norman scoreboard. Head around the grounds for the TAC, Chu.
Thanks a lot, Swatter. We've got the Eagles leading Geelong by 7 points, 22 into the second.
Thank you, Chua. McMillan kicks him from fullback.
He was trying to get excited with it, BT. In the moment.
Cunnington
Just flash.
Oh, the spar's just been empty. Thomas used the body. Mark kick inside 50.
This is amazing,
Petrie
boys.
in the Jukes. 50 metres out. Plays on around the corner. Gibson is marked. 40 out correctly in front for North Melbourne. Then has kicked one today.
This is amazing. We saw the third quarter. It was all Collingwood. This quarter, North Melbourne and Collingwood. North have lifted the pressure. Collingwood are turning the ball over, going 38% by foot. So the pressure stakes couldn't be higher at the moment for Hardyacker.
This to put the Roos in front and make it a 4-goal to 1 quarter. And he's pulled it left or right. 13 minutes have expired. And it's 88-90. Collingwood by 2 points. Harvey Norman scoreboard. Harvey Norman Home Appliances, big brands, bigger value.
Plenty of time on the commander clock. 12 and a half to play, final term. It was a 39-point lead to the Kangaroos at half-time. Pies kicked 9 unanswered in that third term.
Easy.
And the kick finds Swan. Is that his first touch in this term, Chu?
It is for Hardyacker, Swatter.
Not as much for Hardyacker. Nicely done. Swan's got it. Just chips the ball to side bottom. And that's very short ball.
Well, I don't like this one. I think this plays into North Melbourne's hands by just playing this chippy game. There's still 12 minutes left on the clock. They're 2 points up, but they're just playing possession-style game. Just take the game on like they did in the third quarter.
Swan and Varco share it around. Tattooed Swan kicks the ball wide. He's got Langdon. Kick will need to be good. Grundy on a nice lead. Good presentation. Have a look at that winner. That's what you've got to do.
Nice big jukes there from Grundy. He's between wing and half back. Goes down the line. Disciplined kick for Solo. Good jukes overhead in front of Atley. Turns around, completes them up. Plays on, long ball Witter. Oh boy, Witter. Up over the top goes Hansen. Terrence there, he's double team, fair enough. Witter's recovered. He tries to get out the handball. Got a mini kick towards his own goal here. Picked up by Gibson last line of defence. Farmed the handball off to Cunnington. Caught in the tackle there. Tagoe was the man that got him. And he had to concede the behind.
1 more minute, please.
3 point lead, Collingwood here.
I tell you what, Cunnington did extremely well to get ball on the boot. That would have been a great tackle. Well, it was a good tackle, but it could have resulted in a goal for Collingwood through Tagoe.
11 and change to go. Final term. It's there. Whoever's good enough. Harvey pumps it inside the square. Hansen can't get there before Swan does. Got a handball to Grundy. Handball back to Swan. Goldstein wrapped him up.
Dropping the
Strong
ball.
tackle. Advantage. Thomas goes.
Thomas now short kick, finds an opportunity.
Here goes
Nahas. Nahas is marked. He's 40 out. Settle, mate. He's kicked 3. We're only 40 metres out. You're capable of kicking the goal. And this is a big time kick here for Nahas.
What about sorry, BT.
Yeah, the turnover in the middle forced by your man Goldstein.
His last quarter's been outstanding. Big Goldie.
Nahas for 4 North Melbourne goals in a row. And for his 4th, just a tiny bit of angle at the city end. A kick of 45 metres, he's pulled it left. And it stays left. 89 North Melbourne, 91 Collingwood. Harvey Norman scoreboard.
What are the set shots for Hardyacker, please, Ash?
Yeah, Collingwood 8 goals 1, North Melbourne 6 goals 8.
Around the grounds for the TAC.
Eagles by 9 points over Geelong deep into the second quarter.
And they say goal scoring is not important. These conditioning staff, seriously.
Yep, Tooby got around his lunging, tackling opponent, which was Thomas, and spots up Adams. So a couple of big misses for the Kangaroos, including Nahas's last shot.
Could cost him the game, Swatter.
Could do, Spud. Bad kicking, bad footy, chipping ball. Fasolo takes the mark. What are his numbers, Ash?
Alex Fasolo for Hardyacker, 12 disposals, 2 majors.
So we got a 2-point ball game. Pies trail by 39 points at half-time. Banged on 9, lead by 2 points right now.
Fasolo forced to kick into the contest, and winning that contest at the back against White was Thompson. Thompson marks at half-back. 91 Collingwood, 89 North Melbourne here. Harvey Norman scoreboard. Thompson short kick. Finds Goldstein, the man of the moment here. Marks the ball. Still at half back for North Melbourne. His left foot kick goes to half forward, Wade out in front. Nice Dukish mark, and he marks in front of Tuvey. Half forward, little chip kick over the top is also good. Now Higgins marks in front of Langdon. They've worked it within 75 metres of the North Melbourne City end goal. Now Higgins unloads a long ball. Ben Brown couldn't catch up with it, but Petrie's taken a ripper. 20 metres out. Tough angle though for Big Drew, and he hasn't kicked it with the set shot well today. Just one goal.
How's that? You had Goldstein marking the ball, you had Waite, you had Higgins, then you had Petrie. That is too easy. Collingwood had to put more pressure on the marking player. Look at Nathan Buckley.
Howie, is that wet stuff falling?
They're coming in sideways at the moment, Brian.
I think it's nearly snow. Look at how it's coming down as Petrie goes in and he kicks the goal. Petrie has put North Melbourne back in front. He's got a couple. North lead by 4 points as it starts to absolutely pour at the MCG.
North have been in 6 times this quarter for 4 goals, 2s. I'm not sure what's going on at that end of the ground, the Melbourne end, but every time North have been in this quarter, they've scored. Goldstein's the man. He's the number 1 ranked player on the ground this quarter. He has single-handedly got his team back in front, Big Goldie.
Steenbergler is into the middle, and they roll Witsy back in there, Spart, as the rain is tumbling down.
I don't like it with Witter in there. I'll be getting Grundy in.
4-point lead to the Roos. They've kicked 4. They've responded for
Witter.
McDonald's. Triple M Rocks football. Dumont got it on the boot. Hard ball. Half forward. Tuvey desperate. Funneled the handball into the path of Adams. Desperate times for the Pies now. 8.5 to play. They get it to half forward. Swan handball to himself. Got it to Seedsman. Can't get away from McMillan. Handball towards Blair. It goes out of bounds, or does it? No. Cloak got a cheeky little handball to Blair. Tumbled it on the boot for Solo. To Trav, dropped the pill from the boundary towards the top of the goal square. Mark needs to be taken. Drop. Side bottom. Can he get boot to ball? No, he left it for White. Can he get boot to ball? He can, but he couldn't get it through the big sticks, and it's lunged through by Ferrito.
Game on. What a fantastic game of football. It's a privilege to sit here and commentate it, boys, with you great callers. Seriously.
It's a blanketing of rain here at the moment. North Melbourne by 3 points on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Howie, it is really raining now.
Thanks, Brian. Absolutely pouring down. 11 minutes to go. Can I go to the rooms yet or not?
How's your little supporter going, mate?
Home. Gone home.
Kick inside 50 here. White couldn't hold the mark. Collingwood attack again. Looking for a deliberate out of bounds.
Oh, you can't do it in these conditions, Brian. We knew what the intention was from Tarrant.
Boundary throw in within 20 metres of punt road goal. Everyone has scurried for cover at the G, but no one has left the ground. They're spellbound by this enthralling contest here at the moment. North have kicked the last 4 goals, and they lead it by just 3 points. We have 7.5 minutes left on the Commander Phone Systems clock.
So the ball is inside the Pies forward 50. Big Witter against Goldstein. Man of the moment, Big Toddy. Ball is wrapped up. It goes to ground. Another throw up. 25 out from the Pies goal. 7:23 to play. Kangaroos lead by 3. Have kicked the last 4. Chew the crowd.
43,452.
Back of the pack is Gibson. Hurriedly on the boot. It's off the side. Does it go out of bounds on the full? It does. Side bottom's got it. It's a wet pill spud. Really wet. Heavy ball.
Yeah, his intention was to screw it round, but unfortunately got on the left side of his boot.
Well, probably the safest bet here in the kick, BT, is a Bunana.
And he's very good at this sort of kick.
Yep.
He's one of those trick shots.
He goes
on the
left.
Yes.
It's across. It hits the post. It was arcing back. It was working back, and it slams into the timber. 2-point ball game. 93-95. 7:10 to play. Final turn.
It was a really, really good kick under the circumstances. North Melbourne's McMillan kicks it back into play. 2-on-2 out on the far side. Ball off hands, and it stays on the Collingwood forward end of the ground as it goes over the line out of bounds. We'll have the boundary throw in. 7 minutes remaining here.
Dane Swan's been terrific this last quarter. He's had 6. They need Pendlebury. What's he had for hard Yakachuk?
He's only had 2 touches.
North have kicked the last 4 goals here of this game, and they currently lead it by just 2 points. Points are starting to add up here with the Rushies at the moment. Waite was caught with a foot. He got the handball out just in the nick of time. Harvey was the meat in the sandwich. And the ball goes over the line out of bounds. We'll throw it in. Centre wing. but you can't afford to concede too many more points in this game as it's under pressure at your end of the ground.
6:51 to go on the Commander clock. 2-point lead
Plenty
to
of
the
time.
Kangaroos. Throw in, outer wing, Goldstein has really led the charge. Charging through was Chris. Threw a bird out on the outer logo. Completely missed it. And tough, strong tackle from Taylor Adams on his Kangaroos opponent, which is Cunnington. And we'll have it thrown up on the outer logo. 93-95. Kangaroos lead, 6:38 to go.
It may well be won in single points from here on in, and that's why I'm saying you can't afford to concede, because in these conditions you might not kick another goal.
No, correct weight, BT. You'd have to ask where North Melbourne's tackling pressure was in the third quarter, because this quarter they've had 23 tackles already, North Melbourne, for Hardyacker.
6:33 remaining on the clock. North Melbourne by 2 points. Ball in centre wing. Chris got the kick from wing to half forward. Cloak give the handball off to Elliott. Elliott runs to 50 near the boundary line. Centering ball. Swan 1-on-1. Swan! It's pissing down, and Swan marked it as clean as a whistle, directly in front of goal, 15 metres out to put Collingwood in front. How do you mark a ball when it's absolutely pelting rain like it is at the moment?
Well, it's amazing. Going disposal number 7 in this quarter, Brian.
To hit the front, he's kicked it. Swan's got 2. Collingwood lead by 3 points. 5 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Harvey Norman scoreboard.
What a magnificent kick from Elliott. You could have excused him, as you said, BT, to blaze away in these conditions. But he looked inboard and he saw Swan. Swan had the plumb position. McMillan went too much for the body. If McMillan had a thought about halving a contest and just put the fist in the air and belted backwards, it would have been halved. But all McMillan wanted to do was find some body, and that was enough for Swan to take a beautiful contested mark.
They wrestle the lead back. The Magpies up by 3.
4 points, I think it is.
4 points.
Is that scoreboard right, Ash?
That's 4 points. Spot on, BT.
Thank you very much. And the rain is getting heavier. Howie carrying underneath the seat, the only man down there behind the bench. Pendlebury slapped it on the boot. Foot race now. Langdon with Higgins. Higgins just in front. Goes to ground. Langdon over the top. Absorbing the tackle was Thompson. He was taken high. 5:36 to go. Final term. 4-point lead to the Pies. Swan gives away the free kick.
Got to go for yardage, Thompson.
And he does that down the line. Thompson kicks it to Zeeble through the hands. Really slippery, soapy ball now. Really hard to mark the ball. That's why we were stunned when Dane Swan was able to cleanly take that mark at the other end. Ball up, centre wing.
How good was he too when he kicked the goal? Like, he hasn't got a heartbeat at times, Dane Swan. He's a fantastic player. He's got 28 disposals for Hardyacker.
Here he is now coming with this stoppage. Kick around the corner from Zeeble. You can hear the wind. I tell you what, look at the rain. Big droplets. It's going to snow soon. Unbelievable things happening in the team. I'm telling you it will.
You're right, Brian.
We're going home to the Macedon Rangers, Swatter. It'll be snowing there. Here's an opportunity for Pendlebury. Got the handball out to Winner. Double-handed knockdown volleyball style. Back to Pendlebury. Or is it Taylor Adams? Little 360 by Adams. High ball. Terrence comes He dropped an easy one. Soccer off the ground. Spills to Fasolo. Got rid of one. Round the corner.
Inside 50. Blair takes the mark.
Yeah, Robbie Tarrant.
4:40 to go, Spud. I'll set it up for you. He's 45 metres out. Slide angle. They lead at the moment by 4.
Robbie Tarrant got side onto the footy. You have a look on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. He tried to mark it on his left shoulder. He had to let the ball hit the middle of his chest, and then the arms come up. But he too cute in these conditions, Robbie Tarrant.
It's a wet pill. He kicks to the punt road end. Bugger all people behind it. This to have it out to a 10-point lead.
Oh.
That may be the telling blow.
Yeah.
Back-to-back goals to Swan and Blair. And given the conditions with 4:01 to play, they lead by 10 points, the Magpies. Triple M Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Yeah, Robbie Tarrant would love to have that disposal again. In these conditions, you let the ball get outside the middle of your body, it's always going to slide to that side. And what he did to help the ball slip was turn side onto it. So a little bit of a brain fade. Really good mark from Blair. 4 minutes left on the clock. They need to get a goal in the next minute, North, to have any chance, because what Nathan Buckley will do soon, he'll be asking his coaches in the box, is it time to pull the trigger with 3 extra behind the ball, because
You cannot hit an uncontested mark.
And in the wet, you'd do that earlier than you do it in the dry, I'd imagine, Spud.
Spot on, BT.
So here we are, under 4 minutes remaining here, and the mark's been taken by Collingwood at centre-half forward. Jesse White gives off the handball to Swan. Swan goes wide. Elliott's going to mark. Elliott has marked within 25 metres of goal on a 50-degree angle, and he has got 4 goals.
Michael Ferrito is looking around. He was on Elliott. Michael Ferrito didn't leave the goal square. I can't work that one out.
This to win the game. 3.5 minutes and ticking. He's 2 straight from set shots. Elliott for his 4th. Collingwood for their 3rd in a row. For his 5th goal, in fact, it is, and he misses. He misses, so North Melbourne breathe a sigh of relief here. And they are down by 11 points, so they're going to have to kick 2 goals on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Well, they're going to have to go long down the middle. It's as simple as that.
3:11 in the middle, 3:11 left on the clock. Harvey kicks into Marley Williams, loose ball, side bottom, comes out of Jesse White, throws a boot at it. 30 out from the Magpies goal. Desperate times now for the Roos. Bouncing ball inside the square. They all come at it. Seedsman smashed by Zeeble, but the Pies have number and possession, and side bottom takes the bullet ball from goal.
Well, watch those numbers get behind the footy now.
Yeah.
2:50 left in the game, and they're 11 points up, Collingwood.
They'll just chip it backwards now, Brian. And what North have to react to is go one-on-one and man up. They'll go back to Goldsack.
The runners are out there pointing, get back, get back, get back.
It shouldn't have to be runner-driven, this one, Brian. It's pretty basic, really.
Down the line, poor kick. Hanson takes the mark.
He's got a wheel and go, Hanson. What's he waiting for?
2:25 remaining in the game. He has to go. Kicks in the direction of Waite. Real difficult ball to mark. Offhand, side bottom. Beautiful skills in the conditions. Gives it to the sack with a handball. He dishes it out to Adams. Adams not sure what to do. Kick was horrible off the instep. He's messed it up. Gibson able to tail it up here. An opportunity for North Melbourne to go forward again. Petrie, though, was going in the wrong direction, and the mark is taken by Nathan Brown in the last line of defence. Collingwood by 11 points.
1:56 to go. They dodged the bullet there, the Pies, Spud, on the outer wing.
No, they certainly did, Swatter. Drew Petrie did well, and Brown actually thought, I'll roll the dice, and he was the one that was favoured with the kick.
Grundy heads down the line. Jesse White worked his way in front of Thompson, dropped the ball. It's a slippery agate. And we'll have it thrown up on the broadcast wing. 1:36 to go on the commander clock.
Look at this. Collingwood are too scared to make the interchanges here because they'll be a man down. They can't get Fasolo and Langdon back on.
They lead by 11 points. The Pies, they trailed by 39 at half time. Have they got it in the bag? I think they may have. Throw up broadcast wing.
Fasolo can't get on the ground. Witts can't get on the ground.
That's a bad thing, Brian.
I was waiting for that spot. Here's Collingwood. 1 minute 25 remaining. Collingwood by 11 points here. Opportunity for Adams. Slipped out of right hand. Desperate was Grundy. Blair, spinning pirouette. Don't try and do too much, young man. He did. So he's stripped of the footy. Now they redeem it back. And a free kick will go the way of North Melbourne against Adams here. So this is it for North Melbourne as Wright comes off with a sore shoulder. And Turner's got the free at half back. North with a minute to go. Trail by 11 points.
Yep, Kane Turner will go towards Benny Brown and Goldstein. He got up big. Goldie back in the pack was Tuvey. Couldn't find a handball target. Seedsman. Marley Williams has been important. Handball down the line. Crisp has been solid all afternoon. Chipping ball. Billy Elliott thumped it over the back of his head. With a backhanded fist, it goes out of bounds. 106-95. Just repeating at half-time, the Pies were down by 39 points. And right now, after a 9-goal blistering third term, lead by 11 with 50 seconds to go.
They do, so I think they're home here now, the Pies, as Cunnington bangs it on the boot, gets it up towards Brown. The chance goes up for the Pies here. It's their home ground today. They're fighting on. North Melbourne not giving it up just yet. Pendlebury rescues the ball, got it to Swan with a handball. Swan keeps it near the boundary line. DeGoey just sends it along the boundary line. Hanson dropped the chest mark in difficult conditions and out of bounds inside 50 for Collingwood. 25 seconds. Collingwood by 11 points. Harvey Norman scoreboard.
He's stunned Brad Scott on the Triple M Chemist Warehouse replay screen. They had this comfortably in control. They were blown away by the Pies in the third term. And it looks as though they'll go down with 19 seconds to play. Pendlebury, one more time. Billy Elliott in front of his man Hanson.
What a game.
And this is justification for a big game from Elliott, Spud. He'll line up for a handful directly in front. 30 out, punt road end.
Are they all after half time, these ones, Swatter?
They are.
Yeah, what a half of football.
Yeah, it's been huge.
Here it
the
is.
Magpies were given a standing count at half time. The Salts came out, they woke up, they piled on 9 in the third term, and Billy Elliott to put the finishing touch. Bucks is happy.
What a win.
Scotty's spewing, and the Magpies have won at the MCG, and Elliott's got 5. Unbelievable game of footy. 17-1-12, defeating the Kangaroos 14-11, 95.
Absolutely unbelievable game of football. A 56-point turnaround. Let's have a listen to Jamie Elliott, courtesy of Channel 7.
We have it on our terms and we get the win. And what about your own form, mate? You had a quiet first half, but obviously desperate to make an impact in that second half.
Yeah, I think last week as well, I had a poor first half, and I think for me the biggest thing is just staying in the moment, like exactly what I just said. Don't worry about what I've done previously, because I know it'll come, just like I did tonight. When the ball's coming in like that, it gives the defenders no chance, so it's just credit to everyone. Well done, mate. Great effort.
5 goals to Jamie and Elliott, who kicked 5 goals into this game today. A massive 56-point turnaround for Collingwood. Ash, the biggest margin they trailed by was half-time, 39 points?
39 points, BT. Spot on.
Remarkable stuff, and they kicked 10 goals in a row in that third quarter. It was an unbelievable comeback in a game that was dominated by North Melbourne in the first half here. Big-time stuff. And Danny Frawley, what did you make of it?
Just a magnificent game of football, BT. It was just how far north at half-time. Well done to Nathan Buckley and his coaching staff. Not sure what was said at half-time, but they just come out, and that's the best quarter of football I've seen this year. 9 goals from 14 entries was just absolutely superb. The want and desire. You see North Melbourne walking off the ground, that's one that's got away. Because their last quarter effort was outstanding, but the third quarter, they were just listless. They were non-existent. There was no pressure on the ball. But that's taking nothing away from Collingwood's third quarter. It's the best quarter of footy I've seen in slippery conditions. And Elliott's second half, he turned the game on its head with 5. So Swan was terrific. Side bottom Adams. Goldstein, he was brave for North Melbourne. Brent Harvey's first half was terrific. He's a little bit quieter in the second half. Gibson was good. But you have a look at Nahas kicking 3. And Ash, I want you to go through the set shots again for Hardyacker, because this is where the game was won and lost.
BT and Spud, the set shot component. No, but BT, this is a big topic of
and I'm with Brian on this.
7 goals, 8 for North Melbourne. Now coming into today's game, the past month, tracking at 50%. Collingwood nailed 11 goals, 3.
11-3 to 7-8. So they had 14 shots to 15. Yet North could only kick 7. So any conditioning staff or sports science are listening to Triple M at the moment, give the players a chance to kick for goal.
Yeah.
Now that's what seriously, Brian, it's still the most important aspect of playing the game. And they get 10 or 15 kicks a week. And that has cost North Melbourne Football Club today a game of football.
And that was in the dry before it really started to tumble. Amazing game of football here that we have witnessed today. Collingwood have won it by 17 points. Give us some Hardyacker stats, Ash, please.
Well, it was Collingwood's third greatest half-time comeback in the history of the club after trailing by 39 points at half-time for Hardyacker. Just some leading ball winners. Dane Swan, 32 disposals, 2 majors. Sidebottom, 31. Jamie Elliott, his 5 majors and equal PB for him for North Melbourne, 27 to Harvey and 27 to Gibson.
Super coach points, Harold Tunstall.
Yeah, number 1 ranked player Todd Goldstein, 134 for Solo, 131, Elliott, 125.
This is the Triple M footy review for our great mates DeWalt. Guaranteed tough, available at Bunnings. You know where they are. They're the best tools in the world, are the DeWalt brand. Power tools that get the job done very, very nicely. All the tradies use them as well. Collingwood going down into the rooms. Mark Howard is down there. He's going to bring us the song. And Spud, we're going to look at the best players on the ground, pedestal performers, best on ground awards as well. And we might get those off you now. No, we won't. We'll wait for the Collingwood players. Let's go down to Mark Howard. What's the excitement like in the room as they come towards you, Howie?
Well, the president has just walked in, high-fiving the coaches. He's come into the room. The support staff are here. Robert Harvey's just gone past me. You don't really see Nathan Buckley show much emotion, but a massive smile on his face. And Anthony Rocker is also walking in, a man that was punching the roof Alistair Clarkson style in excitement when they got the job done. Now the Collingwood boys have come in, led by their captain, who pulled them aside for a chat at three-quarter time, told them we can get the job done here, Dane Swan. And you can hear the excitement in the rooms here. This is a massive win, make no mistake, for this football club. 39 points down, then to come out in the third quarter and bang on 9 straight, then lose the lead and get it back with that amazing contested mark by Dane Swan. And then Elliott to finish off with 5.5. This is going to be a great rendition of one of the most famous songs in the AFL. Good old Collingwood indeed. We'll be speaking to Dane Swan shortly on Triple M Footy. A fantastic rendition and some very excited footballers down here.
Let's get the 3, 2 and 1. The good votes there, Spud, for the Petters star performer best on ground.
Very hard to have 4 consistent quarters, Brian. I'm giving it to Elliott. Although he took the game on its head. 5 second-half goals with for 3 votes. Big Goldie, I thought, was the most consistent player on the ground. He nearly got his team over the line, so he gets 2. And Dane Swan, the leading possession getter on the ground, I think, for Hardyacker. 32 disposals, 2 goals, and that mark he took in the last quarter was probably one of the most skillful marks you'll ever see.
When the Petters Mad Banana, inspired by Mad Max Fury Road, in cinemas now. Enter now at petters.com.au. They are the Petters star performers best on ground. Let's get the not so good, Spud. The 3, 2 and 1 there.
Yeah, well, Atley didn't have the best of games, and Ash Stewart actually helped me with these, Brian.
I thought he
did, Brian. So obviously the spa's just been emptied, and now it's got snow and frost all over it.
As BT said, Mrs. Chu's got 5 layers of tracking tags on now.
And you'd be doing well to peel those off, mate.
You've gone from a bar soup man couldn't bend to Mr. Wobbly.
Don't rub it in.
I give 2 votes to Lindsay Thomas. I thought that his 7 turnovers wasn't one of his best game, and Ash tended to agree with me. But the guy that played on Elliott, unfortunately, was the worst player on the ground, Mick Ferrito, with 3.
All right,
that's it.
There they go. As Spud saw them there, the not-so-star performers.
Well, it was a good game, though, boys. So I enjoyed sitting up the back. I'm sorry for commentating a couple of times in that last quarter. I do apologise.
It was exciting. It was exciting. Let's go around the grounds, TAC.
Yeah, play about to get underway for the start of the third quarter. It's the Eagles 4 goals, 17-41, leading Geelong by 9 points, 5-2-32.
And the other game, how did that finish there, Ashman?
St Kilda too good for the Lions, winning by 22 points.
Yes, so that game over there in Perth, getting an interesting game next Friday night. Fremantle playing
Richmond.
Richmond.
Richmond. Hey, what about a Bailey live update, please, Stu, man?
Yeah, on top of the table, Dockers undefeated with the 9 wins. Then we have 2 teams on 7. That's assuming the Eagles defeat Geelong. They're in second spot, followed by Sydney. 2 teams on 6 wins. Collingwood 4th, followed by the Giants 5th. And then rounding out the 8 on 5 wins is Hawthorn, the Crows and Richmond. Outside of the 8 on percentage, the Western Bulldogs, and then we have Spud 4 teams with the 4 wins. Essendon.
Well, it's interesting.
Port,
a lot of people said St Kilda
Geelong
weren't going to win a game this year, so that's a pretty good effort from them. But that, BT, your stat is an interesting one, isn't it? That the 8 never changes, or 1 spot after round 8.
Yep.
I think this could be the year where you might see a couple come in and out. I don't know, because you've got outside the 8 at the moment, the Bulldogs, the Bombers, Port Adelaide, Geelong, and now North Melbourne in 13th position.
And they've got West Coast, Sydney, GWS in the next 3 games.
Wow. And everyone, I think most pundits tip North to finish in the top 4. Yeah. So look, boys,
and Collingwood have got Melbourne, GWS over the next couple of weeks.
I've got to sign off now, boys. It's great to work for you. I've got to go to the bounce tonight with the Chief.
Oh, yes, you do.
The Chief.
Well done, Spud.
Late
Emil, call up.
Yeah, no, I've really enjoyed calling with you guys. Really good call, guys. And as I said, I better get there because 6:30 the meal's on. If Chief gets the feedback on, there'll be none left for me. So well done, guys.
Nicely done to Spud. As he departs, this is the Triple M review.